Bună dimineața!
Good morning. Please mute your telephones. We have simultaneous interpretation in English, and I guess you have all received headsets. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, President Nikushor Dan, dear guests, distinguished friends of Black Sea and Balkans Security Forum, it is an honor to welcome you at the 10th edition, an anniversary one, of our forum that we started building 10 years ago. We started this project being convinced that our region needs more dialogue, more cooperation, and more strategic reflection. And yesterday we were the hosts of an event launching Black Swans in the Black Sea, a volume that expresses our preoccupations as a think tank of strategic thinking in Romania. We have more than 100 speakers and 46 panels today and tomorrow. This is a forum where we can openly speak about the Black Sea and the Balkans, and our event has the support of the Romanian presidency. We also have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as our partner. Germany is our partner this year, and we also have partners from the academia. I would like to thank all our guests, all our attendees, and the sponsors, without which our event couldn't have been organized. We shall speak about European security and the repercussions of the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East, and about the B9 summit that shall be hosted by our president tomorrow. We will also mention the NATO summit in Ankara in July, and we will talk about challenges but also cooperation opportunities in the region. Romania has a major responsibility in this region because Romania is a stability pole in on the eastern flank. Romania has proven that it is also a security supplier by supplying support to the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine. We are a hub for food security and transportation. The future of this region cannot be defined only by challenges but also by opportunities. So we shall speak about consolidating cooperation in the region. It is an honor for me to open this forum and allow me to invite our president, Mr. Nikushor Dan, to take the floor and state a few words. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today, the 10th edition of the forum dedicated to the Black Sea and Balkan security. So I would like to congratulate the organizers for their efforts in the past 10 years, efforts made to organize this event. I was thinking that for the audience, what you are doing here seems very exotic. And maybe some explanations are needed to explain what your think tank is doing in this equation. We have many actors, state actors and non-state actors on the international stage, and each and every one of them has various preoccupations with respect to energy security, and not only. We have to make efforts together so that we can secure peace in the region. And for better cooperation, we need an interface that would understand both sides, both actors, and propose solutions so that the wishes and aspirations of each party be compatible. This is what you are doing at a very high level. And I would like to thank you for your efforts, because your efforts are in the interest of our country and of the international stage. The Black Sea and Balkans region represent a strategic interest for Romania and NATO alike. For geographical reasons, and obviously we are concerned about Ukraine, our neighbor, and about the Middle East because of all the consequences triggered by the events in that region. What is Romania doing at international level? Romania is consolidating its position and boosts security at the Black Sea, on the eastern flank, and in the Western Balkans. As you know, Romania takes part in NATO missions, European missions, and within the EU, Romania contributes to bringing the Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, and Western Balkans closer to the EU. This is a multi-step process that requires a lot of diplomatic attention. And of course, within NATO, we contribute to the dissuasion posture on the eastern flank. We are witnessing times with multiple challenges, and states that think alike should collaborate under these circumstances. This is the goal of tomorrow's discussions within the B9 forum, and this is the main topic at a NATO summit that will take place in 2 months' time in Ankara. I'm convinced that we will be able to express our solidarity in all these forums, and we shall be able to remain objective. This means investments in defense, it means interoperability and a transatlantic partnership that is effective. These are my thoughts and our plans. Thank you very much for the invitation once again. I'm convinced you shall have fruitful debates and highly useful at the same time. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we wanted to take advantage of the time you granted us. You mentioned that we have to collaborate with countries in the region. There's no other way. So B9 is a format dedicated to consultations among countries on the eastern flank. We will soon attend the summit in July. Romania will once again showcase the fact that it is a trustworthy partner. And I would like to ask you, how do you think you will approach things tomorrow? Will you discuss about stronger NATO on the eastern flank? Do we have to choose between the US and Europe, or will we speak about consolidating NATO with the support of Europe and the US at the same time? In a Latin country, debates are always full of energy. They're passionate. We shouldn't confuse things. In Romania, we debate internally on internal issues. Things are not looking bright right now, but nothing changed when it comes to our strategic orientation, our relationship with the EU, with the US. On the contrary, we are not choosing sides. We are aggregating efforts because a stronger Europe means stronger NATO, and a stronger NATO means a stronger Europe. So you are specialists in this topic. There are projects that are complementary between Europe and NATO. This is one of our competitive advantages. Romania has foreign policy that is highly predictable, and it has had it for the past 20, 30 years. Nothing changed there. Thank you very much. You said that the Black Sea's role is gaining more importance, and not only for the region but also at a global level. The NATO summit will be held in Turkey this year, so another riparian state, the Black Sea. So probably on the agenda we'll see the Black Sea situation. Tomorrow the NATO secretary will discuss about these topics. Will focus remain on the Black Sea? Yes, as you know, in June the North Atlantic Council shall meet to discuss topics related to the Black Sea. As you well know, Romania wants to host the security hub at the Black Sea, and we made some progress in that direction. We collaborate with Bulgaria and Turkey to remove floating mines at the Black Sea. So we are aware of what is happening at the Black Sea, and fortunately at NATO level the Black Sea is considered important, so there will be focus on it. Yes, you mentioned the demining efforts carried out by Romania, Bulgaria and Turkey, and our interest is to maintain freedom of navigation at the Black Sea. Trade is important, and we also have exploitation projects there. So demining operations and securing the Black Sea for communication. Probably the situation here is comparable with the Hormuz Strait. Yes. We answered to the British, French endeavor to support operations to unblock the Hormuz Strait, and if the U.S. will ask for our support, our expertise will be put at their disposal, and we expressed our availability since it is an issue that affects both global security and economy. So it is only natural for us to contribute.
Thank you. At the summit, NATO summit in The Hague, a decision was made to increase investments for the army to 3.5% of the GDP by 2035, plus an additional 1.5 for military mobility and dual infrastructure. Romania is going through a quite uncomfortable period from an economic point of view, and the situation from a political point of view is not better either. Let me ask you, if you as president, you will continue to guarantee to vouch for Romania's fulfilling this obligation, and to because we have ahead of us elections in 2028, 2029 and 2030, where significant amounts of money have to be used. Yes, there is no doubt in this respect. I have been involved to a certain extent in the preparation of the 2026 budget, and I can tell you that as far as the expenditure is concerned, Romania's compliance with the obligations we undertook at The Hague was the first step. Of course, there are some debts included, some interest as well, and we reached the level of 2.5% of the GDP as of now, and we will continue in this direction in order to meet our commitments. There is no doubt, and the pro-Western forces in Europe have no doubts in this respect as far as Romania is concerned. We cannot avoid a discussion over the internal political crisis in Romania. And today the Joint Defense Commissions will vote on the last part of the safe mechanism. So there is an internal political debate in Romania, but as far as our strategical commitments are concerned, we have no doubts. We will stick to them. How can the programs be affected by the political instability? And more than that, what is our level of ambition, considering that the money from the SAFE project need to be used by 2030? One of the lessons we learned from Ukraine was related to the investment into large quantity of munitions and drone systems and drones, and the capacity to manufacture them domestically has been extremely important. This way we are not dependent on the supply chain and the very high costs. Yes, as far as SAFE is concerned, we are complying with the timeline. As you know, there has been a timeline, there has been a deadline last November, and we met that deadline. We have now a new deadline, the 31st of May this year, so we have some 3 more weeks left until which the contracts need to be signed. And in order for the contracts to be signed, we needed to have the vote in the parliament. 2 weeks ago, the vote was given for an important component, and I see today a vote will take place for the last component. There is another component related to the Ministry of Transport. So by the 31st of May, Romania will have the contract signed. if we were to take a look into the future in the medium and long term, on the one hand, the SAFE programs will bring part of the manufacturing activity in Romania, with around 60% of the contracts for the military signed, that is 30 billion out of the 17 billions worth contracts. And besides that, the discussions we had with the companies that will come to sign the contracts, we saw there is a will for the economic activity not to be stopped in 2030. Quite on the contrary, the investments made now will be economically viable for a longer period of time. One other question. In the National Defense Strategy, quite a comprehensive document on which allow me to congratulate you. Well, this strategy contains a provision regarding the concerning possibility that Romania might have a joint border with Russia on the Danube. What's more, in many of the conferences we held, we spoke about the strategic nightmare that Romania has, that of becoming a neighbor of the Russian Federation. Is this an argument strong enough in order to fight those narratives saying that we should not support Ukraine? Do you think that other steps need to be taken, perhaps institutional steps or steps of other nature, in order to fight these narratives? Well, actually, we had a debate some days ago, and I believe we are many times tempted to stick into some narratives that do not go beyond an audience that is already well established. This is kind of a conservation feeling that politicians have. They have the tendency to say things that are on the safe side, that are in line with what the voters think. If we speak about Ukraine, we see that on this topic everyone has their opinions already established, and in the society there is no real debate on this topic. And now the question that you've asked me, a very interesting question, is what should we do in order to encourage this debate, to incentivize it, to stimulate it? And here again, I'm telling you in all honesty that on the political side, we reached our limits. Any politician that starts speaking about Ukraine, everyone that listens to them knows what they are going to say. So, this is precisely why, on this topic, as well as on other topics of concern for our society, I think that we need people who have a certain credibility and that can bring something new to the audience to step up and say these things. To say these things that seem obvious to all of us present here. Thank you very much, President Dan. We're looking forward to welcome you again on other editions of our forum. Thank you very much.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alisa Vogt. I am Program Director at Körperstiftung in Berlin. And it's my honor and privilege this morning to share the stage with Her Excellency, the Romanian Foreign Minister, Oana Tsoiu. Welcome to the stage. As well as His Excellency Ambassador Mehmet Kemal Bozay, who's the Turkish Deputy Foreign Minister. Welcome. We will start with brief introductory remarks by my distinguished guest on the stage, followed by a video message by Geza von Geier, State Secretary of the Federal Foreign Office in Berlin. Over to you, Minister.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Thank you all for being here today, Minister, Ambassadors, because as we reach the 4th year of the illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, we also reach a moment in time where it is needed that we continue the conversations we're having together. Because this is part of the resilience of the region, this is part of our common efforts to make sure that we reach a peace consensus, but also in the process of getting there, that we ensure the security, the protection, and the investments in what is strategic for us. And what do I mean when I say us? Is not just Romania, but of course for us it is essential, and that's why we gather here today in Bucharest, but the overall region, the countries of the Black Sea, and I would say beyond the region and beyond Europe, across the globe. And again, thank you to the Embassy of Germany for supporting the event as well. And I also need to congratulate New Strategy Center for the perseverance and the decade of work in this direction. I think we need those strong roots in the thinking and analysis community that will allow us to take the proper decisions. Now, I'm just coming from Brussels, where we had the meeting of Ministers of Foreign Affairs. Yesterday we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andris Biha from Ukraine, joining us for a short briefing. He's also going to join President Volodymyr Zelensky at the B9 summit. Tomorrow we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Canada, Anita Anand, joining us as well. And in both cases, Black Sea was a key central conversation. And the reasons are very clear. First of all, we talk about security, but in this moment in time, especially with the conflict in Iran and especially with the Strait of Hormuz challenges, we see that it is even more essential that we protect what for us is an energy source at the present moment, but especially if we look at the Neptune Deep project, but also the natural gas resources across the Black Sea, the ones that are also available for other countries. We realize that if we are to look into the future, a future that has modern technologies that are going to require even more and more energy, our capacity to lower the prices again and to keep that affordable for citizens, for companies, and therefore for the competitivity that we need depends on our common capacity to make sure those resources from the Black Sea actually are reaching the market and the projects reach their maturity level. And that means attractiveness for investments, that means capacity to protect it today and certainty to protect it tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And the President has mentioned in the interventions, something that he mentions throughout every of his intervention at an international level, I would say, which is the predictability of Romania's commitment to this, and that irrespective how heated our local debates and national debates are in terms of the direction we stand committed. Of course, my personal opinion is the speed with which we move in that direction depends a lot on the decisions we take at home, but in terms of the trust international partners have in us, I would say that's an unwavering trust, and that has been reaffirmed also in every conversation we have across the Atlantic, in the bilateral meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio back in October. If you remember the public statement statements at that moment. The Black Sea was the central point of the statements coming from Washington after the meeting, something that we discussed again in our phone conversation in April. And also yesterday I've spoken with the US ambassador to NATO because, of course, we are preparing, as the President has mentioned in the morning, the NATO meeting on the Black Sea happening in June. Now, another aspect that I want to mention, if we are to speak of the region, especially as the theme of today is connected with the security of the Western Balkans as well, Romania has the presidency of the Central European Initiative, and one of our focuses is around the security in terms of hybrid threats. And there is no surprise why we believe that it needs to be the case. Romania is among the countries on the eastern flank, the country that has had the most illegal entries into our airspace, and for us this means not just to protect our territory, the eastern flank, but also specifically the investment and the focus that we need on the most sensitive parts, which is the Danube and the Black Sea. And we also need to understand, and again here I celebrate the involvement of Germany in today's conversation and talks, that if we speak about the Black Sea and the Danube Delta, then we need to make sure that it is protected now, and there's a certainty of it being safe in the future as well, because where the Danube flows into the Black Sea is something that affects all countries across the Danube, and we have a common shared direct interest in that, not just from a commercial point of view, an environment point of view, but especially the priority given to the region as a whole. Now, also, because we are living in times of overlapping crises, overlapping conflicts, we also see that whatever is difficult and the challenge here also becomes a lesson and a know-how that we can share. Our demining activities done together with Turkey, Bulgaria, Canada has also had its contribution, and UK in the common efforts here, are now relevant in terms of the know-how that we have achieved also at the diplomatic level of how we coordinate among countries for what we are discussing in the diplomatic coalitions on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The President has also mentioned the one initiated by France and UK, and the State Department of the United States is also leading a diplomatic common effort to make sure we have the coordination at the diplomatic level for the steps ahead. Specifically this week we have a conversation at United Nations Security Council for a resolution initiated by Bahrain to make sure we have the international law and the international frame in place for common actions once ceasefire final peace agreement is achieved, so we make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is again free, protected, and that, to be very frank, in terms of direct benefits for our citizens, allows us in time to make sure the prices are lowered again. And something very important across the world when we're looking at the Strait of Hormuz, but again this was the case in a way for previous experiences in the Black Sea as well, is that we allow for the free passage on maritime lanes. Because once this is put under question in one place of the world, it creates a very dangerous precedent that other countries might use in different places of the world. And I go back to the initial experience of the Black Sea because I think we tend to take for granted what we have achieved in the process, and specifically the solidarity lanes, which were diplomatic success, which were a security effort that allowed for the flow of cereals from Ukraine to the world from the solidarity lanes on the Black Sea, and that again is something that is relevant in current conversations where we need to achieve similar freedom or temporary freedom of passage, then to make sure we have it fully. Now, what we're going to discuss through the day tomorrow, what the leaders are going to discuss tomorrow is, of course, in preparation of this NATO summit in Ankara, but in coordination with that, of course, we need to increase our regional initiatives, we need to increase our overall coordination. In our case, we have now achieved a trilateral agreement between Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine on cyber resilience, and we believe this to be increasingly relevant. That is why also in October we're going to host here in Bucharest the Hybrid Threat Symposium among allies, because we want to make sure that we have a common sharing on the risk and threat analysis, but also that we increase our coordinated response. And we need to do that with regional formats such as the Odessa Trilateral on cybersecurity. We need to do that within NATO, but as the President has mentioned at the beginning of the day, Romania stands as a strong supporter of a more integrated approach between the efforts at the European Union level, NATO, and regional efforts. And also we want to extend initiatives such as the Democracy Shield, such as cybersecurity projects and resources across the region, to have them available for the Western Balkans and other regions as well. Because again, we believe we are in a moment where we face new risks, we face adversaries that are very fast in upgrading their instruments, their know-how, the resources that they have, and that means that we cannot answer to that just at a country level, because that would mean we do not use the power that we have, which is a collective power of know-how, analysis, and of course the innovation of the private space. And with the innovation of the private companies is what I will close with, because although this is a responsibility of governments, this is a responsibility of states, of NATO, European Union, of public officials, what we need to build up in terms of resilience, deterrence, in terms of coordinated analysis capacity, coordinated response, also requires, innovation also requires a faster collaborations with those that are developing these resources. And I think that again is extremely important, especially as topics such as energy, transportation, global food prices that depend on the capacity to have this maritime security and this freedom of passage all over the world are connected with each other, and the potential risks in the future are very serious, as everything that happens to fail at the security level actually transfers immediately and sometimes for medium or long term into the everyday prices and to the competitivity and the standard of life. And that, if it's not fixed properly and in due time, if citizens do not see a coordinated, proper reaction in terms of policy, also will be used in disinformation campaigns. So there's a virtuous spiral that we need to have an effort to make sure that spiral, that connections are now turned into the right direction of fixing what we do together in terms of upgrading our response, our analysis. The Black Sea is a safe sea at the moment, and I think that is absolutely essential, and that's why I'm looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have in the panel, because the Black Sea is a safe sea because we keep it safe together now and in the future. Thank you.
Distinguished Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present my heartfelt thanks to the New Strategy Center for giving this opportunity to join you today at this panel. It's a very timely one. There are always references to NATO summit, but I'll add another one, which is also directly related to Black Sea security, COP31. We will also host this one. When we say security and Black Sea, maybe at the beginning we should make the wider definition of Black Sea region and wider definition of what means Black Sea security. And I'll just, with your permission, distinguished Minister, I will add another dimension, as you mentioned about Black Sea. It's not only a sea, it's a basin. And this is why we have a Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization based in Istanbul. This is why Albania, Greece, they are all members of it, because it's a wider region. And today anything happens in Black Sea has enormous impacts on the security. It's not only European security, it doesn't have impacts on European security architecture, but also geopolitical and economic dynamics of a wider region. It is, if we look at the map, we could understand it better. This is Black Sea, and let's make a projection going down and going up from the Black Sea. Going up is Ukraine and also the Arctic, where there are so many struggles now, who will control the trade routes. when you go this side, 3C projects, and when you go down there, what you see is what's happening in Caucasia, what's happening, you just make the projection, Black Sea is coming like that, and what you see, Syria, Yemen, Somali, Sudan, and whatever happens in the Black Sea region will have so many effects on all the security system in geopolitical terms. So when the war started in Ukraine, all of a sudden the wheat prices increased 37%, and the number of the people dying in West Africa from hunger increased all of a sudden. And this is why Turkey became part of the grain deal, and this is why we did it together with our allies and with our partners. And whenever we talk about security of Black Sea, any change in the degree of the Black Sea will have enormous changes in Mediterranean waters. And this is valid for all kinds of security items that we can count. If we say it in a simple way, there are four main security items. One is military security. This is very important. We now concentrated on that due to the conditions, due to the wars. Second, which the day after part of will be more important, and countries like Romania and Turkey will concentrate more with an eye of regional ownership, economic security. And third one is energy security. But when we say energy and data, they are the new formula. You need to collect data, you should have fiber optic cables, you should have telecommunication connections in a secure way, like we are having railroads and also having some, energy pipelines. We should have telecommunication pipelines to be very secure. And these are the new areas that we need to work on in the scope of Green Deal, digitalization, and using AI. And with this understanding, this timely panel, this timely arrangement, Black Sea and Balkans Security Forum, will be helpful to elaborate and to have some more ideas on all those issues. One of the important concepts is connectivity, and connectivity in these items is also very important. Turkey and EU are working on how to have more connectivity projects, and we are also working together with other neighboring countries. But connectivity is not a linear thing. It is bringing some kind of better welfare and stability in the region. And when I say, and I talk about the day after the war, we need to concentrate on that. This is why my minister goes to Syria together with President Zelensky and talk what we can do. And connectivity is not a one line going from one port to the other. It should have north-south, east-west, west-east connections. And we shouldn't also forget Iran is also another Black Sea country because of being connected to Caucasia. And with this understanding, two stable countries, two allies, Romania and Turkey, they have a lot to say, and we will try to share all these sayings with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will turn over to the video message.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, it's a great honor to address you today, but I have to start, of course, with an apology. I would have preferred to be with you in Bucharest today. Unfortunately, I could not make it. I very much regret this, because the Black Sea and Balkans Security Forum has become a key event to discuss issues which are of highest importance to the region, to the security of the region, and this means the security of Europe. Now, let me make 5 remarks. And this is already my first remark. While Germany is not a littoral state to the Black Sea, of course, we consider the Black Sea region to be one of the most strategically important areas for the future security, stability, and prosperity of Europe. We do know very well what happens in the Black Sea does not stay there. It directly affects our continent and the European Union as a whole. That is why we, the German government, are and will stay engaged. course, the same goes and has to go the other way around. What happens in the Baltic Sea, where Germany is a littoral state, does not stay there. All Europeans have to be engaged. And they are. Nobody knows this better than our Ukrainian friends, who closely analyze what Russia is doing in both regions, north and south, simultaneously to draw the appropriate lessons from it. My second remark. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is not limited to the borders of Ukraine. Not just because of Russia's threatening all Europe, all NATO, like we heard it again this Saturday from the Red Square. No, this is already very concrete. Russian drones violate Moldovan, Romanian, Polish, and other airspaces on a regular basis. In the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and elsewhere, the Russian shadow fleet poses a threat to our common European security and maritime safety. Hence, we are, as we speak today, working in the EU on increasing the sanction pressure on the shadow fleet to further limit Russian oil revenues by following a whole-of-route approach, sanctioning not only the vessels themselves, but the owners, managers, and other entities allowing the shadow fleet to function. We are convinced that there is only one strategy to stop this war. Maximum support for Ukraine to survive and maximum pressure on Russia. We should not and will not lose patience as the security of Europe is at stake. This leads me to my third remark. In the spirit of European unity, we published a year ago the first comprehensive European Union Black Sea strategy. By this, we have created a framework that combines security, connectivity, economic resilience, energy diversification, infrastructure development, and biodiversity. Now, it is about implementation. Bulgaria and Romania are already playing a leading role in implementation. Through consistent diplomatic engagement and practical initiatives, Romania since years rightly has been driving force within the EU in bringing the Black Sea back to, I would say, where it belongs, to the center of European strategic thinking. And as an important NATO ally, close EU partner, and a direct neighbor to the conflict zone, Romania has demonstrated remarkable resilience. And I would like to make this point as a German. Romania's investments in regional connectivity, port infrastructure, energy security, and military preparedness are not only a national or regional contribution, they are to the benefit of us all in Europe. Bulgaria, likewise, through its leadership in the Black Sea and economic cooperation, BSEC has actively contributed to increased regional coordination and understanding. And I'm convinced that without engagement and cooperation with Turkey, none of our ambitious EU plans in the region will be realized. On the contrary, Turkey will continue playing a very central role in the Black Sea, and we look forward to an important NATO summit in Turkey in a few months, in very challenging times. Fourthly, back to Ukraine. At the center of all our efforts in the Black Sea stands supporting Ukraine in its ongoing fight against Russian aggression. Our support for Ukraine must remain unwavering, politically, economically, financially, militarily, and strategically. Supporting Ukraine also means preserving its access to the world economy and sustaining global food security. The other war at our borders in the Middle East and Gulf shows how important it is that we get used to combine the needs in all areas of security, including energy security, food security, digital security, and so on. This is why the EU solidarity lanes have been such an important success story. They have shown what European coordination can achieve, even under pressure. In this and elsewhere, the Republic of Moldova has proven to be a partner we can rely on. While being affected by the Russian aggression against Ukraine itself, especially in the energy sector, Moldova has not wavered once. Given its contributions, Moldova clearly deserves that we also keep up our support for the European path that Moldova has so decisively chosen. Finally, a word on EU accession. The recent elections in Hungary have created a new momentum for progress in EU accession process of Ukraine and Moldova, which has to remain merit-based. I'm hopeful that we will see the opening of all negotiation clusters with Ukraine and Moldova very soon. Here I would like to add a general remark. We do have to refocus in the EU on the accession process properly. Be it Ukraine, the Western Balkans, or other parts of our continent. In the end, this is and will be essential to the credibility of the EU and to the credibility of Europe as a whole. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me conclude. A stronger, more unified Black Sea means a stronger Europe. And building a stronger Europe means standing firmly with those who defend freedom, sovereignty, and peace. Thank you very much.
A lot of food for thought to chew on. Minister Tsoyev, if I may ask you a twofold question, actually. You have mentioned hybrid threats in the Black Sea also in your statement. We see cyber threats, disinformation campaigns, sabotage attacks on critical infrastructure, undersea cables, drilling platforms, cyber attacks on power grids, GPS spoofing, etc. The list is long. If I understood you correctly in your remarks, you put a focus on the cyber threat domain as well as the energy security. This would be my first question, sort of with regards to the priorities, and then if we narrow it down a bit, what should the EU and then the hub prioritize? We have not spoken about the hub yet. I mean, this is sort of the project that you have asked for several times to move from a concept into a reality. Then what should be done first?
So thank you for the question. First of all, we do not have the luxury to choose. When it comes to the Black Sea, we do have to keep all these areas in our priorities. The energy, as you have mentioned, the undersea cables, because they are essential to digital connectivity. Of course, the solidarity lanes have been mentioned, and commercial routes. And for us, of course, the environment component of the Danube Delta is also essential. But security hub at the Black Sea actually has an advanced version. We are discussing now among institutions, in our cases, together with the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, and together with our counterparts from Bulgaria, because there are some things that are clear. First of all, it needs to be complementary to the military effort that is done within NATO, the demining activities. So it's not a military concept, it is a security concept. And first of all, it's the situational awareness, to be able, through the hub, that we have a coordinated situational awareness that is essential to be able to protect key infrastructure, be it undersea, or of course we're referring to the investments already there, to be able to have a coordinated team that has the proper input for the European Union decision and other partners, to be able to have an engagement, a coordinated engagement from the European Union through the hub with Turkey as well on what we're doing. And this is a conversation we're having often with Mr. Hakan Fidan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to be able to make sure the hub has a component that is inclusive for the countries at the Black Sea outside the European Union, as it is a shared objective to keep the Black Sea safe. And in that sense, also we need to be direct on a topic that is important, which is the budget itself. Of course, we are speaking of a mixed budget. From a national perspective, we have started identifying part of the logistics that can be put into place, but we have a clear conversation with the European Commission of the fact that the security hub at the Black Sea, the maritime security hub at the Black Sea needs to be a priority in the next budget allocation. And in that sense, we have seen amendments and statements coming from the European Parliament, and European Parliament members from Romania have hosted conversations, have drafted amendments to the future budget. So we see a coordinated political approach in that direction.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, do not worry. There's going to be an entire panel on the question of the EU Black Sea strategy, so there will be more time to discuss that. We will move on. My next question goes to you, Excellency. Well, not least because of its role as guardian of the Montreux Convention. Turkey is, of course, central for Black Sea security. As you both have mentioned, past years have seen very successful cooperation, coordination with the other littoral states. I like your image with looking at the map and going up and down. Now I would like to broaden it. Could you elaborate a bit more on what role Ankara sees for non-littoral states? So you briefly spoke about connectivity projects, but sort of what do you expect from them in contributing to security in the Black Sea?
Thank you very much. As a Turkish diplomat, I was proud being in the Turkish Foreign Service as I saw the Montreux Agreement, Montreux Convention. Thanks to it, we didn't have anything in the Black Sea 8 decades. Now, after this aggression, we have all these issues, but the nature of the war would change if we didn't have Montreux Convention. I would like to emphasize that. And now, of course, as I underlined, regional ownership is very important at this stage. Littoral states should own the Black Sea Basin. This is why MCM, together with Bulgaria and Romania, these kind of initiatives are important. For us, we should, what we should do as Turkey, with our allies, with our neighbors, doing the best to hold the diplomatic line in any way and keep signified dialogue channels open. And in the meantime, we would like to keep Ukraine intact in economic terms. While the war is going on, Turkish firms are constructing roads, bridges, and having some good trade. And of course, Romania is one of the most important parts, and other neighboring countries, Moldova, as my dear German colleague mentioned about the importance of Moldova. This part of the region should be in a good, stable way, increasing the welfare of the region. And we, as a NATO member, that is very important for us. One of the main issues to discuss in Ankara be the security in our own region, in the Black Sea region. We need to keep infrastructures intact. We should work together with our allies and littoral states in the Black Sea. And for the future, you know, no military-only solution is sufficient. And as my president mentions, there is in peace there is no loser. And we need to work on that, and we'll concentrate on finding peace. It's not an easy task. However, the most important thing, it's not a transition period, it's a transformation period. And in this transformation period, instead of looking for other actors out of the Black Sea region, what they will do, we shouldn't look at that, and then we should, of course, cooperate with them. But on the other hand, we need to make the line more strong. Cooperation in all fields, on energy, on economy, on security issues, and we should build up deterrence capacity higher for future arrangements. And here I believe as two neighboring countries in a way through the sea, we will work a lot together with Romania. But on the other hand, we need to prepare the day after arrangements. Today we are talking about all security issues. We need to work on people-to-people relations as well. This is why we are having so many contacts with Ukrainian people in economic field, in cultural field. And I believe altogether there should be a collective effort while having some kind of a deterrence power to build up. We need to have a better economic environment based on keeping supply and value chains intact for the future of the region, but also for today's arrangements.
Okay, thank you very much. Then maybe because you spoke about the day after, I think we need to briefly touch upon the question on how to end this war. This weekend the peace negotiations came back into the headlines, of course, with Vladimir Putin talking about, quote, this matter may be coming to an end, bringing in former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder as a mediator. Given Russia's maximalist demands and repeated failures of negotiations in the past, and I mean there have been many very good initiatives, what is your take? What could be new diplomatic mechanisms or incentives to break this deadlock? And how can the international community ensure that negotiations are not just another stalling technique by Moscow? Yeah, happy to start.
You know, the Russia will exist there, and then it will be there geostrategically. We should also keep this in mind. And the solution should be a genuine solution altogether. We need to work on. But how and when the war will end depends on the continued cooperation, solidarity between the Black Sea countries. And here, of course, I will underline what I told just now, and we are trying to keep the dialogue. This is why we are not, as Turkey, trying to solve and be part of negotiations, but to find a ground for the actors to find a solution. And this is our effort. This is why, exchange of prisoners deal. This is why even the grain deal was part of it, in order to create some kind of a stability which will be helpful to all the parties. And at this stage, Turkey has an advantage. We are in touch with Ukrainian authorities. We are having contacts with the Russian authorities, but when we are doing this, we are doing it in the scope of NATO, being a NATO member. We are doing it through our arrangements and engagements with the EU, and we are doing it for the sake of, our own people, but the regional security and stability. And this is, I was also dealing with this, as I mentioned to you, Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. There were very fierce discussions during the meetings, but at the end of the day, we managed to prepare some kind of an economic agenda after so many years, because if we can convince all the parties, of course, Turkey is always supportive of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and Turkey made the warning in 2014. At that time, it wasn't that much sounded in the international community, but we were, as Turkey, mentioning and saying that this wouldn't stay with Crimea. And now we are at a stage. Now, how we can turn the table and to have Ukrainian sovereignty, territorial integrity will be guaranteed, but then there will be also a deal all the parties will agree on. And this is, there are some questions. Sometimes some actors are more active than they do not work that hard on finding a solution. This is why, again, I'll underline, regional ownership, working together, will accelerate the solution, accelerate the peace process. And, but I cannot give any timeline at this stage. It could be all of a sudden, depending on what's happening on the other corners of the world. It could take some time, but this is why I underline we should be prepared for the day after. When the things are more clear, we should have a strong SME structure in Ukraine. We should have all these lines of supply and value chains to be flexible, lively, and fast. And when we work on these things, it will also accelerate the peaceful solution.
Okay, so I take solidarity between the Black Sea states, regional ownership, that sort of strengthening in the region helps in advantage and in advancing and strengthening the position. Excellency, what you would like to
I fully
add?
agree with the minister's statements on preparing the economy side of it and the logistical infrastructure part of it. That is why in Romania we have prioritized also European investments in terms of highway connection, in terms of border crossing points with Ukraine as well as with Moldova. My first visit to Ukraine last summer was also the moment where we have launched a new train ticket from Kiev, Chisinau, Bucharest. Of course, that is the result of our colleagues from the railway, train companies and ministries of transportation, but we are continuing to prioritize these types of investments and plans, because it also proves to our citizens as well that there's a direct economic benefit in making sure there's a common priority of the European funding, of this emergence of better logistical connections, because truth being told, we should have done it decades ago, not necessarily because we have the war at the border, but because it is in the strategic interest of Romania and the region to have better road connection, train connections, border passing, energy grid connection, digital cables, and so on. And of course, we're looking forward to the conference for the reconstruction, where the private companies from Romania as well, in partnership with Turkey and international partners, are I think gradually more open to be involved in projects there from a commercial perspective. But but of course this can only be in parallel with what is the essential objective, which is to reach a sustainable peace in Ukraine. And here two things I want to say. One is because we have the B9 summit tomorrow, we need to remind ourselves that Romania and Poland have started the B9 summit after Crimea, because we are the countries that have understood immediately that that will pose a threat to us, will pose a threat to the continent, and we need to coordinate. A decade later, the countries that have the most illegal air trespassing, let's put it like that, in our airspace are Romania and Poland. So it is quite clear that if the international community would have had a firmer response back then in terms of sanctions, I mean, not necessarily militarily, then maybe we wouldn't be today in the situation we're in. And of course you cannot change the reaction a decade ago. But I think one of the components was, of course, the general requirement at that point for the volume and the price of the energy coming from Russia, and I think that had an influence on how tough our response in terms of sanctions has been. So that is why now, at this moment in time, I don't think Russia is truly negotiating. I haven't seen necessarily significant signs, decisions. They come to the negotiation table and they, in parallel, send drones over children's hospitals or buses where workers commute. So that is not in itself called authentic presence of the peace negotiations. I think the peace negotiations are going to advance when Russia is going to see forward a scenario where they have no chance of winning. Because I think we need to understand it is not just about Ukraine or the territories in Ukraine. It is a strategic long-term approach from Russia to try to destabilize or create vulnerabilities on the European Union as a whole, on NATO as a whole. So for them, even the continuous pressure generated through the illegal war of aggression on Ukraine, on NATO, on European Union structure is in itself part of what they're looking for. So, but I want to say this at the end. 4 years into the conflict, they've wanted to make NATO weaker. We are hosting the President of Finland tomorrow at B9 because now they're a NATO member. They wanted to make the European Union weaker. We are now having coordinated responses in terms of sanctions, loans, and our diplomatic efforts. So although I think the peace negotiations are going slower than we would have wanted to, I don't think we're going to see a final sustainable peace decision immediately. But I do trust in our collective effort at the diplomatic level and in the resilience of the Ukrainian people and leadership that we will have a peace deal and not the victory of Russia.
Thank you very much. What a statement to end this panel on. I take away talking about new diplomatic initiatives or wondering who could be the person as a mediator is secondary, and as Geza van Gaia put it earlier, we need this swan strategy of unwavering support for Ukraine and putting pressure on Russia. With this, I really want to thank you very much. I wish everyone a fruitful and inspiring continuation of this conference. Please join me in thanking a wonderful distinguished guest. Thank you.
can you please take your seats? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. My name is Alex Sherban. I'm the Director of the Atlantic Council Romania office. I would like to welcome you to our panel this morning from the Strait of Hormuz to the Ankara Summit, the transatlantic link under pressure. And it is really a pleasure, the Atlantic Council in partnership with the New Strategy Center, an example of transatlantic cooperation between think tanks during these difficult times when our governments, our militaries, our state institutions are challenged. The important role of think tanks, non-governmental organizations, civil society is greater than ever. I want to congratulate New Strategy Center and George Scutaru for their 10th anniversary forum. And to start, on behalf of the Atlantic Council and the New Strategy Center, it is a pleasure to host this discussion at a moment when Euro-Atlantic community is facing simultaneous and interconnected security challenges, from instability in the Middle East and threats to global maritime security, to the war in Ukraine and growing tensions in the Black Sea region. From within our Atlantic family, as broader questions regarding the future cohesion of the transatlantic alliance abound. But this region is witnessing dynamic changes. 2 weeks ago, the Three Seas Initiative convened in Dubrovnik. Tomorrow, the Bucharest 9 format is convening in Bucharest, and elections in countries around the region are changing the face of the region. The title of today's panel captures the strategic reality we are living in today. Developments in the Strait of Hormuz directly affect European energy security and economic stability. Even in the Black Sea region, shape NATO's eastern flank and Europe's wider security environment. And the political decisions surrounding the Ankara summit will have important implication for the future direction of the alliance. Just like in this very room, as George mentioned last night during the book launch, Black Swans in the Black Sea, the Bucharest 2008 NATO summit, in this very room, the heads of state dinner, which included also President Putin. Many see that NATO summit as an inconclusive summit that on Georgia, on Ukraine, did not take full and committed decisions. The Ankara summit thus becomes an existential summit for the alliance. And I want to challenge the panelists that we have to get the summit right. Can we get the summit right? A weakened but not broken transatlantic link will face multiple challenges between now and July from multiple directions. Past summits suggest keep it simple, a few points for the final communique, and no complications. But today, we ask ourselves with our experts, should allies be prepared to respond or postpone problems that define our transatlantic realities? Conventional military threats, energy insecurity, geopolitical competition, disruption of trade routes. Should we leave that for another day? The growing instability along Europe's wider neighborhood, from the Arctic to the Black Sea to the Persian Gulf, is on our table today. Without further ado, we have no more than 30 minutes to answer and address these conundrums. I would like to invite to the stage our speakers today. If you may please join me up on stage. Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, Ambassador Tatjan Ildem, General Eric Peltier, and Mr. Glenn Howard. As I will be introducing the speakers, I will invite them to make remarks from their chairs or from the podium. Without further ado, our first speaker, Lieutenant General retired Ben Hodges, is the former commanding general of the United States Army Europe. He also served as a commander of NATO Allied Land Command in Izmir, Turkey, and is a member of the International Advisory Board of the New Strategy Center and one of the very best friends of the Black Sea, not only in the region but around the world. Ben, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you. So our title, talks about pressure on the relationship. Now, of course, there's enormous pressure. There always will be stresses inside any sort of a coalition or alliance. I mean, that's the nature of these things, because every member brings its own strategic interests to this coalition or alliance. But I've never seen it this bad. I mean, the alliance has been through some hard times when the French and the British were unhappy with the United States after the Suez Crisis. The French left the military structure of NATO back in the 60s. Germany was unhappy with the United States when we invaded Iraq. Turkey and Greece are always one incident away from shooting at each other. I mean, so there's a lot of things that happen. But I've never seen it like this, because this is the first time I've seen it where an American president cast so much doubt on America's commitment to the alliance. In the past, we were always able to get through the different trouble spots because of the confidence that the United States, no matter which party was in power, would still be there for its Article 5 obligation. This is the first time in my adult life, so 45 years, almost 50 years, that I've seen it where there was so much doubt about the United States. And I hope that we will get through that. We should. And I would ask our allies to think long term, to have a long-term view of the relationship with the United States and of this alliance. There's a reason that nations are still in a queue to join NATO despite the challenges, is because it is the absolute, by far, best possible collective defense alliance in the history of the world. And so don't throw the baby out with the bathwater here just because you're unhappy with the Americans at this point. And I still believe in us. We will get through our own internal problems, and I think our enemies wish that they had our problems.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. I will now pass the floor to Ambassador Tatjan Ildem, Chairman of the Center for Economics and Foreign Policy Studies, EDEM, and former permanent representative of Turkey to NATO, former NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy and a member of the International Advisory Board of the New Strategy Center. Ambassador Ildem, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, it is a great pleasure and a privilege to be here once again in Bucharest at this important gathering. I agree with General Hodge that NATO is going through a difficult moment. We have always had difficult moments in the past, but this time is perhaps a bit different than the previous ones. In my personal association with NATO, and I served at NATO headquarters 3 different times since 1981. And I was present here in 2008 during the Bucharest summit meeting, which was not an easy summit as well, with the important decision the heads of state and government were expected to take regarding the membership perspectives of Ukraine and Georgia. Now, of course, what we see is a different one, and I have to enumerate some important points. First, we were talking about fair burden sharing, and I think after last year's The Hague summit meeting, the understanding has changed to talk about burden shifting. And I think it was an important decision taken in The Hague for European allies and Canada to increase their defense spending to 5%, and I'm sure that at Ankara summit meeting there will be a good follow-up of it. With his unique style, President Trump incentivized allies to do more because it has been a long-standing U.S. position for European allies to do more for the defense and security of their continent. And I think now everybody realizes it is a must. So in Ankara, one component would be this burden shifting and the responsibility of European allies. And I like the term European strategic responsibility rather than autonomy, because autonomy necessitates some sort of delinking Europe from the United States, which I hate to see. My second point is, during my time at NATO in different capacities, both national and international, one thing has been engraved in my heart and mind. It is consultations and consensus. President Trump was not happy with the attitude of allies not giving support to what he embarked upon in the Middle East. But one thing he perhaps does not remember is the fact that in the heart of the work of NATO lies consultations, timely and genuine consultations, detailed coordination, and second, consensus for any decision. First and foremost, NATO is a defense alliance. We may contemplate ways and means to initiate an operation which we call out-of-area operation, but it requires the consensus decision of allies. Therefore, there is a unique situation where one ally decided to launch a war with the encouragement of Israel, which is not a NATO ally, and then asks NATO allies to support the United States. So we should be clear in our mind on that. My third point is, when we go to Ankara for the summit, the most important thing would be to come out with a message of unity and cohesion and solidarity among allies. This is very crucial, because if an important and most powerful allied nation talks about NATO to be a paper tiger, and NATO's declaratory policy is so important in the eyes and minds of our adversaries, then it will be a wrong message to give. That's why unity, cohesion should be reaffirmed, and also our commitments to collective defense, and Article 5 is in the heart of it. And my third point is, since we are talking about NATO being with 360-degree approach, I'm sure that we cannot keep a blind eye to what's happening in the Middle East. We need to be prepared to all threats and challenges emanating from any direction, whether be it from the east or from the south. And definitely the southern dimension also fight against terrorism, which is terrorism is the second source of threat in NATO strategic concept, should also be discussed. And I agree with you that it will be a very brief document of 4 to 5 paragraphs. The last paragraph to be allocated for the time and venue of the next summit meeting. But in any case, allies should not be shying away from their commitment to all the elements that I tried to enumerate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Ilden. I would like to give the floor now to Lieutenant General Eric Pelletier, who will speak from the podium. He is Deputy Director General of the Directorate General for International Relations and Strategy at the French Ministry of Armed Forces. He has held senior operational and strategic positions, including commander of the European Union training mission in the Central African Republic, and he has been awarded the Office of the Legion of Honor and the Commander of the National Order of Merit. Monsieur le Général.
So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a great honor to be back in Bucharest for this outstanding forum. So the very title of our panel today is a pressing matter. It forces us to confront a reality that would have seemed unimaginable just a few decades ago. In order to contribute to the initiation of our exchange, I would offer 3 main insights. First one, the war in Iran is putting transatlantic relations under increasing pressure. Second, Europeans must urgently adapt their security and military policy because the US no longer considers Europe a strategic priority. And third, the Ankara summit must mark a new strategic impetus for Europeans and NATO. Let me develop a bit those 3 items. The war in Iran is both a symptom and an accelerator of the transformation of the global security environment. It is putting transatlantic relations under increasing pressure and is affecting the long-term stability of our southern flank. The transatlantic security architecture that has served Europe so well for 75 years now stands at a crossroads of profound transformation and credibility test. The war in Iran has marked a further deterioration in transatlantic relations. The US President's desire to reassess the United States' relationship with NATO forms part of a broader wave of criticism towards the alliance, its internal dynamics, and the contributions made by its member states. More broadly, the war in Iran is part of a rapid erosion of the very foundations of our collective security. The rules-based international order and the use of military force as a means of resolving international disputes. In parallel, Russia is intensifying its war of aggression against Ukraine, while at the same time, the war in Iran affects Ukraine and the military support it receives. Attention shifts, strained diplomacy, air defense shortages, and energy prices, boosting Russia's ability to finance its war efforts. Second point, at the same time, Europeans must urgently adapt their security and military policy to a new reality. The US no longer considers Europe a strategic priority. We, Europeans, must take into account that the United States will no longer be as present in Europe as they used to be in the past, and that there will be no return to normal in transatlantic relations. President Trump's style may be unique, but these policies are not new. the concept of burden sharing and the US call for Europeans to take greater responsibility for their own security were already on the agenda under the Obama administration. The current situation raises three major risks for Europeans. First one, the risk of a strategic distraction. Europeans must not lose sight of the fact that the main threat to European security remains Russia. Second, the risk of a decoupling between American and European interests, with the underlying trend of a loss of credibility of Article 5. And third, the risk of bilateralization of relations between European countries and the United States, leading to fragmented action and a weakened European cohesion. It is vital that Europeans take this new reality seriously and that they unambiguously signal their intentions to Washington. The US withdrawal from the European continent is already a reality. What we need to avoid is burden sharing turning into burden dropping. In other words, an uncoordinated and hasty US withdrawal. So burden shifting will work only if we coordinate and synchronize our efforts on both sides of the Atlantic. We must then avoid both denying the reality of the US burden shifting and adopting a hardline stance. Our collective security is at stake. Third point, the Ankara summit must therefore mark a new strategic impetus for Europeans and NATO, embodied in a collective effort to rebalance the transatlantic relationship and share responsibility for the security of the European continent. The best way to protect ourselves against the threats we face is for each of us to assume our responsibilities and do our part. This is the essence of Article 3 of the treaty. This concept of burden shifting is sometimes considered as detrimental to the Atlantic relationships. Nevertheless, a more European NATO or a European-led NATO is in the best interest of the allies, including the US. A stronger Europe, particularly in the defense industry, is in the interest also of the US, as its own capabilities are also limited. We believe it would be a mistake to simply redistribute American capabilities. Instead, we should strive to develop a capability mix tailored to our ambitions, including the need for a more proactive posture. This means finding a different way to defend Europe efficiently against the Russian threat. Within NATO, European allies therefore need to rethink its overall strategy in terms of posture, proactiveness, operational risk-taking, and agility. Second, to strengthen its conventional power, both quantitatively, through mass, and qualitatively through capabilities and critical enablers. And three, enhance its ability to inhibit Russian hybrid actions under the threshold of armed conflict. At the same time, the EU is progressively evolving into a security actor. As a result, over the past 4 years, the EU has demonstrated unprecedented political resolve and solidarity by mobilizing extensive support to Ukraine. The implementation of financial instruments dedicated to the development of the European defense industrial and technology base, such as SAFE and EDIP, is also a considerable striking force. The new European multinational financial framework should heavily reflect that new trend. Another example, the coalition of the willing, which we co-lead with the United Kingdom. This framework perfectly demonstrates Europeans' commitment to taking greater responsibility for their own security and how strategic autonomy can translate into concrete action. To conclude, I will focus on strategic autonomy. This is not an absolute or an ideal notion. This is not about isolation, but about empowerment and sovereignty. It means ensuring that we can act decisively when our interests and security are at stake, without only relying on others, relying on the United States. Strategic autonomy is an horizon towards which we strive, a reference for action. This requires a revolution in our defense industrial policy and national defense planning processes, which will be central to recalibrate our dependencies and therefore broaden of our room of maneuver. A strong Europe within NATO will be a strong Europe and a strong United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Pelletier. I will now turn the floor to Mr. Glenn Howard, President and Chairman of the Saratoga Foundation and former President of the Jamestown Foundation, an expert on Russia, Eurasia, and Black Sea security. He is co-author and editor of several influential books on Russian military strategy and regional geopolitics. He previously worked with Dr. Zbigniew Brzezinski as Executive Director of the American Committee for Peace in Chechnya. Glenn?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank George Scutaro and New Strategy Center for this opportunity to come here to speak today. My aspects and perspectives on this panel, from the Strait of Hormuz to the Ankara summit, the transatlantic link under pressure, is really kind of shaped by the new geopolitical realities that are emerging from what has happened in Gulf War III, the current Hormuz crisis. It's appropriate that we're talking about the road to the NATO summit because, as Napoleon said, if the world had one capital, it would be Istanbul, and Istanbul would be its capital. And I think that phrase is very much appropriate for the role that Turkey is going to play at this upcoming NATO summit. But I think that the current crisis is very, very important in terms of these geopolitical realities that are emerging. As the American-Dutch geopolitician Nicholas Spykman said, geography doesn't argue, it just is. And I think it's appropriate that this panel is discussing the impact of the Hormuz crisis and the war that's going on. You've heard the previous speakers talk about their various interpretations of what they think is going to happen, and I don't think it's very uncertain for me to kind of go out and predict about how the United States and where it's going to be by the time of the NATO summit. But these geopolitical realities are very important to address because there's a certain element of land power versus sea power that are occurring as the United States puts 3 carrier battle groups imposing a blockade on Iran's blockade of the Persian Gulf, and that these new geopolitical realities are going to possibly leave Iran as the new guardians of the Straits of Hormuz. And I think that's very important because by some estimates, by the tolls and tariffs that Iran will impose if it continues, will be close to $20 billion a month. Some people estimate as much as $200 billion a year in extra revenue for the Iranian government that they will derive from this tremendous mistake in American grand strategy that has been created with this current situation as a part of President Trump's maximum coercion strategy, which he thought would work against and did work against Venezuela and the Maduro regime, but he completely misinterpreted what would happen with Iran and Iran's military strategy called the Mosaic Defense. And these aspects are changing in ways that we're very unclear, but I would go back, and what I've leaned upon there's a chapter in this book by Paul Kennedy. Many of you know him for The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers, but he wrote another wonderful book called The Rise and Fall of British Naval Mastery. And in that book, there's a chapter called Mahan versus Mackinder. And that chapter was about the impact of Mackinder, land power versus sea power. And this is a defining moment, I think, that applies to the United States, because it's suddenly realizing that sea power cannot dominate this current conflict. And from it is arising all these new aspects of land corridors that naval power, were just simply in the case of the Persian Gulf, won't impose. And Iran now sees itself as a new guardian of the Strait, in the same way that Turkey views itself as the guardian of the Straits of Bosphorus. And so this is very important, because these choke points are very important to the global economy. And so I think that this aspect is very critical. And as we see this stalemate in the war, we're seeing news reports that Russia is supplying arms across the Caspian to Iran. Russia has a major Shahed drone factory in Tatarstan called Alabuga that Putin is now expanding to increase drone production. And as the Swiss military theorist Jomini said, described about interior lines of communication, that is the definition of what Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China now have inside the Caspian region in Central Asia as safe, secure lines of communication that sea power cannot interdict. And that was one of the key points about Mahan versus Mackinder that he was trying to make. But even now, there's going to be these new realities that are emerging from this, and that's what I kind of briefly wanted to address, because even many of the mega supporters of President Trump have now a grudging respect for Ukraine for what it's achieved in its war against Russia. And I think that's very important, because one of the new realities that emerged from this war, as you're seeing, is the importance of drone technology, Ukraine becoming a drone net security exporter by its new alliance and allies in the Gulf. And that is one of those realities that are going to shape this. And the other reality, as I mentioned, is already going to be the status with Iran becoming the new guardian of the Straits. The United States thinks that it can break the blockade of a blockade, but I'm very skeptical about that, and I think that's very important. The other thing that is emerging in this new geopolitical realities is the importance of what we call you've heard about 3 C's initiative. Well, there's a 4 C's initiative, and now there's the 5 C's initiative. And all of these initiatives, the Black Sea plays a very central role in that, as does Turkey. And if you're not familiar with these different initiatives, the 3 C's initiative is basically a Polish-led initiative in Europe. And then you have the 4 C's initiative, which also involves the 4 different C's, also involving Turkey as a central role with the Aegean Black Sea and the Persian Gulf and Mediterranean. And now you have the 5 C's with the addition of the Red Sea and the Straits of Hormuz, and what is becoming now a revival of the Hejaz Railway. In other words, as Iran maintains a blockade of the Gulf, you're now seeing revival of a strategic relationship that is now revolving around a land corridor through the former Hejaz Railway of World War I fame, with Lawrence of Arabia trying to blow up the railway, which many of you are probably familiar with. And so this new reality is putting this race for transportation routes on land that can boycott or bypass the blockade of the straits. And this is all very strategically important. The other last point,
if we can just...
And the last point I make is the emergence of CRINC, the China, Russia, Iran, North Korea strategic alliance. I never thought this would be a reality, but it is becoming a reality as you see weapon supplies and munitions corridors emerging through Eurasia. And it's very critical. I never thought the 10,000 North Koreans would show up to fight and combat in Kursk, and this is a new reality of Eurasia, and I'll stop on that point.
Thank you to the speakers, and time is unfortunately not on our side. We have briefly time for maybe 2 topics or 2 questions. General Hodges, I'll turn to you, but also to all the speakers. How vulnerable is the transatlantic alliance today to simultaneous crisis stretching from the Middle East to the Black Sea region? And a follow-up, is the United States getting the Strait of Hormuz and Iran wrong? Can Europe play a role in getting out of that or finding a solution?
So, of course, what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz right now is a catastrophe for the United States. As Glenn said, it's the worst strategic errors we've made in decades, not only because we did it without consultation with any allies, but also because we never had a clearly defined objective. The justification for going there has changed several times over the past many weeks. And so now the president desperately wants to get out of this thing, and he's looking for a way to declare victory and walk away from it, and the Iranians are not allowing him to be able to do that. And so I think we're stuck with this for a while. Now, I think Europeans, despite the fact that the United States did not consult, just took it for granted we'd be able to get support or fly in and out of Spanish and Italian air bases, which was wrong, it is still in the interest of Europe that the Strait is open and that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And so despite how we got there, we are there. And so I think European countries will need to find a way to help solve this mess.
Ambassador Ildem, not only the Strait of Hormuz, but getting the Ankara summit right. We've heard a number of ideas, consultations, keep it short. The host government, Turkey, is organizing a defense industry forum. Maybe talking defense industry cooperation is the solution. How can we get this right?
Well, first of all, I agree with the General that the United States has been focusing more on other geographies than Europe since President Obama's time. And it requires Europe to elevate its autonomy, you said, but I still insist on the word responsibility, strategic responsibility, because when we talk about autonomy too much, we are implying that there will be a transatlantic decoupling. But I think Ankara summit meeting should also reaffirm the validity, utility, and importance of maintaining transatlantic links as strong as ever. Second thing, I also agree with you that Europe should do more. European security and defense identity should be strengthened within NATO first. This should be a priority. But we also welcome the efforts of the European Union in creating capabilities. You referred to SAFE, European Defense Fund, PESCO, all of that. Very important and useful mechanisms. But for it to be viable and bringing strategic results, the European Union should have an inclusive approach rather than adopting obstructionism to non-EU allies. You talk about defense industry. Turkey's defense industry has been booming. Whether certain capitals in Europe accept it or deny it, there are a number of EU countries already have started bilateral engagement, joint ventures with Turkey. Spain, Italy, Poland, Romania, these are countries already who have understood the important contributions Turkey could make. Therefore, while talking about strategic responsibility or autonomy, whatever you choose it, if Europe is in a denial mode, keeping Turkey in an arm's distance, not involving in such instruments, I think Europe is shooting itself from the foot. Maybe from the head, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. General Peltier, having served in multiple operation theaters, Afghanistan, Lebanon, Central African Republic, how can coalition building play a role in the Gulf in the current moment?
As you know, President Macron has launched an initiative, and now we have merged this initiative with the Brits in order to install a force, a mission to help for reopening the Strait of Hormuz after, of course, conversation, discussion, or an agreement with the Iranians. We think that nothing could happen in the Strait of Hormuz without the agreement of an agreement with the Iranians. We think that militarily speaking, it's not possible to control the Strait of Hormuz. That's why our initiative, the French and the Franco-Brit initiative, must be well coordinated with the United States in order to permit the situation to be more peaceful and try to resume the traffic within the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why we have launched this coalition. It's a new coalition. There are many countries that will participate in this coalition. That's why France has sent and prepositioned his air carrier group in the Red Sea in order to be ready after something, an agreement, to resume and to help the traffic to resume in the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you. And I think the last word will go to Glenn. How can Europe and the host of the summit put on the table of the White House its ideas to have maximum chances of a successful summit?
Well, I know in the last summit, NATO summit, there was certainly expectation that something disastrous would happen, and it didn't. And I think that by the time, the venue in Turkey is very important for the United States, and the Trump administration has had very good relations with President Erdogan, and if I was to venture to say how the summit would go, I would still think by the time of the summit that they will certainly, the president will not show up and insult his host, and I think that many of hopefully they'll be able to gloss over whatever differences are emerged, but it's certainly clear to me that the U.S. under the Trump administration is playing a long game, as well as Iran, and the question is who will blink first at this effort of coercion. So this will impact the summit, and I would just note that the United States has had a very good relationship with the neighbors in the Central Asia and the Caspian. You have the Trump route for international peace and stability that has been, the TRIP corridor has been, prosperity has been initiated. There's venturing close to peace with Armenia and Azerbaijan. So it's not entirely bad, but I think the geopolitical reality of Iran surviving this and being in control of the Straits and the continued use and acceleration of its nuclear program that will come from all this won't be resolved. So that at the end of the day, the Trump administration will have to figure out that it needs allies, and it'll have to correct its measures and moves in this important part of the world.
Thank you. And on this note, I'd like to thank our speakers today for a short discussion that hasn't maybe reached all the conundrums on our agenda. From the organizers, please join us, and we've encroached into the next panel for a few minutes, Unlocking the Black Sea, Offshore Energy Resources and the Future of European Supply, organized in partnership with the Center for Economic and Foreign Policy Studies, EDAM. The next discussion will examine the strategic role of the Black Sea offshore energy resource in strengthening European energy security and resilience. Thank you once again, and please stay with us for the next session. Thank you.
for being here with us, taking your time for the panel Power, Pressure and Succession, Future Scenarios on Leadership in Russia. I expect a very open, a very exciting discussion today with former Prime Minister Mikhail Kasyanov. Dear Prime Minister, thank you so much for taking your time and for accepting the invitation to be here with us at the forum. You've been praised for the systemic reforms that you have undertook as Deputy Finance Minister, and then Prime Minister, for reconnecting Russia with Europe and with the world. After the fall of communism and in early 2000s, well, your reforms have ensured Russia access to international capital markets. It's provided financing of the Soviet debt. You provided a new framework when it comes to a more balanced framework of pension calculations, and of course, needless to say, the most important was the tax reform, which was considered among the best pieces of legislation that was there at that time back in the days. In 2004, your government fell, but it didn't fall because of its lack of results. On the contrary, but it fell because back then, between you and the then President and current President of the Russian Federation, there were different views regarding the course of the state. So what would be the path that Russia would actually take within the next couple of years? Since your government fell, you've been probably one of the starkest voices in actually depicting the shortcomings of that course of the state. Well, fast forwarding, in 2023 you've been added to the list of foreign agents, and late in 2025, if I'm not wrong, together with fellow economists Sergei Guriev and Kirill Martynov, you've been added to the list of extremists and terrorists. Of course, as a historian, I cannot help myself to ask, how is it possible that a very successful prime minister, one of the brightest economists that Russia had in decades, becomes part of that list? But of course, now it's not about historical fascinations, but actually keeping in mind all these elements at hand. I would kindly ask you to dig a bit into the latest pieces of information that we have retrieved from Russia lately on political, economical and social affairs, and try to see what is it that we can expect in the upcoming months and years, and if there is a way to look more brightful when it comes to the Russian-European relations, or possibly finding a common ground in the future. Without further ado, I will dive into the long queue of questions that I have, by asking you, given that we've heard recently that from the very top of the Russian elite, the fact that there is an end approaching when it comes to the war in Ukraine. So again, I cannot help myself and ask, we've heard in the panel just before us, more or less the same question. is there a meaningful way of ending this war? Is there a hope that we will see an end to the bloodshed?
Kasmin, thank you very much indeed for nice words about me, just and your deep understanding what's going on just in Russia and the interest of this, and I'm sure that we can explore quite a bit on that. First, just talking about just the change of the overall path of the state development, etc., just as you mentioned, I would say that it was clear, that started to be clear for me in 2003, and last year our joint work together with President Putin, that he has something different in mind, differently what we agreed with him just when we started our joint work in 2000. Yeah, and there were some problems and disputes between two of us. One of them that's not supporting my reforms on the gas sector, not supporting my reform over the administrative reform, which I wanted to cut government responsibilities and regulations and controls, etc., to free society and to free businesses, and also attitude to Ukraine. And that time already there were some features that Putin didn't like my style of negotiating everything with the Ukrainian government, which I put it in our countries on equal footing and would like equal partners. But Putin didn't like this. He believed that somehow just not quite complete country Ukraine. But it is how just all our disagreements started. But talking today about what you're referring to about the prospects, I think we don't have positive signals in this moment in terms of war, because the overall situation is such that already for 4 years Putin managed to keep the whole environment in Russia, I mean in terms of public control and the population control and the economy, just on a quite, I would say, sustainable from his point of view, just position. And we can say even more that how he come to this. Let's remember just the NATO summit here in Bucharest in May 2004. 2008, when there was a discussion just of providing roadmap for Ukraine and Georgia, yeah, and there was a discussion, and yesterday we've heard that in this particular room, there was a lunch between Putin and Chancellor Merkel, where they decided not to provide, Putin just managed to ensure Merkel not to provide just roadmap to Ukraine and Georgia, and the result we see a few months after, just full invasion of Georgia and occupation of 1/3 of Georgian territory. That was first signal. And what happened afterwards, we can easily recall 3 months after just all these ceasefire plans, so-called Sarkozy plan. At that time, President Sarkozy was chair of the European Council. And this ceasefire plan was not implemented by any point, any single point, even more, just as I said. Putin occupied 1/3 of Georgian territory. But European Union came back to Putin with business as usual. And all those profitable projects, including Nord Stream 2 and others, just started to be implemented. And what happened with the United States? The U.S. government decided to reset, to launch a reset, just another friendship, tried to have a friendship with the regime. But it was already clear that it would not work at all. But Putin taken as a special permission given by the West, that is the behavior the West accept him to undertake. And that's why just his further steps in 4 years afterwards, annexation of Crimea, also was accepted without just expressing deep concern, or with expressing deep concern, but not more than that. That was the Putin's policy is that he does what the West allows him to do. Today, coming back to your question, what we have today, I don't see that Mr. Putin is prepared to give any concessions. Any concessions. despite of the fact that the economy started contracting this year, the first quarter already, even official figure just already demonstrate that there is a squeeze of GDP by 0.8%. By independent economists calculating maybe it already minus 1.5%, but it only one quarter. Although recession, the economists will call the recession start when we have two consecutive quarters here. But right now we cannot see that recession started, but definitely just the stagnation already in place, and when stagflation, because inflation is still very high, and key central bank interest rate is very high. But why I'm saying just I cannot see any positive signals? Putin managed to control the society by the major instrument, fear. He created the feeling of fear in every family. And he believes that patience of Russian people is endless. Not endless, just, and that's one issue. And second, on economy, right now, because of war in Gulf, we know just what the oil price is about. And the United States lifted their sanctions. That's why right now just oil price and foreign exchange inflow into Russia is $95 per barrel, not 40 as it was 2 months ago. Not 45, but almost 100, 95. It means just all the budgetary problems which occurred in the first quarter would be covered by this additional revenue. And I don't think just the war stops and suddenly, and I don't believe that oil price will restore on a stable basis like $60 per barrel. It means Putin will have a lot of abilities to finance the war because of this additional revenue he will be getting during this year.
Thank you so much for this overarching image of what we have today. But let's tap into at least some of these points, and I will take the lion's share here, given the fact that I have temporarily the role of being here with you on the scene. Then I will open up to the public for questions. First, you said that one of the main things that drives Russia now is the fear, so basically the capability of the system to instill more fear. But I would try to ask you now, what is the meaningful? Of course, surveys are a very difficult thing in most of the countries, but of course, when you look into Russia, probably that's even more. What is the level of content or discontent when it comes to the current course of the state among the Russian population? Also, looking a bit wider, looking a bit into militarization, looking a bit into the educational transformation, looking a bit into the integration pathways, and also the economic model that the state has. Is this important for the Russians? Are they happy with what happens? Aren't they happy with what happens?
We shall divide just different parts of population. Just just in Russia, even according to official statistics, just more than 20 million people live under the level of poverty, under the poverty line. But if we will get just another statistics, maybe just a more European methodology, just what is the poverty line is about. Yeah? Maybe it will be not 20, but maybe 30 or maybe 40 million people. But they never was interested in any political development and any models, whatever discussion what we have just mentioned. And they thinking about how to survive, how to feed their families, and how just get their job. Maybe they have two jobs simultaneously to feed their families to survive. That's why they are indifferent for this. Where we can talk about just the people living in the big cities, so middle class or something like this, educated people who have access to internet. That's approximately 20 million people who still now, despite of the problems and squeezing and pressing the ability to to get internet, they have VPNs and they can have ability to get information from outside, including us, including you and others but those people who are interested in, who have an interest to sit down and open internet and find some information. But majority of Russians, they don't do this. They simply come after their job home, switch on TV set and see just propaganda channel. And they will see just Russia as Putin wants it to demonstrate. They see the West as ugly Americans who wants to deprive Russia of its sovereignty and take Russia's oil and gas, etc. All this foolish propaganda just goes every day. And that's why it's very difficult would be, if we say after Putin's period of time, just how to clean people's mind and how to let them understand their destiny in their hands. That will be difficult process for any political group which will come to the power after Putin.
Continuing on this topic, on actually building narratives that work for the people, how do you think the narrative will actually develop when it comes to the war, in the case the war actually ends? But not only, we've heard several rumors that there are already some ideas and some plans in order to create the political landscape and the noise in order to show that this was a victorious war and it has actually reached its targets and so on and so forth. But I was wondering, given the fact that you've been at the very core of the state, how would you assess this task, and how successful can it be to show that this was a victorious war, given the fact, the reality that, well, most of the people here know from the front line? How would these work, and how would the future of Russia look like in such a mindset?
That is another part that as I said, many people, I'm talking mostly just about people just living in big cities. It's like Moscow, St. Petersburg, Yekaterinburg, Samara, other big cities where just people will not participate in the war because Putin didn't want to touch them. They understand that there's a driving force for any changes. That's why all those people who was taken for the front line, that's from small cities. And even statistics show that mostly people who was killed in the front line, that was people living in the villages and small towns, up to 100,000 people population. But when we're talking about cities with million population, none of them just were there on the front. And they continue to live as it's nothing going on, as it just special operation goes somewhere there. But these people, educated people, and they, of course, they cannot just pass by just what everything is going, and they have some kind of cognitive dissonance because just they cannot admit that the government of their country just invade on a sovereign neighbor and killing civilians, thousands of civilians every day. That is something awful, and they're closing their eyes and simply just hate Putin's regime, but they're trying to survive and waiting for future. But the atmosphere of fear, as I mentioned, they didn't allow them to demonstrate. As we led all this demonstration in supporting Ukraine after annexation of Crimea, and when my friend and my political partner Boris Nemtsov was killed afterwards, just on the wall of Kremlin, and that time that was allowed for us to go on the streets. But now it is not possible for individual demonstration because people immediately will be put in jail. And that's the issue. But the fatigue already came, not only for ordinary people, but also for ruling elite. Absolute majority of people around Putin would like to stop the war. Of course, all of them wanted to stop the war on their Putin's conditions, it means capitulation of Ukraine. But in any case, they believe, they already see that problems growing, and there are no rules inside. Business is an awful situation because right now there are no rules for business. There is the redistribution of property and something like this. I would say that the ruling Putin's business group just taking everything for other businesses, and that is the awful situation for them. And of course, they think that could be. My prediction is that the war will stop, not in totality, but the ceasefire will come without special agreement, by simply by stoppage of a real hard fight. As it happens already now, because there is no move on the front line already for several months. And there is a deadline for 20 kilometers because of drones. It could be 50 kilometers because of drones. And Ukraine already have an advantage in the drones development and the long range and the middle range and on the front line. That's already something, just already changed the whole situation. And furthermore, answering your questions, how just Putin can develop and present this as a victory. I think it's very easy for him. They already started, through propaganda, preparing the environment for the end of the war as a victorious end for Putin. Why? They say, finally, we liberated Russian-speaking people from this Nazi pressure, etc., etc. Finally, we got just the land corridor from Crimea to mainland. Finally, we got another 4 million people of our citizens voting for us, for Putin. Yeah. And finally, just we demonstrated for the whole world we're the best army in the world. We fight it with the 50 countries of NATO and won this war. It's something like that. Yeah. That will be eaten by population, foolish by propaganda for many, many years. But it will not be stable peace. That what I am afraid is absolutely the dangerous situation. That's why when we talking about Ukraine and negotiations with the European Union, Britain, Canada, and with the United States, and talking about security guarantees, that's a crucial point. There could not be ceasefire without immediate security guarantees for Ukraine. Otherwise, just revenge Putin will be dreaming about.
Yeah, quite a dark
reality.
Yes, of course. But it's dark nonetheless. Now, you pointed two things that are very, directly connected with the title of our panel, and that is the people from the front line and the nature of the regime. And that's very interesting because we've heard recently the fact that, well, there are various numbers being advanced, but we've heard that a certain amount of people from the front line will actually are supposed to become members of the Duma in the upcoming elections. And basically they will be the backbone of the new elite in Russia. How would that influence the way Russia would look like in the future? One. Second, will that be, as it has been already advanced again in the public environment, will that be part of the president's legacy? And third, would that be the cradle to actually extract the future leading figure of Russia in the upcoming years?
I think that we should take this as rhetorics, first of all. It is not a serious development. And of course, Putin cannot do anything rather than just to describe these people that you have a brightest future, etc. You will get education, you will get social positions, etc., etc. seats in Duma, local government, local parliaments, maybe local governments, but in reality, reality doesn't demonstrate this. We already see, because it's this program or rhetorics going for a couple of years, but there is no results on that. And even right now, we see just the disputes inside Russia between among existing political groups, which is of course all pro-Putin's here, but which they're preparing for so-called elections, which will soon be just this autumn to Duma. And I don't think there will be a considerable part of deputies appointed / elected, appointed to Duma from these veterans of front lines. Because just local elites and in Moscow, they don't want them to play a considerable role. Maybe for demonstration of existence of this process, something like 10-15 people maximum out of 450. That is nothing in terms of real decision-making process in Duma. That's why I don't think that will be a big problem for that. The problem will be just when the war stops and just what to do with these more than 1 million soldiers on the front line. That is not the problem, but I think that Putin already thinking about this. First, I believe that he will continue keeping them in the military barracks, allowing to go to the civilian life, but those people will understand that they're getting now in the military 3 times more than they potentially maximum could get on the civilian industry, on civilian job. That's why just the majority of them would continue staying in the army. Of course, Putin will reduce a little bit just payment to them. It will be overall reduction of military expenditure, but they will be kept there. That's why for future operations, depending on the external environment about Russia, Putin's Russia will continue to be ready for any other operations, for any other invasion if the West allows this to do. And military production will continue to be on the same level. And that's now one of the most driving force of the Russian economy, and the old storages are empty. And they have to produce a lot. Few years it could be gradual decrease of expenditure and volumes of production. But that would be the reality. There would not be complete, I would say, change of overall position of industry and overall position in the society.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have just a quick follow-up question on that, but my main point is also connected to the economy. So basically what you're telling me is that, and as you're anticipating that the military-industrial complex will continue to be operational fully even if the fighting will stop at any time soon. Okay. But now I will make a very dreadful step and actually step into your field, into economy. All these news that we've heard regarding the deficit, regarding the depletion of the National Welfare Fund, and so on and so forth, the big hole of the deficit that was last year, the hole that is in the first quarter of this year, and I mean, is this a lot of Western cognitive dissonance, or is it meaningful disruption of economy? Is it systematic? Is it something that is really connected with the sanctions? I mean, these are questions that I think they're very much twisted in the Western side. So I think it would be very useful for us to understand from, again, one of the brightest economists Russia has, how the situation looks like.
Sanctions, of course, work. And they've been working for already 4 years. And in fact, not all of them effective. Some of them, yes, of course, and some not. What is the most effective sanction? That was the decision of G7 decision December 2022, the price cap for oil. As a result of that decision, first quarter of 2023, the revenue, oil revenue reduced by 50%. Immediately, there was a growing deficit. Then you know just the shadow fleet appeared, and control over sanctions, on sanctions doesn't exist. The Americans arrested 6 vessels out of 600, and that is simply just demonstration of potential ability. But that exists. Second, of course, decision of President Trump. That was the only decision of President Trump in terms of sanctions. That's sanctioning of oil sector of Russia. Right now, altogether, including Biden's sanctions, altogether at like 70% of Russian oil production under sanctions. Now U.S. lifted these sanctions. That's why we have a different period of time for that. But coming back to overall state of economy, that other sanctions also worked, and right now almost all civilian industry just and squeezing on their production. For instance, coal industry, which was quite important in terms of export as well, minus 15%. Wood processing, minus 10%. Metallurgy, minus 6%. And everywhere minus. Only military production grows. That's why they reported by the end of the 2025 that GDP grew by almost 1%, something less than that, but something like this. But independent economists, if we take other methodology to calculate the same data of Rosstat, of statistic agency, if you have a different methodology, you see just already stagnation. There was no 95, as the end of 95, there was no economic growth. That was zero. Right now we have, we have at least 1 or 1.5% minus, that's already just we're going to close to recession. But that's not a collapse. That's not a tragedy. It's not a situation like just tomorrow, just everything will fall down. Absolutely not. What is the deficit? Just all these 4 years, Putin's government were in the key positions, in economic positions, people from my cabinet work for. They know how to do this, although they compromise with their soil and soil and just now supporting Putin. But all these 4 years, Russian deficit never increased 5% of GDP. Now just we in Bucharest, in Romania. In Romania, just it's 9% deficit of GDP right now. Russia's ratio, debt ratio, is absolutely fabulous. It's like 15-20% only, not 100% like big European countries. That's why just general terms of economy is okay. The problem is that because of sanctions, because of stop of trade between Europe and Russia facing problems and switch all their trading ties to China. China now just the major window of opportunities, major window for Putin to the open world. And in terms of trade, in 2021, the Russia's trade with European Union was 40%. Now it is 14%. In 1991, China's trade with China in Russia's term was 14%. Now it's 35%. Almost it's twist. That right now that is the issue. China is a major player on pressing Russia to stop the war. If, together with the European Union and the United States, China would step in and will undertake some slightest efforts to press Putin, that will be a real achievement of Putin's ability to finance the war further on.
Thank you so much on this economic overview. As much as I would like to continue, I have plenty of questions queued up. I would like now to open up the floor for the questions here in the audience. If that would be fine, I would propose to collect them in batches so that you can attack them more in a nutshell, so to say. Please keep the questions as short as possible, and of course limit the comments if possible. Please.
Daniel Gerlach, I'm from Germany. I'm a Middle East specialist, not a Russia specialist, and I wonder, what we read in our newspapers and our analysis is very much focused on the psychology of Mr. Putin. Even from the most renowned Russian experts and journalists, we get a lot about sometimes speculative approaches about Mr. Putin's decision-making. Now, in Middle East analysis, what we do is we try to discern the elements in a regime, the coup-proofing mechanisms, who is involved in what, and do you think there is a deficit in our European analysis about the interior dynamics in Russian power, or is this all just like la polar, irrelevant, because everything that matters is the psychology and the decision-making of Mr. Putin himself? Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Do we have a second question?
If I answer this.
Yes, we have a second question here, I think. If I mislead, I'm sorry there, but then we'll get back to you.
Thank you very much for your vibrant discussion. It's always a pleasure to hear you and to have your inputs. My name is Ilana Rotaru. I'm a senior expert in the Strategy Center and also a professor at the West University of Timișoara. You repeatedly said, even today, I think twice, said that Putin does what West allows him to do. Now you have a different, let's say, background, and also you have new clues about what this West means. And it's my question about did Trump administration allows him to do something, or did Trump administration didn't allow him to do something regarding the previous meetings and discussions between Putin and Trump?
Okay, thank you. I'll get back to the gentleman there in a second, because these are very connected. So if that's not connected with ideology, mindset, and what is the President Putin allowed to do, then maybe we can move to the second batch. Then, yeah, please.
All right, just in terms of what Europe can do among psychology. Psychology is not just understanding psychology. It's an important thing for psychologists and I would say maybe intelligence services, but for politicians, important thing is just to understand what Europe is about and what Russia is about. I mean, in terms of capacity, in terms of ability and capability. What we're talking about Russia. Russia right now represents or produces 2% of world's GDP. 2% of world's GDP. European Union produces 25% of world's GDP. What is the capability and military capability as well? It's much stronger. And what Europe is lacking now, just decisiveness. Just to make a decision and to move. The United States also have produced 25% of GDP. If Europe and the US are together and transatlantic union, the unity restore, it means 50% of world's GDP and 2% with Putin's ability to do. That's very easy to set up the whole problems. But that is the problem of political will, of understanding. There is a big difference in understanding. If in Europe, all European leaders understand that who is the aggressor and who is the victim, and they would like just the victim to be punished, and the aggressor will be punished and put an appropriate footing here. While in the US, President Trump and his administration believe that there are two regional leaders just who hate each other and that they fight because of this. This is a wrong understanding. It is misunderstanding. There are a lot of, in the US, there are a lot of analysts and specialists understanding in a deep, thorough managers all just what's going on in Russia and what Putin is about and his ambitions, etc. But that is the problem at the moment. And talking about what, as I already started turning on that what Mr. Putin saying that the spirit of anchorage, where he was paid a full respect for the whole world on a red carpet and shaking hands, etc., almost kissing, not yet, but almost, yeah. And discussion on fruitful projects in Russia, exploring Russia's Arctic and profitable projects for US companies, and etc., etc., etc. And Putin wants Mr. Trump to understand that in the relations between Russia and the United States, the war in Ukraine, it is a miserable things. And he's asking Mr. Trump, let me finish this stuff and we will explore what we have great plans. What about non-proliferation process of, and all these nuclear strategic things about it? Let's come back to this discussion. We are two leading nations. This is a dream of Mr. Putin to sit down together with the President of the United States, not necessarily Trump, but any, so that it will be, and getting respect and just, I would say, the fear that they're ruling the whole world, and they discuss the fate of all the countries in the world. That is his dream. And that's why what Mr. Trump is not doing, he doesn't understand that Putin is a threat for every nation around, and maybe for the United States too.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Tomasz Szmur. I represent Kosmopolski Foundation and Warsaw Security Forum, another security-related event here in the region. My question is on the Russia-China relations. You, Mr. Prime Minister, mentioned that China is absolutely significant for keeping the relations, keeping Russia's economy going. So, but you know, many Western analysts emphasize the distrust between Russia and China in strategic terms. That it's kind of the marriage of convenience still. So my question is, how do you assess the state of the relations between Russia and China, and how, as the West, we can exploit this division, this distrust between Beijing and Moscow? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other question that we might raise, please?
Hello, Alisher Abdeshep from Kazakhstan Institute for Strategic Studies. I would like to ask you about the current and future relations of Russia with both Soviet countries and especially with Kazakhstan. We see that current relations between two countries are formally and officially very good, but we also have another track, is I would say propaganda track, and what we see in media from the Russian experts who have some issues about the Kazakh territory of northern Kazakhstan. Can you explain what's happening in Russian-Kazakhstan relations and what the future of these relations could look like? Thank you.
Thank you. And we could collect one more if there is an urgent question. If not, then we will close it here and we'll give Prime Minister the possibility to answer. No urgent matter. So
China.
Please.
All right.
China and Kazakhstan, two easy neighbors for Russia. Yeah. Oh, there was a question. I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. I'm very sorry.
China, yeah, on China.
I'm sorry. There is another question there. We need a microphone somewhere in the middle, please.
Apologies, I'm going to ask the question in Romanian. You said earlier that what European Union lacks is a determination to act together. Please tell me what would be that, let's say, that weapon, that sanction, that measure that the European Union could take in order to hurt Putin as much as possible.
Kazakhstan and the hardest measure at the EU level.
Let's start the easiest question, yeah, what Europe can do. It's easy. Europe takes a consistent position. That's very, very good. The issue is whether Europe continue to believe that United States is a reliable partner and waiting when just the relations would be reset in a normal manner, and then by joint efforts would be easy to resolve this problem, as I described, just pressing Putin, etc. Or other aspect, other version, other scenario, that United States continue to behave in the way more isolated manner, and Europe should defend and create just European security architecture just in their own way. That's already, as President Trump already said, just you now just take care of yourselves. And that's what already this decision, I think, already in the mind of all political leaders here in Europe. As a result, not just commitment of political leaders, but also decisions of almost all parliaments in all European countries already adopted to increase military expenditure up to 5% of GDP. That is almost the level of the Cold War with Soviet Union. That's good thing in terms of preparation for the actual security of the nations living in Europe and potential death of Putin's aggression. But maybe it's not enough. Maybe it should be done a little bit more. Your military experts would explain you in details how it should be prepared, how just the new war operates, and what Putin capable to do if he decides to do something else. I think that is already an agenda. I cannot just add to analysis which every prime minister in Europe already has on that case. But it should be a speedy process of doing this, not just to put it on the last point on the agenda. China. Yeah, China, as I said, that the major opportunity for Putin to survive, and almost I would say Chinese yuan became almost I would say reserve currency in Russia, because of sanctions on euro, on dollar, etc., etc. It's very, very much a big dependence. Another big issue to consider, that China is not seeing Russia as some kind of partner to integrate economies or something like that. It's simply like a market. All these rhetorics about investment of Chinese capital into Russian production is absolutely zero. It's only rhetorics. It's only selling their products and buy Russian products on a cheap price. Half price for oil, half price for gas and others. A lot of taking of wood products, etc. And there is a huge infiltration of Chinese people into Russian territory for permanent leave. In fact, if you take a map and will see just the border between Russia and China, but you will notice that provinces along the border with Russia, Chinese provinces, that's approximately 250 million people living there, 250 million people living there, while on the Russia's part, after the Urals, only 16 million people. And that was for China. That's important thing just to, and they already started to publishing even maps, important thing just to have an influence on that, and maybe on the future to use it as their territory. They already publishing by the ministry, one of the, I don't remember the name, Minister of Communication or something like that, they published 2 years ago, a year ago, the map and distributed the map, where just the all half of Siberia and all Far East already part, and Sakhalin Island as well, that's part of China. And that's why Chinese vision that Russia, that is supporting country, but not a great partner. And in terms of cooperation and relations and cards and playing game with the United States, Russia is nothing. If United States provides to China some kind of very profitable things to cooperation and good cooperation, the China will play this card and forget about Russia. That's why I'm saying that to settle the problem with the war and settle the problem with the Putin's regime and threat of this regime, China could play a very considerable role.
In Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, it's very easy. Yes, relations is good, and President Tokayev, of course, he's very experienced and diplomat and politician, and he managed to make a balance, simultaneously increasing relations with the United States and Europe, and keeping just good relations and coming to Moscow to demonstrate relations, because he understands that Putin needs some kind of demonstration, respect. And he's doing this, coming to even for the parade, etc., etc. But, in fact, we see that there is a change even in statistics and change in the trade and change on the capital flow. And it's already completely different. That's already a balancing thing. It means the Kazakhstan is more prepared for future if something will be happen that already not so dependent on Russia. I think it's right policy, national policy of Kazakhstan leadership.
Prime Minister, thank you so much for this. We're absolutely in time. We've run late, but look at this. Thank you for all the ideas that you shared with us, for, well, a bit dark and gloomy at times, points that you made. Thank the audience for being here. And
in any case, let me say just the last few words. In any case, just first time, thank you just for the interest to my country, Russia. And in any case, just we should all understand that if we like Russia will not be a threat, we should dream about democratic Russia. It's not an easy process. It will not go tomorrow, not right after Putin, but 10 years after could come. And Russian people should get again the chance to reconfirm the democratic choice.
And there you go. We have a positive note. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
E. Welton, Senior Advisor, Global Risk and Resilience, Anca Dragu, Governor of the National Bank of Moldova, and Bogdan Cernescu, Managing Director, Head of Corporate Banking, Romanian Commercial Bank, are invited on stage. We have 50 minutes or 45 minutes at our disposal, so we can kickstart our discussion related to investments and the current economic situation. This is why I want to start by asking everyone one first question. How do you find the current economic situation? How do you find this
crisis, Ukraine, Middle East, Trump, and so on? And not forget Europe.
No, I won't forget Europe at all. So as you can hear from my accent, it's a bit blended and blurred itself. So I was born and raised in the United States, but I spent really all of my adult life abroad. I'm half American, half British, and I'm actually half Slovak, if that's possible. So that is my relationship to the CEE region. I've been in capital markets actually for all of my career. I focused on emerging markets and on the CEE as well, including Southeast Asia when the big boom was happening in the 90s. How I see the global geopolitical, geoeconomic crisis right now specifically for investors and the convergence of economic policy and security policy, I see this as a valuation opportunity for investors. And I was looking today when I was making my notes, or what are the risks and what are the opportunities, because this was the title of today's panel discussion. And I think that there's a convergence of both of those two. I think that they are often one of the same thing. And it's really for investors, it's a matter of pricing risk. And I think actually the CE market is really mispriced and underpriced. Risk is not actually the enemy. Failure to price risk is the enemy. And lack of information to be able to do that effectively is where that fails. I would say, given my time in institutional investment, I would say those risk models that were deployed prior, say, to the last 3 or 4 years, those risk models really didn't do the greatest job and are no longer capturing the whole picture for geopolitical and these economic risks. One thing I think that's very missing is hybrid warfare risk, and that is actually not priced into these models. And I mean infrastructure sabotage, sanction contagion, and supply chain risks, cyber economic warfare, and cognitive warfare. This is no longer a tail risk, it's a baseline operating condition. But there's actually a lot of room for growth and hope. The CEE economy itself, I believe, should not be valued on consumer growth. It's really being undervalued for its geostrategic infrastructure positioning. And you asked me about the war in Ukraine, and I think this is very important for the CEE region. When we move into the reconstruction period for Ukraine, the insurers will be able to come in and underwrite business risk. There'll be a lot of private equity and a lot of private capital coming in and blended capital, helping that. I mean, estimates have been 550 billion to $1 trillion, even up to $2 trillion coming into that region. And the CEE and Romania in particular are very, very well positioned to take advantage of this. So the CEE's industrial production, and I was really shocked at this figure, is 15% of GDP versus 8 to 9% in the US and the UK. So once that reconstruction finance begins to come in and mobilize, the geo-industrial positioning of the CEE puts it in a really, really good place to take advantage of that. That's really my points for right now, and maybe I can address other things a little bit later.
Sure. You add the comments. Anca? Mulțumesc.
Well, the current economic situation, it's more complicated than a year ago, of course, and especially it's complicated for central banks. Allow me to speak as a central banker, as governor of a central bank. And what we have seen recently, it's this new wave of price increase, the new shock from energy prices. And we have already seen several central banks that have already increased policy rate. Also, Central Bank of Moldova increased policy rate last week. But for investors, that's very important to have a safe environment. Safe and financial stability and low inflation. So for investors, the current economic environment, I would say it's not the best option for investors. Actually, it's not the preferred one. And higher uncertainties would require higher yields. So this is what we have to expect, that investors in the region would desire, would require higher yields nowadays, especially in the context of increasing inflation in most of the countries, I may say. So. From the point of view of central banker, our strategy and our priority now is to ensure to contain the worst effects of energy shock, the worst effects on crisis, so on prices, to make sure that that inflation is somehow kept under control, and also to ensure financial stability, which means that for the financial sector, the risks are known, are estimated and forecasted, and also kept under control. Financial stability issues would be very negative message for investors, because also it would show that authorities are not able to deal with current shocks. Okay, we have shocks and we have this crisis. We have now this new word, perma crisis. We've been through different crises over the last few years, so we are more or less used with very specific environment, yes. But the idea is that authorities, either central banks or regulators of financial market or governments, are handling the situation, are managing the situation, so that the message to investors is a positive one. Yes, we have all of us, we are facing these difficulties. We are under dire times, but the difference is the reaction of the authorities. And then we will see at the end of the day, and we saw last year, we saw in the previous years, that some countries were more successful in attracting investments. And I'm not talking only about foreign investors, but also domestic local investors. And in this field, I may say that, let me say a few words about Moldova, that last year we saw in Moldova an increase by 20% of investments, which means that...
Foreign investment or in general?
In general. In general. All together. Which means that despite the fact that we are at the border with the war, that we are not EU member, not member of NATO, it means that the policy mix and the measures taken by the government and also the regulators of financial sector were well received by the market, so that consolidated the trust of investors.
Before I pass to Bogdan, Romania needs in recession, okay? And what about the economic situation in Moldova? Anca?
In terms of growth? Economic growth.
yeah.
We had last year a very good year in terms of economic growth, which reached around 2.5%. That's a significant number if we look at the
If you compare
region.
with Romanian, of course.
But also for some other countries, there were some difficult years. Moldova was significantly hit in 2022. It was the combination of energy shock, of course, the proximity of unjustified war, Russian war in Ukraine. And so 2022, it was a minus 4.6% economic growth. Then situation started to calm down. 2024, we had a very mild positive 0.1. So it's just the signal that you can make it. And 2025, we had this 2.5%. Of course, in the context of a good agriculture year, but also diminished perception regarding the risk for Moldova. And for this year, yes, it's around 2%. We had our estimation, central bank, we don't do really forecasting, but we see a little bit above 2%. There were already some downgrades here for economic growth from 2.7 to 2.5, 2.2, but around 2% for this year, which it is encouraging, but also we do benefit of this growth plan. It's signed with the European Union. It's something similar with the National Recovery and Resilience Program for EU member states. And the value of this program is over 10% of last year's GDP, for example, so it's 1.9 billion euros. And this is a combination of investments and reforms that is going to boost potential output and also real output. So we are going to see in 2-3 years' time this growth getting higher, and there also potential GDP going higher.
Thank you. Bogdan, current situation, how you see, you are a banker, how you assess the risk in this environment?
You know that we have our joke that we in the banks are paid to be optimistic.
Are paid to be optimistic?
Otherwise we wouldn't lend money.
Do you have a job?
yeah, we should believe that tomorrow is going to be better than today, otherwise we wouldn't get our money back plus interest. But nevertheless, it's not a perfect situation in economy. Whenever Romania grows below 3 to 4% in terms of GDP growth per year, it's clear that there are some headwinds in the economy. We still see capital inflows and investment going, but we see also a bifurcation. Capital goes to bigger projects, strategic projects, even state-sponsored projects, and we see a sluggish development in the mid-corp and SME area. And interestingly enough, it goes the same also for the EU funds, because normally bigger companies are better equipped to deal with the associated red tape and bureaucracy and implement. So basically, the fact of the matter is that we are growing still below our potential. And I think we need to figure out strategically as a country how to find ways to further develop alongside the strategic verticals like defense, healthcare security, food security, digital infrastructure, and so on and so forth. But as of now, we are running below our potential, and this is already showing in the macro numbers.
Do you see right now in current condition any improvement in Romanian economic condition with all the crisis, especially Hormuz crisis?
Again, as a country...
I think tomorrow the statistic will said that economic growth in the first quarter will be 0 minus, okay, or 1 minus. So, in this situation, do you see any improvement in the second part of the year?
It depends a lot. It depends a lot on how the inflation is going to develop. Because one of the main things that are hampering investment, for example, or even the trade in general, is the high inflation still in Romania. So I would expect a decrease in inflation to be coupled with a renewed interest in investment and not only.
We see that the investors are afraid about the current situation, especially that, let's say, Romanian, Moldova and Balkans are near the war. It's not in very good shape. But what role should the government play in their risking strategy investment in that country, in this country? So the government to take some risk on his balance sheet.
No, but there are ways for this de-risking, yeah. First and foremost, de-risking should not be a permanent topic, yeah. It should be a temporary way of attracting investment until the country clears the level playing field and certainty for investors for this de-risking game not to be needed any longer. And there are ways to do it, and not only in Romania per se, because at the level of the European Union for the last couple of years there have been a lot of mechanisms developed and put in place which are actually even now fueling the investment. What could be the ways? Yeah? On one hand, the state guarantees. Yeah, this is very easy for the governments in order to prop up investments because they do not come with the cash flow instantly. And this should be dedicated, as I have just said, to strategic verticals like defense, digital infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and so on and so forth. Then it's co-financing. Financing by multilateral banks like European Investment Bank, EBRD. Actually, they are here and they are playing quite an interesting role, especially in what concerns the energy infrastructure development. Cash flow guarantees, like the certificates we have in the energy, to create certainty for investor that the cash flow risk is not going to be subject to political intervention or anything else. But first and foremost, we need to create the level playing field, predictability in terms of regulatory stability, fast permitting, everything that an investor needs in order to start and maintain the investment appetite in our country.
Susan? Yeah. Yes. So this is Romanian perspective mainly that you're talking about, but actually globally, this is a very important point too, and regionally here too, is that this blended finance proposition we've been seeing since the war in Ukraine, and they're very effective, and it's not meant to replace private capital at all. It's meant to support private capital so that projects, especially big infrastructure projects, are actually bankable. And I think that's very important. There's also another point around this, is that the big, like, digital infrastructure companies and the water companies, and when I was speaking about hybrid warfare and the cable providers and things, these people are very much at risk from hybrid warfare. And in fact, many people say we are already at war in a hybrid warfare, which I totally agree we are. So who actually pays? It wasn't in the shareholders' agreement that the increase in security and the protection around these assets should be at the cost of the shareholders. And I think this is critically important, where the blended capital actually comes in, and it has to be public capital that comes in next to that, that's able to protect our infrastructure. And I think in actual fact, these companies are our new primes. Really, that's a very important way to look at it, because they're really at the front line of our defense. So they are providing our critical infrastructure. It's digital, water, energy, everything. So I agree with this.
Anca? The same question.
Support from...
Yeah, to support the government, to support some investment.
Yeah, absolutely. Government is the place where we should look at for measures to reduce the costs for investors and to increase the appetite. And yes, there are a number of measures as described here, this blending finance, so where the government could come with guarantees, with different schemes to support investors with the idea of lowering costs and increasing appetite. As for a central bank, we have different instruments, and we are regulators and supervisors for example, in Moldova, for the banking sector, for the non-bank financial institutions, also for insurance sector. And we are trying to lower the costs of these entities, economic operators, by implementing more digital tools when we are talking about supervision, about AML, CFT, yes, this area of fighting frauds and so on. It requires lots of instrument from these digital tools of instruments. And other costs we are trying to lower for our banks, eKYC. So that these compliance costs on Know Your Customer, on AML CFT, these are significant. And the smaller the market, of course, the bigger the cost and the cost per client of the cost. This is why we pay enormous attention at the National Bank of Moldova to lower the burden on the banks operating on our system. And in general, we look at this, as I said in the first intervention, to make sure that financial stability and inflation are at such a level that are conducive to investments. I think also very important for regulators in such period of time is a constant dialogue with entities that we are looking for. And dialogue, it consolidates trust. And this is what, this feedback we receive from the market, and that having developed this dialogue with banks and insurance companies, they were stimulated to increase their investments. And by the way, last year we had another big investor from Austria that bought the third largest insurance operator in the country. And we are very happy to see that despite all difficulties and despite the difficult geopolitical context, investors are looking and are enthusiastic to come and put their money.
The crisis, the political crisis in Romania, in the case of Romania, altered the capital flow? Bogdan?
I think any kind of political turmoil brings along volatility. But it doesn't mean that we are going to see massive capital outflows or hot money going out. And basically, we should be more focused on how to keep inside and attract long-term capital in order to fund and sponsor our key strategic development areas. But again, volatility is here. We've seen it before. Most likely we are going to see it in the future as well. It's part of the economic play.
Please, Susan.
Yeah.
You have the microphone.
Sorry, if I can make a comment on that too. So a good example of that, I think, is the United States. Early on into the president's administration, things were completely crazy, and volatility was insane. Volatility is still heavily rolling, but what seems to be the new normal is to be extremely volatile, and that is very much being priced into the markets. If we look at the UK today, I don't know, I'll go back and check the news, actually, when this is over, our current Labour Party, that government may actually fall. We may be in a transition, and bond prices, of course, completely went crazy around that too. The bad news for that, if it's sustained, it means the borrowing costs are very high. So the downstream effect of that is difficult. But volatility needs to be priced into models, and I think those models, as I was saying earlier, for investors are actually getting much more sophisticated. You're seeing JP Morgan's Geopolitical Risk Institute. I actually am a senior advisor to one of them. Erste Bank does a brilliant job at this in the region, and BlackRock just opened up a geopolitical risk model that's available to all investors. These are improvements, I believe, very much on the things that like EBRD have done in the past that I think are very old-fashioned, and they do a simple rating about who's hot and who's not. These are much more nuanced, so those models are evolving.
After the fall of the communists 30 years ago, we saw a lot of foreign investment come here in this region, Romania, Poland, Ukraine, not Ukraine, Hungary, and so on. And right now we see some deglobalization. Some foreign investors are out from Romania, from Hungary. Do you think this model is over?
Actually, I have
for this region.
For this region, I have an interesting statistics for this region. Foreign investors hold only 6% of CEE market cap compared to 30% actually in the US. So it's actually a very small amount, which means there's room for growth. But I agree with you. I don't actually think that shocks, like, and you're referring to really U.S. foreign policy, destroy capital flows. I just think they redirect those capital flows. So I think the capital flows would be very much intra-European and maybe a little bit of U.S. direct investment into that. So I do not believe it's over. And as I said earlier, that the CEE in particular is very well placed because of its industrial base. It's almost twice as large in terms of the manufacturing capacity than the U.S. is. The matter is at what price things can be manufactured. And I know that Romania is very attracted for this, and there's a lot of industrial capacity here.
In Romania, the industry as a component of GDP, it's 18%.
Yeah, it's huge. That's much bigger than
in Europe, it's 14%.
In the UK, US is only 8 to 9%. So I think that's very interesting. I was speaking to, it was somebody from the NATO Diana Fund, and I asked where most of the money actually goes to for manufacturing projects. And he said, listen, we would love to, I was in Czechia, where I spent a lot of time, and he said, we'd love to give these awards to Czech companies, right? But in actual fact, 60% of the awards actually go to American companies, even though they have a smaller industrial manufacturing base. But overall, it's a very large market, is because it's done more cheaply. So I think this is something that we really have to look at closely within the EU, is the cost of manufacturing. And the further east you go, actually it gets slightly cheaper. So I think that that's a big benefit to the region.
Anca, the globalization. Do you think this model is over? Not globalization. Globalization. Do you think it's over?
I don't think it's over. Allow me not to believe this, and I don't see really enough signs. Yes, there are discussions. We see some relocalization, relocating some investments, but still globalization was based on the appetite for, and the normal actually impulse of the private sector to find better opportunities. And as long as private sector is operating and is driven by this idea of looking for better opportunities, I don't think globalization could be put on end. Actually, as long as private sector is involved, they would naturally look for better options, and this is globalization. Of course, there are several rounds of crisis that maybe decrease the appetite of capital to go so much global and to look more into regional opportunities. And I think that the first such big shock for the capital was the pandemic, when actually everybody was isolated, the economies were unplugged, And that was the first moment when governments and investors started to talk about shorter routes. Yeah? But while we are considering also shorter routes, of course, the idea of having the benefits of a global investment and investors, I think it's still on the table. Maybe in the 90s, we would have not thought of such a new discussion, but it's just normal in the current times. It's a normal discussion. I don't believe that we are talking about a regional globalization or partial, but yes, some investments would prefer to have a shorter, a closer destination. That is not a general trend in my view. It cannot be. I do believe and I do trust the private sector, and I see it every day. I see it in Romania, in Moldova, in Europe in general. That's of course maybe we have to look at this administrative burden to make investments more fluid, more attempted. But globalization, it's not over in my view.
Bogdan?
We discussed about the stock market in Romania, so I wouldn't see it at peril. And on the other hand, if you look at the stock of FDIs in the country, they are mostly coming from friendly EU countries with a long-term commitment to Romania, so I wouldn't see that happening. I think capital is still coming, but we should not forget that there is a competition between investment geographies, if you want. So basically the idea is how to create enough incentives for the capital to come here and stay for long term. But I wouldn't see this deglobalization taking place as fast as you would suggest.
In the case here, Romania, what do you think will be, let's say, the new wave of opportunities?
Actually, we do not start from a very low base. If you think about it, I noted down some figures because you know that you like that. So in terms of gross fixed capital formation, we are 26% of GDP. There could be a discussion about where this money are going and how productive the investment are, but still the country is investing, and that's good news after so many years of underinvestment. Yeah. We see investment growing at an average of 5% per year between 2021 and 2025. Again, this goes hand in hand with the gross fixed capital formation. We have an observation of the recovery and resilience plans, which is not spectacular, but still, it's 1.5% of the GDP. We are somehow at 50% of what we should do. Basically, we are not the best performing in Europe, but we are not also the laggards for sure. But again, if you look at the composition of this investment, you see a lot of catch-up investment. Yeah, but the catch-up phase is over. We see 9% of GDP catch-up infrastructure, 7% transport. Unfortunately, intellectual property investment, only 1% of the GDP compared to Czech Republic, which is more than double compared to Romania. So the square one is not that bad for the country. The question remains, what do we do to get to square two in a way that we should ensure that Romania in 2030 and 2035 is going to look like the country we want to look, and not necessarily the country that is today, because frankly speaking, the era of cheap labor is over, the era of cheap money is again over. The idea is how to build up again the necessary vertical in the very cohesive manner within the EU in order to become a preferred investment destination even if you are still perceived as a sort of frontier country.
Susan, you are, let's say, geopolitical analyst, so you know a lot. Do you think Romania can be a regional leader in terms of economic?
It can be a regional leader?
Yeah, regional leader.
Absolutely.
Why do you think that?
And actually, Romania, well, first of all, its geographic positioning on the Black Sea is very, very important, and that was exemplified in the NATO base, actually, that we're going to go and see on Thursday. But also, Romania shouldn't really be looked at completely in isolation. And it's part of the EU and has neighbors. It has a big trading group. So it is a benefit that it's standing on the shoulders of giants. When we were just talking about a little bit earlier about the globalization, in actual fact, if we go back a bit, and this gets back to the point about investment into Romania, is that in the 90s, these assets were very cheap. They were very cheap because they were very risky. And investors came in because we had many years of socialism. Economies were destroyed. There was no knowledge about how to run businesses. The infrastructure was completely dilapidated. But 35 years later, it is a remarkably different story. So I think that it's all about being able to price in that risk, right? And then looking at how that can grow and deliver value going forward. So for Romania, again, as I say, because of its very strong industrial-based potential and its geographic positioning, I think it's in a very, very good spot. And it's also large. It's a large country. It has a big agricultural sector. There's mining. There's a lot of investment happening here now in energy. I know that America is also coming in on the nuclear energy side of things and is looking to position itself as an energy giant, which is critically important, especially that will be needed for Ukraine. Our last conference that we had in December, that's really what it was about. It was about how important Romania will be as the Ukrainian construction comes forward, and I think it will be absolutely critical.
But about that, what will be the role of Romania in reconstruction, from your point of view?
From my point of view, it would actually be its potential and its industrial base for the reconstruction. Industrial base, yes, but also its geopolitical positioning on the Black Sea, because lots of goods will have to come in via the Black Sea to Romania for the southern ports.
A lot of people said that Romania will be a logistic player in reconstruction, not industrial.
Well,
because we don't have enough money.
Yeah, but I think this is where you're going to be able to attract a lot of foreign investment, because it's within the EU. And that wall of 550 billion to potentially even 2 trillion that's been suggested that will go into the Ukrainian reconstruction doesn't mean it's going into Ukraine. It's going to be going into the ecosystem that will provide the value in the building for Ukraine. And absolutely, I believe that Romania sits in a very prime position to take advantage of that. Now, we talk about policy. I think policy is ultra important. Political risk also is a very big issue, as we just described. So the policy levers that the government can actually exercise to take advantage of this opportunity is going to really determine how much advantage you can make of it.
Anca, so in the case of Romania, do you think Romania can be a regional leader?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I think.
Do you have enough money to go outside with the money, with the bank, with the companies outside Romania?
It's not only about money. It's about vision, about commitment, and about having projects that you are implementing. But I'm absolutely convinced that Romania has the potential to become bigger in the region, to become this regional leader, as you said. And we see recent examples where some amazing performance on the capital market, for example. 20 years ago, capital market we are looking up to other capital markets in the region. But right now, we see Bucharest Stock Exchange as being really a regional player and with high liquidity, with good market capitalization. And by the way, Bucharest Stock Exchange is going to operate also in Moldova. They set up a joint operation there, and we hope in fall this year to be up and running, this new new investment. So we have recent examples where Romania became a regional player and increased its voice and its share in the economy of the region. As concerning this proximity of Ukraine that brought some uncertainties in the first stage when the war started, but now it's absolutely necessary to be really active and to be present in the reconstruction of Ukraine. And it's not only a matter of money. Money will be available. There are public money, private money. The idea is that to be able to channel and to put on the table good projects. We have, in Romania, we have a good energy sector that could really contribute for the energy sector in Ukraine. And yes, the industrial, also the logistics, which is not insignificant. So for the coming 5 years, I see the potential of Romania being extremely high, and I think it's a matter of I don't know, a little bit of inspiration to grab this opportunity.
What about, let's say, the threats for the second part of the year, this year and the next years, the main threats for this region? Yes, Susan, please.
You mean the geopolitical threats?
Yeah, geopolitical and so on.
I would be a very rich lady if I could estimate these. I mean, where can we go after the Middle East and Iran? So I think one of the big potential threats that could be in front of us is that war will drag on for a long time, and supply chains will be even more constrained than they are now. I think that's a very big worry. Personally, I think that issue will be resolved sooner than later. It won't go on for an extended period of time. And the reason why I say that, I have no insider information or no knowledge, but what I see from the behavior of the U.S. administration is what drives decision-making almost exclusively is what is in the benefit of the U.S. balance sheet. And an extended engagement and the closing of the Strait of Hormuz is not in the long-term interests of the U.S. balance sheet. So some sort of resolution, fair or unfair, will be determined.
Do you think the, let's say, west part of the world, I mean Europe, United States, can survive with oil over $100 per barrel?
Well, the U.S. is less at risk from this because they produce quite a lot of their own
oil.
But
the price is the same.
But the price is the same, yes. And that's not great. It's not great for American consumers. American consumers are up in arms about this, which is actually not good for the administration. So when you talk about survival, I think you might need to look at survival in those sort of terms.
So, main threats for the second part of the year in the case of Romania and the next year?
No, I think volatility is here to stay. The main question, the big question is how to embed within this volatility in alternative scenarios and imagine how to apply them whenever bad things like Black Swan are happening. Yeah. Threats, it's lack of discipline in executing a business decision, political decision, state budget decisions. I mean, in difficult times, in uncertain times, you need a lot of discipline to keep the boat straight. So, and we need that, frankly speaking. And from financial perspective, as I said in the beginning, a high inflation rate in Romania is going to put at peril a lot of investment decisions.
Anca, main threats. Principale amenințări.
Okay.
Yeah, main threats.
For the region?
Yeah, for the region, in the case of Moldova, in the case of Romania.
Well, of course, economic challenges are important, and the high price of oil coming from the recent conflict in Iran, it affects the entire region. Yeah, as I said, last week we had the monetary policy decision meeting, and we decided to increase policy rate from 5% to 6.5%. It was a significant increase.
Wow, significant.
Yeah, because we have to be also forward-looking, and because we consider that this crisis, of course, cannot end in a week or two.
And the politicians were not too angry about this decision?
No, I think...
and the public?
No, I think, well, I think we were able to explain that in the current context, we have to make sure that we keep inflation under control, but the current level of policy rate, 6.5%, it's similar to policy rate in different countries, including Romania. Yesterday, we had the figures on inflation, and yes, it's above 6.5%. We were very happy that we managed to go below or around 5% in the last month after a shock that you didn't have in Romania. We had an energy shock at the beginning of 2025. So we fought this shock last year, and when we were again in the safety corridor of inflation targeting, then we had the pressure from Hormuz Strait and Iran conflict. So the main, as I see as economist and central banker, it comes from economy. But of course there are the other threats, talking and looking at political regions in tensions in the region. But once you have also the economic shock in place, then unfortunately you see easier the discontent of people. So this is why we have to close these economic pressures and to keep inflation under control as soon as possible. Otherwise, population will be, and citizens in general, and companies
will be very angry.
Will be angry, and they don't look at which is the reason why. I mean, they are facing a situation that is not comfortable. It's not. They are losing money. They're
losing purchasing power.
Purchasing power is eroded every day. So they are looking to the governments and to the officials, to central banks, to find those responsible for this. So we have to fix this as economists. But of course, probably experts in diplomacy, they have their point of view. This is important to have these discussions where people from various angles and sectors of activity are putting their minds and best thoughts together. So let's keep an eye on the economy to make sure that we manage our economies as good as possible under current circumstances.
If you have any question, here, 1, 2, 3. Any kind of question? Who will win Champions League this year? So, if you want to ask each other some question, what would be your curiosity to Anca? Bogdan? Yeah. To put a question. Yeah, Susan.
I'd be interested to know on your loan book, what sort of credit are you providing to what kind of, an overall, like industrial companies, telecommunications companies, where is that flow going to in terms of debt?
I think as a bank we are quite well balanced, and we always want to have 4 engines running actually. It's the SME, it's large corporate, public sector, and we are quite a player in commercial real estate finance. But otherwise, in terms of corporates, it's very well dispersed. We have exposure in agribusiness, including food processing. Actually, we are quite keen on food processing. Yeah, construction, because it's fueled by the ongoing infrastructure running around, energy as well. So it's a very balanced mix.
So, Anca.
Yeah, I have a question for Bogdan. And as I fly to Chisinau tonight, so as a banker, so what would you think a central bank should do these days in order to make the life of banks easier, actually?
I think at least in Romania have quite a solid regulator, and they should continue to do whatever they are doing. Yeah, regulation is key. I mean, in banking you need two things. You need capital and reputation. Yeah? They go hand in hand, and you cannot live without one of them. And I think what our regulator does quite well is to create the right balance and the right level of capital and the reputation in the system. And that's important because banking is based on trust. We are doing business with other people's money. So, yeah, it's key to have this capital and reputation in a well-balanced mix.
So, thank you very much for your presence, for your comments. Let's applaud them, and then we close this session.
Bram Koolbergs on stage. Doamnelor și domnilor, următorul panel organizat în parteneriat cu Center of European Policy Analysis și moderat de domnul general Daniel Petrescu va începe în câteva minute. Sesiunea va debuta cu o prezentare susținută de partenerul nostru principal, Oracle. Îl invit pe scenă pe domnul Bram Koolbergs.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'll speak in English because my Romanian is a bit rusty. Apologies for that. Anyway, Oracle, big company, big name, a lot to tell. I'll try to summarize in like 5 minutes, if the presentation works. Well, company around data. Everything is data. We breathe data, we live data, we work on data, and we use data for our customers worldwide. It all started like 48 years ago by Larry Ellison, whom you might know, with a project, a single project for the American US intelligence services, which was called Oracle. And that Oracle project was around databases. And that was a small nudge where it all started. Then the company grew significantly by acquisitions. We focused first on data. From databases we went to software. From software we went into expanding in additional different SaaS solutions and other solutions. And actually the biggest transition that Oracle made was around 2017. When the board of Oracle decided we need to move to cloud, and they started to try different cloud environments like Azure, like AWS and others, to test how does it work, what is cloud, how does it combine, how does it work with our Oracle technologies. Well, actually they discovered it didn't work really well. And surprisingly, Oracle, Larry Ellison decided in 2017, let's build our own cloud. And until a couple of years ago, Oracle Cloud was not really famous. Microsoft was known, Google was known, Amazon was known. Oracle was not very known in the cloud area, and that changed extremely rapidly, and I'll explain you why. In the meantime, 100% of the US government agencies and departments are using Oracle technology. 90% is running Oracle HCM, HR solutions. And we use, or we have more than 100 petabyte of data, mission data on Oracle Cloud currently running from US government alone. So recently in the news, Oracle is constantly in the news, mainly with the OpenAI partnership for about 300 billion. These are huge, huge, huge numbers, and the investments are huge as well. Oracle was also the first one who had really a multi-cloud strategy. So you might have heard Oracle solutions, Oracle databases are running on Google Cloud or on AWS or Microsoft and vice versa. So Oracle quickly understood no single vendor lock-in. We go multi-cloud, all our customers want multi-cloud, so let's simply do it. And we have more than almost 200 cloud regions currently operational in the world. What does it mean, 200 cloud regions? It's a figure. Well, 200 cloud regions means more regions than all the other hyperscalers combined. So more than Google, Microsoft, and Amazon together. That's what Oracle is currently running and planning to build in this year. So we're growing extremely fast. We're focusing on AI, we're focusing on cloud and disruptive technologies. We don't just do it in the US. Obviously everything what's the US that is leading, it's visible, it's everywhere in the world announced, but we do significant investments also in Europe, Middle East and Africa. So I just positioned a couple of them from Germany and Netherlands to Malaysia to the UK, from Spain to Saudi Arabia, because there is multi-cloud, data centers everywhere, AI everywhere, the data is where it belongs, and that's why we do these investments in this region specifically for these countries. One of the things that we do is different. In the past, we brought our customers to the cloud. That's what Microsoft and the others are doing. We bring your data to the cloud. We do it now the other way around. We bring the cloud infrastructure to the customers. And that's why we are scaling and growing so fast. And that's how we do it, is not by building these just huge, big hyperscale data centers. No, we tailor our data centers to the size and to the use cases that our customers need them for. If I make the comparison with the military, For the Navy, you can buy a frigate, an aircraft carrier, or a submarine, depending on where you use it for. With data, you can do the same. You build a big cloud, a small cloud, a dedicated cloud, an air-gapped cloud, an isolated cloud. All these different cloud models exist now, from big to small, depending on what are you going to do with it. And that's why we grow so extremely fast now. So this is just an overview of where we have cloud regions and cloud data centers. And that's growing every single day. What is most importantly for us, I work in the security, I'm Vice President of Defense, so I'm very sensitive to everything what is classified data, security, compliancy, and mission critical data. If you see on this picture, you see that we are a bit everywhere, except where are we not, and that is very relevant for us. We have zero presence, zero connection in Russia, point. And second is China. We do not do any business in China. We have no connections, no infrastructures, nothing. We solely focus on Europe, US, and a couple of allied countries. That's what we do, and most importantly, that's what we not do. So, why are we growing so fast? First of all, we started only in 2017 with cloud. That's late. But that late doesn't need to be a disadvantage. We have the second mover advantage, which means that the others made the first investments, they made the first errors, they put the big money on the table to design infrastructures, which were not bad, but it could be better. So Oracle hired all the engineers and architects from Microsoft and AWS, and they designed next generations of cloud, which are way more performant, way cheaper, and can be implemented and growing way faster. So that's the second mover advantage that we currently have. So we are designed to be different. We're designed to provide support and cloud services to classified and security agencies for classified workloads, for military purposes, and for NATO. We are everywhere, everything, which means when you go into smaller infrastructure or an isolated or air-gapped infrastructure, you risk to have lesser or less features or functionalities. Well, that's not what we do. We do not sacrifice anything. You have the full features, the full list of services, which you have in a hyperscale cloud as well for the classified cloud environments that we build. So we are built to be different, and that's working extremely well. Summarizing, I'm here today and I'm here tomorrow, and my focus is defense industry, intelligence services, and everything what is classified. I'm here in Romania because for me Romania is a priority. Romania is on the eastern border of Europe, together with Poland, which is another priority for me, and Finland. I think we need to go fast, and we need to go very fast. And everything what we do is around data. When we think about military operations, when you think about intelligence operations, when you think about headquarters, when you think how we manage our Navy, space, cyber, it's all around data. And to be able to do that, you know, we think about AI and command and control systems, and we think about, you know, all these fancy things, and that's absolutely necessary. And make the comparison. We can build a fancy train, a high-speed train, but first you need to build the tracks, the rail tracks, to allow that train to move forward. And that is the digital infrastructure which we build, which we provide. And currently, I can say it, NATO is moving to our Oracle Cloud infrastructure as from October last year. Migration is moving fast, and we are moving now from the NATO restricted into also the NATO secret workloads. So, Oracle, that's what we do, focused on defense, focused on security, and focused on data. If you have questions, feel free to approach me or my colleagues who are in the front row. We'll be here for the next 2 days and at BSDA in the other event as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Can we hear each other? Okay. Good afternoon. And Thank you for being with us for the best panel of the day. Congratulations for choosing this room. I know the competition is trying to steal you in other rooms from some other conversations, but trust me, this is the best prepared panel with the most distinguished guests. We are going to speak in French, in English, and to be complete, I will add some Romanian in the end. We are going to have the guests here and also guests in the Middle East. So looks very promising, and we don't have only ideas, we have solutions for what we are going to talk today. I hope the panelists agree with me. So the panel, the title of the panel is From the Gulf to Global Security, the Iran War's Shockwaves. So this is a panel not only about Iran, this is a panel about how a regional war can generate global consequences. And we start for a simple and very uncomfortable truth. A conflict involving Iran is never only about Iran, and it's never only about the Gulf region. First, the Gulf remains one of the world's most strategic pressure points. A major disruption in or around the Strait of Hormuz would immediately affect energy markets, insurance costs, shipping routes, inflations, and political stability far beyond the Middle East. Second, the issue goes deeper than oil and gas. The Iran crisis raises fundamental questions about deterrence, escalation control, nuclear ambition, missile and drone warfare, and the resilience of national security architecture. And third, there is also a wider geopolitical dimension. Iran choices are connected to Russia's war in Ukraine, China's energy security, US strategic credibility, and the ability of Western and regional partners to act coherently. To elaborate further on this, I have with me some very distinguished panelists, and allow me to introduce all of them. On VTC, I hope you can see Dr. Mohammed Al-Sulami. He is the president of the International Institute for Iranian Studies, situated in Ras An, Saudi Arabia. He is one of the leading regional experts on Iran, combining academic depth with direct policy relevance. Under his leadership, Ras An has become a major center for strategic analysis on Iran's domestic politics, regional influence, security policy, and Gulf-Iran relations. On my right, Dr. Paul Coyer, founder and president of the Coyer Group, research professor at the Institute of World Politics in Washington, D.C., senior advisor in national security, strategic investment, dual-use technologies, and critical minerals. His work connects national security, strategic investment, dual-use technologies, critical minerals, and industrial resilience. And it's not only that. He has also spoken twice in Romania's parliament. So you will join me, sir, in the end with some Romanian words. Minister Jean-Marie Bockel, former French minister. He is former Secretary of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs, former Secretary of State for Cooperation and Francophonie, former Special Envoy for Africa for the French presidency. Minister Bockel brings to this panel the experience of a senior European statesman who has worked at the intersection of defense, foreign affairs, parliamentary life, international cooperation, and regional diplomacy. Professor Ken Endo, Chair and Professor of International Politics, Faculty of Law, University of Tokyo. Professor Ken Endo is one of Japan's most distinguished scholars of international politics, European integration, global governance, and security. He holds a PhD in politics from St. Anthony's College, University of Oxford. He has also worked with Japanese foreign policy institutions, including study groups connected to Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Dr. Marios Eftimiopoulos, founder, Director General and CEO of Strategy International, Associate Professor of International Security and Strategy at Vytautas Magnus University in Lithuania. Dr. Eftimopoulos is a specialist in international security, strategy, NATO, and NATO-Russia relationship. He holds a PhD in political science from the University of Crete, and he has senior academic and advisory roles in Europe, the Gulf, and the United States. So together our panel brings regional expertise, European statecraft, American strategic and industrial insight, Asian perspectives on global security, and NATO-oriented analysis. Before we enter the moderated discussion, I would like to invite each of you to offer a brief initial perspective, and I would start with the question, in your view, what is the single most important consequence of the Iran war so far? I would kindly ask you to stay within the 3 minutes for the initial part, and after that we'll go into conversation. And because we are lined up and I cannot see, very well all the panelists, the farther the panelists, the louder I will shout the question. So, Professor Al-Suleimani, please.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, and thank you very much for including me in this important conference. And it's really my pleasure. I was really trying to be with you in the room, but for some logistic reasons couldn't make it this time. Hope to make it inshallah very soon. Let's start with the fact that I am located, as you know, in the Gulf, in Saudi Arabia, where this important topic is really focusing on. Maybe we can start with the fact that what happens in the Gulf doesn't stay in the Gulf. Due to its geostrategic location, the impact of this region can be seen not only on energy markets, which is very important, but also in food security, inflation, employment, global trade, and supply chains. The Gulf Cooperation Council and other regional countries from the Core Security are working the Core Security arrangement. United States created the Focus on Trust, in my opinion, and that's why we see the difference of opinion in terms of how to deal with Iran. The impact is very important. The economic really fallout of the 2026 World Trade, the financialization of conflict. So we see the problem in the Strait of Hormuz is not it's not anymore isolated maritime incidents. They are immediate triggers for the global inflation. The blockade or significant disruption of the Strait of Hormuz would shatter the cost structure of the global economy. War risk insurance for vessels transiting the Gulf could skyrocket by 300% up to 500% overnight. So the GCC really, because we see it here in the region differently, we try to de-escalate. So GCC country recognize the emergency and the urgency of adoption. They are investing in alternative infrastructure, such as, for example, the East-West pipeline in Saudi Arabia with the capacity of 3.5 to 5.5 million barrels per day. So here we are talking not about how to deal with the issue. It's a matter of, we are not line with Iran. We know Iran better maybe than anybody because it's our neighbors and because of the sharing the geography, the history, sometimes the culture. Therefore, we think it's very important to contain Iran or to push back against Iran. But because of have the investments in the region. We have a lot to lose. We think war is not the best option for dealing with Iran. I myself have been calling for really serious enforcement of sanctions more better than wars, because when you put Iran the corner with the wars, they are firing missiles and drones, cruise missiles across the region, and that's why we are losing more in this regard. While the United States is too far. As a fact, we received more missiles and drones attacks from Iran compared to those who were fired towards Israel. So I'm talking collectively about the GCC countries. Therefore, I think continuous of the war is not benefiting everybody. We don't want to see a chaos in our borders. We try to push back against Iran to turn it from a revolutionary state to a normal state. That is a very difficult mission. It's impossible sometimes, but we have to keep trying, because the alternative is war, and really in the region, as we stated, our government stated that very clearly from the beginning, even before the start of the war, we are not supporting this war, because we think there are some other alternative and other solutions for dealing with the threats coming from Iran.
Thank you, Professor. So we got a view from the region, from the countries that feel not only the economic consequences, but also some hard power consequences of the war that is going on. So let's shift a little bit the perspective across the Atlantic and see the view from United States. So Dr. Koyar?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, one of the first things I'd like to address, and we have just a short period for opening statements, hopefully we'll get into more information later. I'm a historian of international affairs, so one of the things that strikes me the most out of this conflict is that, and I suspect my panelists will agree, this obviously isn't just about the Gulf. This isn't a regional conflict. This is a conflict that has global implications in a myriad of different ways. But as a historian, it strikes me also that this is best understood not just as a regional conflict, but as a stress test of an international order that has already been in advanced transition since long before the first missile flew in the Gulf in late February. The war didn't cause the shift toward multipolarity, the erosion of the post-1445 global architecture, the rise of middle power agency, or the consolidation of the Sino-Russian axis. Rather, it has exposed and accelerated all of those dynamics simultaneously. The Pakistan-mediated ceasefire, the 17% Qatari LNG capacity that is now sidelined for 3 to 5 years, and the $45 to $151 billion Russian fiscal windfall from the rise in oil prices and the relaxation of American sanctions on its energy sector, as well as the Chinese pivot to overland Russian energy sources. Each of those is a data point that support the same trend line. There's a number of other points I'd like to make that I think we can get in more later. One of my primary concerns is the macro, the geopolitical aspect from a historical perspective, as I said. The Russian-American strategic triangle is something that's been important for several generations, and I think this war and current trends have exacerbated, from what, in America's perspective, is a negative trend in that direction, meaning the Chinese and the Russians are being pushed closer together rather than further apart. President Trump came into office in 2017 and again in 2025. I think his instincts broadly were correct and shared with shared by a lot of geostrategic thinkers that it would be best if we could peel Russia away from China. But my own take is that is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, in the near to medium term. The synchronicity between the two, the harmonization of interests, the economic complementarity, the ideological complementarity is too tight between Russia and China for us to hope for that. So again, I want to talk more about that later, but that's one of the primary dynamics I see as critical coming out of this war, is that relationship and how Russia and China have benefited from it in the short to medium term.
Thank you, Dr. Quer. So from across the Atlantic, I was expecting truly a global perspective on what is going on. Before we move globally towards Asia, let me ask Mr. Bockel regarding the European perspectives and implication on Europe of the crisis that is unfolding in the Gulf right now.
Thank you very much for the translation. Canal Sui. Je suis très honoré.
I am deeply honored to attend this summit where again and again I have the feeling that we need to reflect together. I want to thank the organizers of this forum, and I would like to remind you that this conflict is at the crossroads of two important dates, 7 October 2023 and 28 February 2026. And as we can see, the crisis in this region is increasing. And this is, of course, the consequence of many underlying elements that existed before the war. We had the diplomacy that was problematic there. Our friend from the United States already told us that the Chinese are already trying to get all the benefits possible out of the situation. Then we need to remember that there is an important contrast between the military success, the visible, the obvious success, and the destructions caused in Iran as a result of the American attacks. And on the other hand, there is a political failure. Yes, the Iranian leaders are now weaker but still resilient. If we were to take a look back, the agreement on all that has to do with the nuclear included the Europeans as well. And the history is never over. Europeans should play a more important role, given their knowledge over Iran and the Middle East region. The Europeans should contribute to the multilateral efforts. In the past, we were somehow bothered to see that the multilateral measures were not taken fast enough. But on the other hand, they are important because they are built on stronger foundations and they last longer. In the morning, I was listening General Peltier saying that there is a need of strategic autonomy in NATO. Nowadays, many of us are asking ourselves questions. But the more we, the Europeans, commit, the more efforts we make, and I'm saying this here in Romania, but I'm saying the same thing in France, in Spain, in Belgium. The more we commit ourselves, the higher our efforts and the higher our autonomy and the larger the control that we have. This is what we Europeans should do in order to be able to balance the situation in this crisis. I listened to the position shared by the guests from the Saudi Arabia, and we can see that Saudi Arabia's opinion is different than the one from the Emirates. We were saying that the agreements in that area won't be sound enough, strong enough, but still they were. And with this, I want to show that the cooperation with the Gulf countries and with the OPEC countries needs to be explored in all the environments and with all the citizens. We need to explain them that there are times when we have to put pressure and other times when we need to take a step back. Our citizens are worried. This is precisely why we should perhaps come back to the policy of smaller but constant steps, and to see what possibility we have in order to reach an agreement. Of course, we want to reach an agreement as soon as possible, but we should envisage also the consequences that are both financial and consequences related to the security. In my opinion, the Europeans' commitment is a must in this multilateral environment, and going beyond the European dimension and going beyond all the alliances and beyond the international framework, we have to consider this European dimension as well.
Southeast Asia, it seems to me that this area seems closer to the Gulf right now than Europe seems closer to the Gulf. What do you think, Professor?
Thank you very much, President, the Chairman General, and also I have to thank the New Strategy Center. It's I feel very honored to be here. Now, shock waves of this Iran war, it means a couple of things in my view, and I try not to be over dismissive, but it's very hard. And for the Japanese eyes, this war in Iran spell perhaps decisively the end of hegemony or Pax Americana. And sadly, it's perhaps accompanied by the emergence of the predator superstate, if I borrow the terms of Zakaria. Some previous speaker, made an analogy of Suez crisis, right, for this NATO crisis today. I think it's a wrong historical analogy. This time it is the biggest preponderant power that makes the disruption, not the secondary great power. And, it is not an isolated incident. And this war was preceded by Greenland crisis, Venezuela, and so on, many other economic coercive measures. So, sadly, this perhaps spell really the end of Pax Americana, which affects Japan's security or entire East Asia. Now, I'm not the expert of Middle East, so I delegate to others, but Iran has emerged the power controlling the Strait of Hormuz with, leverage over the entire globe. And U.S., I think, lost in every sense this war. It doesn't achieve any of the presumed objectives, war objectives, like, denuclearization, democratization, regime change, you name it. And instead, got damages in the regional basis, lost confidence of allies in the region and beyond, and then enhanced Iranian power, which is, sort of contrary to the war objective. Now, moving to China and East Asia, a sort of self-destructive U.S. makes China look like a sort of decent and, sound, sensible power. Everybody now pays tribute to. Despite the, unchanging nature, brutal nature of the regime. Now, I'm going to skip about this regime, but anyway, in relation to this Iran war, perhaps more importantly, China has endured very well this Iran Gulf War, energy crisis,
as it depends on that region only something like 20% of its entire energy consumptions, according to their own estimate, and to the harsh Western estimate, something like 30% only. And China has invested a lot to the EV, the nuclear power and so on, and diversify the energy sources so well. In any case, Iran and Venezuela still continue to provide oil, and any hole made by this war is filled by Russia. And perhaps the only snag for China is natural gas from Qatar, perhaps. But again, it's supplemented by Caspian, Lake region, where the prior investment to Belt and Road Initiative has somewhat paid off. So there isn't real problem for China for the moment, even with this huge energy crisis. And disruptions of oil and then gas flows hurt Japan and Korea and many other US allies rather than the opponents. Japan has a huge oil reserve, so it survives for the moment, but it has seen already oil-related supply chain already quite strained. Now, in the security term, perhaps more importantly, the resources are diverted, dispersed, and then diluted, perhaps, because of this war. The power to check any sort of unilateral military actions in East Asia is now diminished. The munitions, missiles, and then all sorts of things are now undersupplied, as the pivot is reversed to Middle East now. That makes a huge, serious hole in East Asia when we need the US commitment. Now, finally, my final point related to Taiwan. Now, Iran war makes US somewhat diplomatically weak. It is reported that the U.S. asks China to do something, like mediating a ceasefire, or asking not to do something like providing, military and satellite technologies and so on, which which put U.S. in the position of demandeur, right? And, just at the time when its president heads for Beijing. And we in East Asia wonder what China demands in return. And they watch out two things in a few days' time. What the U.S. says at the end of the visit. One, whether the U.S. opposes Taiwan independence or not support the Taiwan independence. This makes huge difference. China wants U.S. to say oppose the Taiwan independence, not the traditional way of saying not support. Second, this is worrisome. The arms sales to Taiwan, this it was made unilaterally by the United States so far, but perhaps Mr. Trump's action makes consultation on arms trade to Taiwan sort of precedent. Before deciding anything on this arms sale. This is a dangerous precedent, and we have to watch on these two things. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. You made a very strong statement and very bold statement about U.S. already losing the war in every aspect, and of course you brought your arguments. But I would ask you, isn't it too early? I mean, argument, it seems to me that there is always a price in fighting a war. But isn't it too early to draw the line and be that, very strong about losing the war? Well, I'm not a diplomat, academician, professor who can freely talk. And, if you look at this war situation from any sorts of presumed objectives that the U.S. may want to achieve,
it has already miserably failed, and there's no prospect that it would achieve, like opening of the, Hormuz Strait, without any sort of cost that you're going to pay to the Iranian regime. And you cannot, in any prospect change the regime, right? You may need to invade perhaps Tehran, which is really ridiculous, and Trump doesn't want it in any case. And about the denuclearization, you cannot search into the depths of any sort of remaining, nuclear stuff. And you may have a different.
Okay.
That's my.
No, I'm facilitating the discussion. I'm not raising opinions here. Dr. Eftimiopoulos, how do we see the situation from our region, NATO, EU, and the Black Sea?
That's not one region. That's the Western Hemisphere, just as. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank my friend George Koutaru and New Strategy Center for organizing a very glad event. The last time I came here, I was working at NATO in 2004. I came when the NATO summit was happening. So allow me to just a bit concentrate on the Gulf. I heard my colleague Mohammed, he's in Saudi Arabia. I've been in the Gulf for the last 15 years. I've been working in different positions, including academic and federal. And that includes stating some things that are going to be heard a bit bad towards the things that I've heard so far. Number one, post-colonialism. There are countries in the European continent that have interests. And over the last years, from 2017 to 2021, everybody was renewing the bilateral relations. Plus Russia, plus the US. Number two, we have the tendency to forget history. And we have also the tendency to forget about choke points. The whole business is about choke points. But it goes beyond. The United States has an interest through the nuclear energy attempts that Iran is trying to make in order to negotiate its survivability. Now, second mistake we do. We're talking about a regime. It's not a democracy, it's not a monarchy, it's not an oligarchy, it's a regime. The Gulf states have felt it quite badly over these last months. To start with the UAE, to follow on with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, to actually ignite the force majeure. Basically not being able to deliver oil and gas based on their contracts. Not necessarily affecting the European Union in its completion, but rather affecting the European Union in the whole movement of the global goods, 15% going of goods from the east to the west through the Abu Dhabi port. And number two, affecting the energy southern corridor, middle corridor being Armenia, Azerbaijan, northern bye-bye because of Ukraine, Russia, and opening new discussions about going around Africa, which costs time and money, and also northern seas. The major players in these parts with regards to power parity, besides the Gulf states who happen to have had very bad relations during the Houthi attempt for dominance on Yemen, and again, we tend to forget history in the Islamic alliance, including Saudi Arabia being the lead, UAE following, and other countries attempting to fight off the Houthis. Houthis were trained by no other by Iran. Mind you, Hezbollah and Hamas is also trained by Iran. If you do not believe that, you might as well look at their operational booklet, if I can call it like that, on how they operate on a two-level sided, namely in Lebanon. The UK has great interests in the Gulf. It helped the Gulf becoming what it is today. The US has helped as well. It has great interests. Australia has interests. Japan has interests. Why? Because of trade. Taiwan has interests. China has interests. So everybody wants this area calm and quiet. However, there is a red line that has been crossed. This red line says the following history. After the Abrahamic Accords, the other side went quiet until 7th of October 2023. Then things got out of hand. And things got out of hand based whether we want to talk about international law or the operations or the existing situations that is happening. And Iran is only one of the main results of what is happening. The world is not getting more peaceful, getting more uglier actually. But the reason why we concentrate on Iran that much is because we have an unfinished business with regards to the illegal invasion of Russia into Ukraine. And that complicates things because we have a new Iron Curtain going from the north to the south. And a final comment to start with. I happen to reside in Cyprus, but I've resided all my life in 9 different countries. And Cyprus has also felt it with a Hezbollah drone. One drone. But that changed the flow of the European Union understanding. Actually, the Cyprus Air Force did a great operation where it concentrated and coordinated the efforts of the EU plus Great Britain being there and operating for the defense, if you want, of the European Union borders, if I can call it like this, if not the protection of the state by itself. However, do not be mistaken. The European Union does not take decisions fast. The United States happens to take decisions faster. Why? Because they have a totally different system of taking decisions. It is of no coincidence why the Asian states are following the pathway of support to the United States. Aspides, you remember, in the Black Sea, in the Red Sea? Well, the discussion about Aspides 2 to extend in Hormuz was one of the ideas that the Americans came with the Europeans. The Europeans directly said no, and after 1 month and a half, they said, why don't we think about it? The reason why they're thinking about it is because of budget sharing. That's plain and simple. But again, we have to understand one thing. The power of the European Union lays in its foreign policy away from the Western Hemisphere. If we do not act on behalf of the European Union states, we risk to create a political black hole within the European Union that will create one after the other problems in the political decision-making and the leadership, which is going to be ahead of us. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
I agree with this, that the EU should take a more coordinated stand, but because you brought also Russia several times in the conversation, in your view, do you think Russia can play a role in solving the nuclear issue of Iran, the nuclear, taking over the nuclear material or enriched uranium or so on, and what incentives can US give Russia in order to have that support?
Okay. In the IAEA, you also have the Moscow office. The Moscow office has been helping several allies, I don't want to name one other ally except Iran, who's been helping them in order to create different factors and different level of R&D exchanges in order to create eventually nuclear weapons. Number one. Number two, where do you think they get their information from and their capabilities in building? China or Russia? But from China they buy. From Russia, they are given. Number three, of course Russia needs Iran. There's an alliance between them. And there is an alliance because they're trying to show the world that the West is the bad and the East are the good ones. The East, excluding obviously Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and goes on and on, Australia. Why they want to show this? Because they're trying to divide the world. They're playing a very dirty hybrid game. There's a movement of wealth from the West to the East, and they're utilizing this opportunity. They're playing the misinformation and disinformation on social media, and especially on the youth.
Again, I have to stress this, we are making one single mistake. We're trying to understand how these countries are working, thinking like Westerners. These people are, and especially Iran, have been training their people for the last 40 years to think that we are the bad ones. You know, the death to America thing frightens me. Not because of the United States only, but it's death to the West eventually. So we got to think like this. Obviously, I'm not talking about the civilians, but the leadership eventually will change, one way or another. And if it's not the United States who's going to deal with that by itself, there's going to be eventually other states that are going to be doing it, and there are other states already doing it as we speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. On several points that you said, I'd like to make a couple of points. One is, this has been a conflict that didn't just start in late February. This is a conflict that really was started in February 1979 when the Shah was forced to leave. Iran has been a destabilizing force not just in the Middle East but around the whole world. It has harmed not just American interests and the interests of its neighbors, it has severely and directly harmed European civilians, European militaries, and my sense is that a lot of European leaders and elites, they love to criticize Trump. I understand that, and he's an easy target, but you need to sometimes realize that you should not let your emotions lead and look at your long-term strategic interests. Peek at Donald Trump and his personality and the way he words things is a very poor way to plan policy and strategy. And it's in the European interest, I'll just say, that America succeed in this endeavor, and it is going to be to their detriment if the United States fails in this endeavor. The Europeans, my own wife is from Venezuela. Hezbollah for about 20 years now has had major training grounds in Venezuela. The Chavistas opened the door to them. They have been very active in attacking U.S. interests there, and not just U.S. interests, but using that as a node to traffic drugs from Latin America, one of the primary nodes being Venezuela, but throughout Latin America to Europe. They have, ever since their rise to power in the late 70s, early 80s, they have been killing European citizens. They killed several hundred servicemen in Iraq. They were I've forgotten the percentage, but it's something like 40% or so, I think, of U.S. servicemen that were killed and wounded, maybe a lot more than that, in Iraq, were a result of IEDs and direct IRGC support. That's on the U.S. side. The same thing holds true for European casualties. Again, Europe is going to benefit from Iran's ability to muck things up for all as being severely degraded. Whether or not we see regime change or not, those, I would argue in distinction to my Japanese panelist, no, I don't think we've lost in its unallied darkness. Whenever you get into a fight, obviously you're going to get a black eye. Mike Tyson had the famous saying, he said, your game plan when you enter a fight, you've got to have one, but it goes out the window the first time you get punched in the nose. And that's the same case in any war. And so you're going to take hits. But the fight is, I think, worth having. And I think it's in all of our interests that this turns out well, because for a number of reasons. For one thing, we don't want to have the RGC and others holding all of our shipping hostage in the Strait of Hormuz. And that would have hugely detrimental impacts to us if this ends up going the way that Iran is confirmed in its ability to do that. And there's many more things I could say, but I'll end there for now.
Yeah. Minister Bokel, you wanted to add anything?
Oui, notre échange est vraiment très, très intéressant et moi-même, je ne veux pas focaliser sur le président Trump.
So yes, I guess our discussion is becoming more and more interesting. I wouldn't focus on Trump either. I would like to state a few words about failures that impact us all. I would like us to be grounded in reality, and I disagree with you. Of course, maintaining that regime in Iran is not good news for Europe, of course. However, we should continue our discussions, our negotiations, because that bottleneck and the situation in Palestine, which is another bottleneck, is because Iran wants to represent the Muslim world. The round of discussions with the West. I am here in the Black Sea region representing a European voice, as Catherine Neguf said, my friends, the Black Sea, we, the French, should come to you to support the Black Sea region as well. I'm of another generation, but it seems that our citizens are capable of understanding realities and can fight for democracy together. I was special envoy of the French presidency when the French military withdrew from Africa. At that point in time, I was confronted with Russia's presence in the Sahel.
Et j'espère qu'un jour,
I don't say Russia is not a big power, but I hope the dialogue will sometimes be renewed under normal circumstances. But for the time being, we should ask ourselves, do you think we can trust the Russians? Take a look at what happens in Africa, what happens in Mali. And I could give you some other examples as well to prove why I do not trust Russians at all. Now let's take a look at China. And I noticed the same thing in Africa. The Chinese, probably contrary to the Russians, the Chinese do what our military does. They conduct an analysis of the experience. The Chinese go somewhere and settle there and experience different failures, and they observe why those failures happened, and then they mend the errors in order to be able to stay there. But to us,
regarding some issues, we are on a different page regarding some other issues, and I hope you notice I did not enforce very well the time. So we have 7 more minutes. I would like to go to the Gulf to Dr. Al-Sulami and ask him if he's still with us regarding Iran's objectives in this war, and what is his prediction about what is going to happen with a kind of ceasefire what we have right now. After that, I will go to Professor Endo, and in the end, I would like each of you to make a prophecy and to say maybe in a short phrase, what do we get wrong in our region? What our politicians are getting wrong regarding this situation? Doctor, you alluded to this, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit more. So do we still have Dr. Al-Sulami with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much again. You almost forbid me, actually. I'm so far the distance. Let me just, if you allow me, just few remarks on what has been said. Really, the panelists, our colleagues there. First, we cannot really say U.S. lost the war, because really the definition of losing is different. I think the U.S.'s strategy was very clear, to me at least, that they want to pave the way for regime change, but not participating themselves in regime change in Iran. And for the mistake they made in this regard is they didn't really take on board the Iranian people inside Iran. They didn't help Iranians to at least revolt against the regime. This is one point. Second, on the Gulf security. The Gulf security is a responsibility of every country. No nation, in my opinion, can remain a passive observer. The conflict has enforced the globalization of defense, I would say, in this regard. So all Asian European countries have to participate in securing the global trade. Therefore, you cannot put the responsibility in Gulf states in this regard. This is connected. We are living in a very small village, so everything happens here in the region can affect the other part of the world and vice versa. This is one point. Going to your question, I think Iran's now strategic goal is the survival of the regime. If they survive this war, they will announce the victory against the United States and Israel. Therefore, regardless of the price they pay, if the regime stays in power, this is a very big victory for the Iranian regime. How they would sell it to people inside their proxies, this is a different story. How would the world react to that is a different story. They want to stay in power regardless of the price they are paying. How can we deal with this? It's very clear, in my opinion, to leave it to the Iranians. I think United States has to again go back to the enforcement of sanctions. War wouldn't, unless there will be troops on the ground, or troops on the ground, and that will not happen, in my opinion, at least as across Iran, a big country, maybe in the eastern coast or northern, southern coast of the Arabian Gulf. They may have in this the oil facilities, but we will not see as another example of what happened in Iraq in 2003. Absolutely not. This will be another Vietnam for the United States. Iran wants to play on time, try to push the domestic politics in the United States, the midterm elections, the inflation, the employment. So they are trying playing this time. The United States is clear in this, I know that, but they can't do anything. I want to give you a very one word, as you ask us about the future. No free riders. No free riders in terms of security of energy and global trade. If every country complains about the price of fuels and inflation, unemployment, so on and so forth, lack of energy, lack of gas, they have to participate in securing the international and global trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Do you have any more optimistic points of view? So 2 more minutes, please, one phrase, and then...
I'm going to be very brief, and then combining the last remark. Now, I'm not enjoying Trump bashing, and I don't have any problem in emphasizing the brutality of the Iranian regime. The problem is that this military intervention into Iran opened up the sort of Pandora's box, which gives Iran a sort of leverage over this Strait of Hormuz, which affects everybody, including Japan's interest. And that has to be taken seriously. This wouldn't have happened without this military intervention. Now, the same brutality goes to the regime of China. I wouldn't buy the thesis of a sort of decent China. The suppression of the Uyghur, Hong Kong, and the civil societies are all ongoing. Many of my friends who used to have a dialogue have just detained, forced retired, taking refuge outside. One of my former colleagues in my former workplace was detained for 2.5 months on his invitation to give a speech at the Chinese Institute of Social Sciences. This sort of nature hasn't changed, so we have to bear in mind this aspect.
Thank you. Dr. Eftimiopoulos?
Thank you.
Very brief, sir.
Thank you. I feel like the Oracle of Delphi trying to give the future. Okay, so I said the regime will fall eventually, and it has to fall. We're just counting probably days, maybe months. Number two, in order for the regime to fall, there needs to be an agreement with the Gulf states what sort of situation there will be in the Arab Gulf, considering that a new government will open the market, and the market has to be balanced in the Arab Gulf in both sides. Number three, there will be an agreement on the choke points. And I know that because there are three things that ship owners are asking. One is, when does the war end? Where do I take my boats from to, the route, and where do I invest my money? And I'm supposed to answer this tomorrow morning with the ship owners.
Thank you. Dr. Koye, very briefly,
Yeah,
sir.
very, very briefly. I would have to say, first of all, my colleague from Japan, I actually agreed with several things you said there. One of them is the nature of the Chinese regime. I lived in China and worked there. I got my PhD on Chinese-U.S. relations. I learned Mandarin specifically because I know that China would be a challenge, and they are a challenge. They are a major, major problem for all of us, and we need to get it right. Japan is on the front line of that, and that's one of the reasons why I usually enjoy talking to my Japanese colleagues, because they understand the threat to all of us from China. I completely agree also with Marius on choke points. I think a lot of people forget or miss that in President Trump's actions around the world, I would posit that you consider that there's a strategic rationale behind them. He's not just merely neglecting Pax Americana or being destructive for destructiveness' sake. That's not what he's doing. He sees the emerging world architecture, as I referenced in my opening statement, as shifting dramatically for structural reasons. And the United States, as powerful as it is economically, politically, and militarily, does not, in and of itself, have the power to completely reshape global order. So Trump and the people around him recognize that global order is changing structurally, and they're getting out in front of that change, and they're seeking to place America in a position that is most beneficial to the United States and its allies as that change goes forward. That includes choke points and flow of energy. That's the way to understand the Venezuela move, Greenland, the Straits of Malacca, the treaty we did with the Indonesians a month ago, the Hormuz, and whatever comes down the pike.
Thank you. And the last word in French.
Thank you very much. Je suis d'accord avec le président Trump sur un point.
Thank you very much. I agree with President Trump on one topic. That is the fact that the Europeans and the Americans need to have the same approach, need to commit together from a military and financial point of view in this region. And this will lead to sound multilateral negotiations with long-term results. So basically, we need to achieve peace as soon as possible.
So I will stop here, thanking to the panelists, and thank you all for being with us today. Thank you so much. The next panel will be on Ukraine, reconstruction of Ukraine, and Romania's role in reconstructing that.
Ukraine. My name is Stefan Hoffmann. I'm head of office of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Romania, and we are one of the partners of this really important conference. And I want to give my many thanks to George Scutaru, who is a great master of bringing people together and of combining very good ideas. So thank you, George, and thank you all for being here. Last weekend, I have been at a conference about the opportunities or threats and challenges for the accession of Ukraine to European Union. And the point was, or one of the conclusions I draw from that is, I think we need a shared vision on what we are doing, and we need to communicate in a very clear and frank manner. This as well has to do with the reconstruction of Ukraine, because I think there are many interests, you can see it on here on our panel, which are combined, and it's not really easy to manage them. And perhaps shortly I will present the panel in order of appearance. There is, and I'm very grateful that he's here, there is Mihai Jurka. He is head of the Prime Minister's Chancellery, Special Envoy for the Reconstruction of Ukraine in Romania. He is here. Mihai, thank you for being here. We have with us as well Mr. Ionel Scrișteanu, State Secretary in the Ministry of Transportation of Romania. Mr. Scrișteanu, thank you. Then we have, from Ukraine, Mr. Igor Burakovsky, Head of Board of the Institute of Economic Research and Policy Consulting. We have Mr. Cristian Erbașu, CEO of Construcții Erbașu, Romania, one of the biggest construction companies. Thank you for being here too. And there is Sebastian Metz, CEO of the AHK, the German Chamber of Commerce in Romania. Mr. Metz, happy to have you here. We would start, and I would like to ask Mihai Jurka, the first person, to give a personal perspective. Mihai Jurka is in charge with everything that has to do with the reconstruction of Ukraine from the position of Romania. So please, Mihai, give us perhaps a perspective what the number of balls you have to juggle with in your office. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and yes, there are a number of challenges that we have and that we face, but regardless, we need to deliver on all of them. So the reconstruction of Ukraine is a critical topic for us, and it's something that I hope by the end of the month we'll have a clear plan. We've been having discussions with the industry, we've been having discussions with other public institutions, so we set out an action plan so that we can support the Ukrainian reconstruction, but also be involved in that. So it will be something that we do by the end of May, and it is something that lays down very simple principles. We've said it numerous times, we are facilitators, and we need to create the right context for companies to develop and for people to develop businesses. And the reconstruction of Ukraine is not a different topic. One of our key roles is to create the context, the infrastructure, so that we take advantage of the proximity, the big border that we have with Ukraine, and be a real support mechanism and an entry point for the reconstruction phase. We are doing it as we speak, and we've supported Ukraine and will continue to support Ukraine. And when it comes to what we can do, we need to ensure that Romanian companies, international companies and institutions have the right infrastructure to contribute to the Ukrainian reconstruction. So we need access ways, we need a redefined border control system and infrastructure so that we have safe passage of goods, of materials, and a control on potential illicit traffic over the border. So these are key elemental things that we need to deliver on our side so that we can talk about the reconstruction phase and our involvement into that. We need to also be an active player, and this is something that we will set out with the cooperation of the industry and our partners in the Ukrainian government, to support companies and to be a platform that will tell people how they can operate in that environment. We've done a survey, quick survey with some of the big companies, and there is not too much knowledge on how you operate there. So that's another critical area we need to deliver on, and we will. And the last part is also creating an environment in Romania that would support that. So if we look at the northwest, northeast, southeast areas of the country, there'll be a major hubs for supply mechanism and supply chains. So we need to create the infrastructure there, not only for the support of the reconstruction phase, but also to develop the areas. And these are commitments that we can do, and this is something that will give the private community the right context to develop both the Romanian regions, but also to develop the Ukrainian ones.
Thank you very much, Mihai Jurka. We have been talking already about infrastructure, and there is at least the element of bringing support from outside to Ukraine. So this has to do with transport as well. So I would ask Mr. Ionel Scrieșteanu, State Secretary of the Ministry of Transportation, for his perspective. What is there to do? What do we have to prepare at this moment?
First of all, thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in this panel. Romania can and must become the main logistics hub in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Romania's geographical position is ideal for this purpose. Although over the years Russia has tried to restrict the freedom of countries such as Moldova or Ukraine through very few incentives, and rather to prevent the trade flows in Moldova and Ukraine towards the European Union. But Romania has been the main supporter of the transport flows throughout the war period. Every investment that we make, it's like a heart surgery. The traffic flows have to continue, but the modernization of infrastructure has to take into account this increasing traffic flows. And the creation of new traffic and transport capabilities is made in real time. From the first day of war, Romania has been investing significantly in all the transport areas, the Constanța port, the railway transport to and from Constanța port, the border crossing point, both maritime and road crossing points. And the infrastructure advances at quite a good pace towards Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. The Union and the Moldova motorways are the two motorways that through the road hub in Pașcani create connection opportunities between the railroad system and the road system. And they also make the transportation easier. As of now, we have 2 batches of motorway under public procedure, public tender through SAFE, and it is for the first time that we cross the border into Ukraine for a first investment that can be deemed as part of the investment into the transport sector. This is already part of the reconstruction of Ukraine. For this portion, the procedure was completed, the tender procedure was completed, and the winner of the procedure was communicated. We are in the process of challenging the procedure, and we hope that by the end of May, all the 9 batches will be awarded to the winners of the public tender for these construction works. But in parallel, we are having discussions with the local authorities for the purpose of developing logistical and industrial areas in the proximity of this infrastructure. In this way, this railroad and road transportation infrastructure becomes an area of economic connection between Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania, which makes it easier for the companies to interact with one another, and it makes it easier to develop partnerships that can then support the reconstruction of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. For this point, I see there is also affected the part of critical infrastructure with all the ways to connect and to get Ukraine attached to the rest of Europe. I would like to hear now the perspective of Mr. Burakovsky, head of the Institute of Economic Research and Policy Consulting in Ukraine. What does Ukraine think about reconstruction at this moment, and what is important?
Thanks a lot for the invitation, and thanks a lot for an opportunity to talk about very, I would like to say, long-term and very difficult topic, take into account that right now actually we are all preoccupied by the questions and by the problems of security, so this is number one for us. But in any case, actually, let's talk about, well, short-term, medium and long-term perspective. First of all, I would like to say that here in Ukraine right now, actually, we have a number of plans, strategic documents, etc., identifying the major priorities, the priority sectors for recovery. Right now we are talking about recovery in 2 senses. Immediate recovery in order to support actually the current resilience of Ukrainian economy, and the other one is, so to speak, full-fledged recovery. When we are talking about the sectors, definitely sector number 1 is energy, because without energy actually it's really difficult to talk about normal resilience of the economy, and you probably know actually we lost a lot of generating facilities. This winter turned out to be extremely difficult one. So that's actually we need recovery in this particular field. Right now actually we are doing only current maintenance in order to support actually these energy generating facilities, and of course actually that's the problem and that's the challenge. That's the challenge not only to replace something which was destroyed, but also to think about decentralized schemes of energy supplies, and here actually the experience of other countries will be of extreme importance for us. And of course actually it's not only about generation as such, but it's about actually, well, the shelters for the generators, take into account that actually we don't know how long, well, we have to have in mind actually the necessity to defend ourselves from Russian attacks. Sector number 1 is agriculture. When it comes to agriculture, well, Ukraine is a big agricultural producer. In some cases it creates some problems for our neighbors, let's be frank in a way. But when we are talking about agriculture, that's of course about fertilizers, that's about supplies, and that's about techniques, technologies different, and of course actually it's about, well, demining. Because right now actually a substantial part of Ukrainian agricultural lands needs demining, also to speak purification from all this, well, contamination due to births, due to cells, and all this kind of this stuff. Another thing is definitely well defense and dual aim technologies. Well, right now actually Ukrainian produces some drones and some other weaponry. Actually they actively trying to penetrate to outside market, and who knows, maybe here we could talk not only about industry as such, but we could talk also well about sort of a common military industrial projects in different ways. But this topic requires a special discussion. Of course, it's reconstruction. Of course, it's a construction, and of course, actually, when we are talking about, well, we are quite interested in the projects, necessary actually, to deal with the problem of waste. Construction waste due to bombing, all type of the waste is something which is a real problem for Ukraine. This is a kind of, well, let's call it, well, technical dimension. And of course, this technical dimension has its own sub-dimensions. My second point is that actually in Ukraine we do understand that we cannot get all the necessary financing from official sources, and actually, well, there is a kind of consensus in the countries that we need to continue reforms. And when we're talking about reforms, especially what is important for the businesses, that's according to our business opinion survey, what we are doing in our institute. Well, we need actually to tackle three problems. Problem number one is, of course, taxation, and everything which deals with the tax administration. This is a problem for Ukraine, I'll be frank. Another one is with the activities of Ukrainian customs. Well, this customs should be integrated in, so to speak, all European system of customs, and definitely, well, all these custom formalities need to be done within the European, let's put it in such a way, European framework. And actually, one more point, well, that's also, well, about the ways how, for example, different type of permits, authorizations, etc., are issued, taking into account that actually, well, the system needs to be reformed. And my third point is that actually definitely when coming to Ukraine, well, you should take into account that right now more and more Ukrainian local governments are involved in the process of recovery. And when doing actually business in Ukraine, well, definitely there are two, frankly speaking, problems which are to be taken seriously. Sorry for being unpatriotic in this way. Problem number one, unfortunately, actually, well, there is a number of military risks. So this way, war insurance and war-related risk insurances, it's a topic for discussion and should be taken quite seriously. Another problem is that at the moment, actually, there is a lot of proposals what should be done in the first rate, in the second rate, etc., but, well, we need together actually to find more and to prepare more bankable projects, because we do understand that actually recovery, it's about business, it's about actually private interests, which should be channeled in the right way, and this is something we need to solve together.
Thank you very much. This is a very good point for the discussion we will have afterwards, how to get together, how to achieve this. We're talking about, or we already have heard something about the framework we need. So this is the moment for Mr. Cristian Arbașu from Construcții Arbașu, Romania. What is needed, where are the challenges and the opportunities? It already works.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. And I think our position now regarding Ukraine could create a good opportunity for us as a country, but also for some companies, not only construction company, but also companies from industry, energy companies, or other domains. It's clear that we have to consider, first of all, that also in Ukraine there are very good companies. Maybe they suffered a lot, some in the last years, but we have to consider some of them came in Romania to continue their activities during this war. So there were created some relations between Romanian and Ukrainian companies. It's clear that there will be many things to be done after the war, not only regarding the reconstruction, of course also to develop Ukraine at the level of European level, because and this is a road that was done by Romania in the last year, especially in the last 10 years. We developed a lot, and especially in infrastructure, all kinds of infrastructure, road infrastructure, railway infrastructure, sanitary, education infrastructure. I'm sure that also in these areas in Ukraine will be much more things to be done. First of all, because it's after the war, but also because Ukraine it's a bigger country with large area, and they have to in a short time, few years, to recover a lot. So all energies that are in Europe, and not only, will try to come and on one way to help Ukraine, but on the other way to find opportunities for them. On the other side, we have to consider that Romanian companies, especially companies with Romanian capital, developed in the last years. They learned to act in Romanian conditions. There are not many companies from Romania able to go to act out of Romania over the board, so it's difficult for them to adapt in other conditions. I'm sure that after the war, in Ukraine will be developed a new country. Many things that were before the war will not be valid after that. It's clear that Ukraine will be a new country and will develop a new spirit in the future. Many things that will do, many steps that will do, Ukraine we did in the last 20 years in Romania after Romania became member of NATO and member of EU. So in this case, I'm sure our companies will recognize a lot of steps and a lot of ideas that were in Romania. But I'm sure also in the other side that will be other things, also new things that we didn't find in Romania. So in this case, it's clear that Romanian companies will have two things to be happen. First of all, the help of the state, of the Romanian state, for the Romanian companies has to be done, because together we can act out of Romania and to find solutions for these opportunities. The other one thing is Romanian companies have to find partners in EU or in other countries, in United States, to act together in Ukraine, because it will not be so easy for them to act on that level. First of all, from financial point of view, it's clear that the contracts that will be there and the projects that will be in Ukraine will be huge, even bigger than the projects that have been in Romania. Even many projects from Romania that are in this moment, in this period, are too big for Romanian companies. Many Romanian companies make joint ventures to act together in this project, and even this situation is very difficult. On the other side, Romania will be a gate for other countries, for Turkey, from Greece, from EU countries, and I'm sure that these companies are already here in Romania, and they act in the Romanian projects, thinking to the future projects in Ukraine. In this moment, they prepare for these projects. Maybe some of them will be in cooperation with Romanian companies, because in these years they develop cooperations and they make together projects in Romania, and will extend this cooperation in projects, in Ukrainian projects. I hope that Romanian companies, even if they have a lot to work, they still have a lot to work here in Romania. They will have eyes to go to see to Ukraine, because We know next year, at least next 5 years, even more, there are many projects in Romania, but if we focus only to these projects and in Ukraine we start the projects, we will lose the train, like we said, we will lose the train, and after 5 years, 10 years will be too late to go there. So I'm sure that at least the biggest companies from Romania that act in Romania have in this moment in their mind to develop and an common area with Ukraine, because we don't have to think these projects isolated in Ukraine or in Romania. I'm sure that here will be created lot of common economical organizations. So if the state, the banks, also if there will be some support for these Romanian companies, I'm sure this will be valid and this will succeed to go there to act together with other companies from other countries.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for leading over to cooperation with other countries. And there is the Chamber of Commerce of Germany, Germany being one of the big players from the European countries with, I think, more than 1,000 companies engaged here in Romania. So Sebastian Metz, what's your perspective on reconstructing Ukraine and challenges and chances?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and thanks to George for inviting me, for having here on the panel. Let me outline two ideas. First of all, of course, it's a huge interest of the German economy in this project of rebuilding the Ukraine once the war has been over, although there are ongoing and increasing investments of German companies already right now in the Ukraine. So why is it important? German companies are interested to be active in, of course, in the industrial and the manufacturing area in the Ukraine, in the energy, logistics, construction materials, and also, of course, the food industry, food processing industry. What is the benefit for all of us, for Germany, for Romania, for the European Union, and of course for the Ukraine? There are two important things which needs to be addressed on the European level urgently. It's increasing competitiveness and increasing resilience of the supply chain. And Ukraine can really play a very important factor in this regard. So increasing the competitiveness in terms of competitive labor costs, but also in terms of increasing the pool of qualified workforce, etc. So there is, it would be really beneficial for all of us if the Ukraine will be rebuilt and the European economies, the German one, the Romanian one, will be engaged over there. Also, the topic of resilience, we have talked intensively this morning about it. So from our perspective, we see an increasing local development in the European economy landscape, meaning we see more regional economic poles, and the topic of producing in Europe in order to decrease the risk, in order to increase the resilience, it's coming more and more important. And also, of course, Ukraine can play an important contribution. Let's focus the second part of my introduction on what can we build up here in Romania. It's true, Germany is by far the biggest and most important economic partner for Romania. We are talking about more than 10,000 active German companies with more than 250,000 employees, an invested capital of 18 billion euros and a trade volume between Germany and Romania of 43 billion euros. The German footprint in Romania is visible, is impactful, but it's also based on trust and win-win situation. And of course, when we lead the German-Romanian business community also into this project of building up the Ukraine. Romania, Germany and the Ukraine will benefit from, because we can really integrate all the three countries in resilient and beneficial supply chains and value chains. So this is actually what we are interested in when it comes to the rebuild Ukraine topic. We really want to bring in our bilateral business community into this project and to build up resilient supply chain. One last sentence regarding this topic. Of course, we are not the only one. I see huge interest also from Poland in rebuilding in the project of Rebuild Ukraine. And I must, I'm here since 14 years in Romania, so my heart is definitely beating for Romania. But we have to speed up, not only in terms of speed, but in terms of visibility and activities on this topic here in Romania. So we need to be a little bit more ready, prepared when it comes to this topic. I see this a little bit, in my perspective, a little bit not discussed enough and not prepared enough. And one big advantage that Romania has is that in this vision, in this plan, also the Republic of Moldova can be integrated. It's a country which is very close to Romania, and also their advantages, the bilingual community which is living over there. This can be really an advantage for Romania, and which should be part of the plan, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially for this view to Moldova too, because really it's an important point as seeing the free world as a uniting point. We know all there's this sentence of divide and conquer, and we know as well that there is some kind of competition between everybody to get a chunk of this cake. My next question to all of you is, how do you see the role of European Union at this moment? Because if this is such a huge project, and it will be many billions of euros which have to flow into Ukraine in some way, so we need coordination, cooperation and strategy. Is there already a European strategy, and can you feel it in your lines of work? Perhaps starting with Mihai again, Mihai Jurka. And I will have a next, beg your pardon, for Mr. Burakovsky, because Ukraine already has started to rebuild in some places. So where are your lessons learned? This would be the next point. Mihai, please.
The assessment of the support is about, if I recall correctly, from the World Bank rapid assessment, damage assessment study, 580 billion. And it's definitely something that cannot be supported just with public support. So it's a private endeavor also. But the European Union has, I think, definitely played an important role deciding and awarding the loan for Ukraine, and it will be a pivotal player in the process, also because there is the joint effort for the Ukrainian EU accession. So I am definitely sure that the European Union will be, is a part and has a plan. What we can take from the European perspective and adapt into the, let's say, national strategy or national action plan. I think that the very important part is working both with Ukraine and Moldova. You well mentioned and Sebastian well mentioned Moldova, because we've started doing that with the safe financing for the dual infrastructure. We're supporting both Moldova and Ukraine, and the reconstruction phase also will need Moldova's support. So we have a recent memory of going through a development process in the last 20 years. It's still a fresh memory to us. So finding solutions with Ukraine, I think, is one of the most important things that we should look at. And if we talk about private partnerships, definitely going through this experience on our own, working with Ukrainian companies, working with Ukrainian authorities to figure out which is the most effective way, is also a USP for our national approach.
Thank you very much. So I would pass on the question to Mr. Ervashu, how you see this point of, would you need some more cooperation? And as we hear, it's important to join the forces of the private sector, even of private investment and of public investment. Is there something you would see that European Union could do better or more, or are you happy with everything that's happening?
Anyway, European Union made many good practice in Romania, so if we apply the same things and we try to develop them, if we think about Ukraine, it would be very well. So I think, in fact, Ukraine, we have to think that before the war, Ukrainian people, work a lot in Poland, Germany, so they know very well what rules there are in EU. And if you remember, also Ukrainian economy was not so low. They had some parts of the industry that supported a lot our economy, our industry, and German industry also. I remember that it was a strong crisis regarding the iron, the iron structures, because a lot of things were brought from Ukraine. Now will be maybe many things will be remade, but in at other standards. I'm sure that in this moment when and I'm sure where already started the reconstruction of Ukraine started in other way, with other rules, with other standards, and I'm sure as soon as possible Ukraine will be as much as possible on a higher level, the level of EU, because EU will invest in Ukraine, but will invest like in Romania, like in other countries that came in EU in the last 20 years, but EU asked to develop with some standards, from transparency point of view, from respecting some rules regarding energy, regarding Green Deal, regarding resilience. So these rules will impose different way of acting. You know very well that there were a lot of discussions regarding agriculture products, that there are big differences standards, and it's not the same. Of course, the prices are much lower in Ukraine because the standards are not the same. I'm sure that Ukraine in the future will respect these rules, and in this case will be much easier between EU countries and Ukraine to be developed common projects.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scriostianu. Talking about standards, which is a big topic of European Union, and I will try to make you two answer, Mr. Metz and Mr. Scristianu, because we Germans are the masters of standards, and we are the masters of standards which make us fall on the pavement because they are too high, so it's no way to jump over the threshold. What would be the learning for standards in a good European manner for reconstructing Ukraine and to accelerate things? Because there is a dilemma. If you want to do it right in sustainability, it takes time and it's costly. If you have too much documentation in order to invite corruption, so as well it goes slower. So what are your recommendations, learnings up to the moment?
You were speaking earlier about the fact that about the role of Europe in the reconstruction of Ukraine and what this role should be. It is obvious that Europe's role in the reconstruction of Ukraine is an extremely important one. For the past years in Romania, if you didn't have the European funds, it would have been very difficult for us to develop our transport infrastructure using our own funds, even with public-private partnership funds. Well, the reconstruction of Ukraine is, we may say, a team's sport. Both the states and the companies, the private sector and the public sector, and companies from various countries, including Ukraine, Romania, they all have to make a team effort. It is very important for the reconstruction of Ukraine to be carried out both in an effective manner and fast, in order to generate effects in a short period of time, effects that are visible in the lives of citizens of Ukraine. And it is only by this team effort that we can achieve good results at low costs when it comes to the reconstruction of Ukraine. Europe has already set out the new European lanes, European corridors, together with the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine. This is a connection that will be particularly important. The connection between the city of Suceava in Romania, then all the way up to Siret, Cernăuți, Lvov, and then all the way to Poland, with a railroad and road infrastructure that will bypass the Carpathian Mountains and will set a direct connection between Romania, Moldova, and the Central Europe through Poland. There is another important lane connecting the cities of Iași, Chișinău, and the port of Odessa. These two lanes, or two corridors, will secure a very good interconnection with the European transport infrastructure. We have recently received from the Ukrainian authorities a pre-feasibility study carried out by the government of Japan through the company that previously designed the bridge at Brăila, the Danube Bridge at Brăila, Isaccea. This project would help us establish a connection between the port of Constanța in Romania and the port of Odessa in Ukraine, and to set up a hub in between the two ports. 2 weeks from now, I'm going to make a first visit to the Giurgiulești port in the Republic of Moldova. In order to, the aim is to strengthen this cluster of Danube ports in relation to the port of Constanța, the Black Sea. And this will enable us provide support for the flow of goods and to secure lower costs. The decrease of cost will be by 20% in terms of cost for import and exports at the level of the Republic of Moldova.
Your first question was regarding what are the benefits of the European Union to the whole reconstruction of the Ukraine. Where I mean, first of all, of course, it's financing. Yeah. The Ukraine and will not have the same means of financing the projects. So this is 100% sure. Also, I think that businesses they need some actually will need definitely a kind of guarantee program in order to invest in this country, because we do not know how this conflict will end, but definitely some companies still require some guarantees for the investment in the Ukraine. So that's a crucial role for the European Union. And another area where I see really big need is the rule of law in the Ukraine. Yeah, so we need also a continuous reform agenda of the Ukrainian government in order to be an attractive investment location. This is something that definitely the European Union must assure. These are two crucial things for the business framework. Second question from you was regarding the standards. Yes, Germany is a kind of hidden champion in putting standards. We can discuss for several hours if this makes sense or not. But
we're not hidden champion, we are champion.
Yeah, we are champion. But generally speaking, in every standard there is a lot of knowledge. It's a knowledge pool. I think the Western countries, the European countries, Romania, Germany, they can really bring this knowledge to the Ukraine in order to rebuild the Ukraine as fast as possible, matching with the European standards. So I think it's a positive thing. Of course, it comes with hurdles, it comes with administrative burden, it comes with investment in building up the process for standards. But after all, standards assure definitely a competitiveness of a company, of an economy. So it is important actually to meet the standards.
Thank you very much. So it's a positive view on our standards, and that's where we are not only hidden champions, but champions. So lessons learned in Ukraine at this moment, and even as well on Ukraine's way, hopefully, into European Union and fulfilling standards. How would you see the situation, Mr. Burakowski?
It's a topic for another big discussion.
Yeah.
Well, I would like actually just to exploit my personal knowledge, and at the institute I'm working for, we have a kind of monitoring project. We are looking how at local level this immediate recovery takes place. We are talking mostly about use of public money at the local level, and actually these are not very, so to speak, big projects, small bridges, small schools, etc., etc., etc. So that's why my personal opinion is rather limited. But in any case, I actually would like, to draw attention to a couple of points. First of all, definitely when we're talking about infrastructure, all this kind of stuff, you need to cooperate with the local governments. For the local governments, we see two problems from my point of view. First of all, this is a lack of technological engineering expertise, and of course it could create some, so to speak, misunderstanding between the client and the patron. Let's put it in such a way, and from the other side, they definitely actually need a kind of better understanding how to use this object, how actually to keep it going after the construction. And this post-construction service is very important. This is point number one. Point number two, not many of Ukrainian local governments are ready to use this instrument which is called public-private partnership. And from my point of view, that's something which is very promising in terms of Ukraine and actually taking into account Ukrainian situation. And And actually, two more points. Of course, actually, if you're going about to construct something, definitely in some cases you'll have lack of qualified workforce for obvious reasons, because in a number of cases, well, the people are either mobilized or actually left the country. That's something we should be taking serious. And again, actually, we need to understand that Ukraine is not a kind of, so to speak, well, homogeneous country. We have western part of Ukraine, which is less affected by the attacks. We have the central part of Ukraine, which is more affected in a way. And of course, we have, so to speak, frontline territories or adjacent to these frontline territories. And in every territory, well, they have their specifics and possibilities, objectives, so to speak, limitations in terms of doing business and in terms of recovery.
Thank you very much. I know we have very little time, so I will not open to the public. I beg your pardon, and I will have a last question to each of you. Just trying to change your roles. If you would be a member of the European Commission and you would have two wishes that would be fulfilled for the reconstruction of Ukraine, I would say the first of one that could be fulfilled or should be fulfilled is peace for Ukraine and integrity of the country. So just to avoid repeating, but the second wish, what would it be? And I would start with Sebastian Metz and following the row.
My second wish from the European Union perspective would be as I said maybe from the beginning, to evoke, to request actually from the countries in the eastern part of Europe, which can be part of the rebuild Ukraine topic, to have a clear and consistent vision and a certain degree of preparedness and readiness in terms of businesses, so that we can start actually from the beginning and not wait and see and to think what can we do. So we need to be ready. Let's call it like this. So this is something that also the European Commission actually can request from the member countries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erbashu.
I think we have to be prepared also to receive the best experience of Ukraine and the people from Ukraine regarding the resilience in very critical situations. I think their experience in these situations could be a very good teach for us, for European countries, and also especially for East countries. So this could help also EU to find solutions faster in critical situations, such a way to develop together the resilience in Europe.
Thank you. Mr. Scriostian, please.
Romania can export expertise when it comes to EU funding absorption, especially for transport infrastructure. Let's say we had a comeback, a spectacular one in the past 5-6 years. So when it comes to absorption on transportation infrastructure, the managing authority under the Ministry of Transportation was very open, and it was declared the best managing authority for the 2021-2027 EU funding cycle. So we have expertise that can be exported to Ukraine. When it comes to construction companies, Romania focused a lot on road infrastructure, and we have 700 kilometers of highways under construction with Romanian companies involved, so we have expertise when it comes to implementing projects with companies that can form consortiums in reconstructing Ukraine.
If I were member of the Commission, if I were the Commission, I'd like us to be more agile, more efficient, and more effective in understanding our role and understanding that the European future is also linked to the future of Ukraine, and we need to absorb it. And I think that having a more agile, having a more decisive approach as a union is the critical element that would just give room for all the developments that come after. I think that's the critical asset that we need, and then we'll have ideas, we'll have skill, we'll have people, but we need to be more active, agile, and effective.
Thank you very much. Mr. Burakovsky, please.
It's quite a difficult diplomatic task, you know, to make some comments. I will frank. I have 3 points. Point number 1, maybe they're going in different order. Well, I think that actually, from our experience of work, we do support European Commission in their current trend to combat over-regulations in the European Union. This is the right way, and it seems to me that something which is good for Ukraine and for the European Union. Simplification of rules, etc., that's something which will boost competitiveness of the European countries and Ukraine. Point number 2, actually efficiency of coordination, different bodies, etc., rendering assistance to Ukraine. And it seems to me that finally there should be a kind of a clear-cut idea that investments in Ukraine means investments in the future of the European Union. It seems to me this formula is something which should be there. And point number 3, definitely European Union, European Commission, etc., in particular, needs a special strategy how to deal with Ukrainian reconstruction problem in the medium and in the long term perspective. Indicators, principles, etc., but it should not be 350 pages document saying that we all have bright future. Definitely we'll have the bright future, but we should move consistently towards it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would say there is a key takeaway. What we need really is some kind of team spirit, and we have to work on our mindset. I would add as well, you said, Mr. Burakovsky, it's an investment in the future. And yes, and European Union, I agree with you, European Union maybe needs as well a good narrative why European Union is so important. So it would be as well an element to get a narrative for not only for Ukraine, but for all Europe. If we unite forces and if we do good things, it will be an improvement of our welfare, of our economies, but as well for our security. So I think there is something we can work on as Europeans as well. And I will conclude with many thanks to Georgios Koutaru, to the New Strategy Center, to all the partners, to all of you, and especially to this wonderful panel we had here. I know some of you have to work heavily in these days, and it's an honor to have you here on the panel. Thank you very much, and a big applause.
Today, decoupling or deepening the future of U.S.-Europe relations in the era of pragmatism. My name is Matt Boyce, and I'm a senior fellow at Hudson Institute in Washington. We have on a subject like this, I mean, everybody has been tracking these issues on a daily basis, really, on defense and security between the United States and Europe. So I don't need to go into anything more than that. But what does it all mean? How much of this is noise? How much of this is politics? How much of this is real? And what is accurate? What is exaggerated? What might even be what some people call Trump derangement syndrome? What is important? What is happening behind the scenes? To help us make sense of all these issues, we have four fantastic panelists. I won't introduce them because everybody knows them already, but we have we only have 50 minutes, so we won't go into long introductions. But we have, of course, to my right here, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger, whom everybody knows from the Munich Security Conference, of course, and his brilliant career. We have next to him Jim Carafano, the advisor to the senior advisor, your special advisor to the president of Heritage, who's jumped in for Senator Wicker at the last minute. Thank you, Jim. Jim knows Washington like no one else. We have, and who do we have? Ambassador Valancese from Italy, from the Institute of International Affairs in Rome. Ambassador Valancese was ambassador to Germany and Brazil, inter alia. And then last but not least, we have General Sir James Everard, who used to be the DSACIR at NATO during Trump 1, and also has a brilliant military career behind him. So, without further ado, we only have 50 minutes, so we'll start immediately with questions. The same question to everyone, and then we'll go to individual questions for our speakers. So perhaps this to General Everhard first, as the military, as the NATO insider. Prime Minister Tusk correctly talks about internal threats to the transatlantic community, and even, however, do you share his assessment, General Everhard, that NATO is disintegrating? This is a term that even former SecGen Anders Fogh Rasmussen has used in recent days. Or is he exaggerating, or is he wrong? And if you agree, what needs to change so that NATO remains the rock and the bastion that has secured peace in Europe for so long? Or if you disagree, what is Tusk and Rasmussen and all the others who use these phrases, these words, these terms, what have they gotten wrong? What are they neglecting? General Everhard.
Thank you. Well, I think it's very dangerous to live in the moment. I mean, the NATO alliance is an alliance. It's not a coalition. You know, it's designed to endure over time. Capitals retain decision-making authority, you know, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. And if you look at the history of the alliance, you will see that it's been through a number of crises. Suez in '56, I mean, a whole list. The Portuguese '61 Goa crisis, French withdrawal from the NATO military structure, the Greek-Turkish tensions in '74, you know, the Euro missile crisis, the Iraq war, you know, endless crisis, and there's always been this tension, I think, between US leadership and European autonomy. But actually, I think the historical evidence is very clear. You know, European nations have been absolutely right to invest in NATO as responsible for their collective defence, and I think the Europeans recognise that having a seat at the European security table and all that brings them, gives them huge advantages. So I don't think the alliance is disintegrating. I think it's still pretty solid, but yes, both sides have got to understand the new language that unites or divides us. And you know, your last question, what do allies need to do? Well, all allies need to deliver on the commitments that they have made. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Same question, Ambassador.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it is absolutely right to recall the frictions from an historical point of view that the alliance lived. But we have also to be, I think, realistic. Not over-dramatized, but let's be realistic. And I think that there is no precedent of a contrast, of a conflict, of a real conflict between the major partner in the Atlantic Alliance and the rest of the alliance. We can ask ourselves if there is a community of values, or if we are shifting from a community of values to community of interests from the point of view of the Atlantic Alliance. And unfortunately, and I say it with all my deep friendship for the United States, old deep friendship for the United States, unfortunately, when it comes to values, one can fear that the values between the two sides of the Atlantic tend to diverge dramatically. Take multilateralism, take cooperation, take rule of law as a global issue. Take the use of force. Take the justification of the use of force. It is absolutely true that we had several precedents in the last decades of use of force. But perhaps, and I say it with all carefulness, perhaps the difference today is that we have a kind of proclamation of the right of the use of force. Of the justification, not only a justification, but an indication that that is the right way to solve the international issues and the international controversies, which is, of course, very different from our culture, from our feeling, from our DNA on the European side, it would say. When it comes to interests, and I stop there, if the interests on both sides of the Atlantic are the ones that we saw in Munich last year, at the beginning of in February last year, when Vice President Vance came and made some robust declarations, say, in Germany, in Munich, giving an assist to a political party within the German political spectrum that raises many more reserves and many more objections than consensus. I'm talking about the AfD. When we think about the treatment that was reserved to President Zelensky in the Oval Office, when I think about the Anchorage meeting, and when I think above all about the national security strategy, the official national security strategy in the US, there I think we have some stuff on which to ask ourselves in terms of convergence of the interests. Of course, the right political attitude of the Europeans must be the one of trying to not to weaken further the links between the two sides of the Atlantic. On the contrary, to strengthen them as much as possible. But as we say also in Italian, it takes two to tango, and we need to have a more careful and more attentive and perhaps a more realistic partner in Washington that recognizes this alliance is not only in the interest of the European partners, but basically and still in the interest of the right projection of the US policy and US way of being in the world as a stable and reliable power.
There's a lot to unpack there. So we have General Eberhard, who's more on the sort of the position of this is yet another one of those periods of time in the alliance, and you take sounds like you're more on the Prime Minister Tusk side. Jim.
Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry. I'm not a U.S. Senator. I feel really bad for you. But if this is any consolation, I actually have substitute spoken for many, many important people, if that makes you feel better. So the general's right, the ambassador's wrong. But I don't think it... And I don't disagree with some of the criticisms made, but I think what we're seeing is not a difference in values and interests in the transatlantic community for the most part, maybe with the exception of Spain. But we are seeing a dramatic shift from the U.S. in the approach of tactics. And there's been a dramatic shift in the last 18 months, which is not just a departure from what we've seen many other presidents do, but it's even actually a departure for President Trump from his first term, and even from the opening of his second term, when he fixated on the NATO summit and the 5% commitment. And the difference is Trump is trying to strengthen the transatlantic community from the bottom up rather than the top down. And so we're seeing a dramatic shift into the focus on the bilateral alliances. And it's not to split the alliance. This is not the 16+1 where we want to pick everybody apart and deal with them all individually. It is to use the bilateral relationships to then build, I think, stronger consensus at the top. And there's two aspects to this. One, I think, is more important than the other. Yes, there's a political dimension to this, where the United States would like to strengthen relationships with people who are like-minded. And if you look across the conservative space in the U.S., in Canada, Latin America, in Western Europe, there are increasingly common issues that bind us together. None of them actually have anything to do with foreign policy or national security, but a range of issues from immigration, energy, woke, and some other things. And yes, there is a concerted effort in the U.S. to say, we want to encourage and empower and cheerlead for people who think that things that build a strong civilization, that build strong communities, strong nations, that we think are important. We want to applaud people that agree with that. Recently we've seen the Undersecretary for Public Affairs in the United States shift to a more prominent role and kind of being the spokesperson for that in the U.S. as opposed to some guy with a MAGA t-shirt. But the other leg of U.S. engagement, which I think is actually much, much more important, is the pragmatic engagement with working with countries that want to work with us. And so you can say Trump's leaving Europe, he's not. He's leaving NATO, he's not. But instead, if you've looked in the last 18 months, there's been a tremendous amount of American energy into connecting, particularly in areas of energy, collective security, and digital, and a few others, and looking for partners on this. So, for example, if you've seen in the last 30, 60 days, I think the U.S. has made more investments in bringing more energy, reliable, affordable, abundant energy to Europe in the last 60 days than the European Union has in the last several years. So that may not sound like the way we do business, and it may not sound super multilateral, it may not sound cheerleading for NATO and the EU, but I actually think in the end what we're doing is exactly that thing. We're building energy security. We are adding to collective defense. We're actually, I think, building more political stability across the transatlantic community by having honest debates about what we think we should and should not do. So I actually think it means better days for NATO ahead.
Herr Botschafter.
All right. Almost everything has now been said except by everybody. I think I should rather not get into this values versus interest discussion, which is worth having, but I'd like to start with a more fundamental remark about trying to respond to your original question about the health of the alliance. I think it doesn't really matter what I think or what Jim or anyone else here thinks about NATO. I think what really matters is what Vladimir Putin thinks. If he believes that this alliance continues to exist, and if he believes that he continues to be deterred by the existence of this alliance, then we're in good shape. I would make a distinction between capabilities, the facts on the ground, and the perceptions. As far as the perceptions are concerned, I'm worried, because actually I believe that the United States of America has been sending the exact wrong signals to Vladimir Putin over the last period, declaring publicly that there is an intention of withdrawing certain numbers of soldiers from Europe, plays, of course, into the hands of a Russian president who is not the first Russian president. I mean, the leaders of the Soviet Union had one desire beginning in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, namely to convince the United States of leaving Europe and leaving Europe to them, for Soviet or Russian domination. So I think the signaling was not less than perfect, let me put it diplomatically. But I do think as long as the United States is present in Europe with troops on the ground, when I last looked, we were talking about something like 80 plus thousand troops all over Europe, 30,000 plus in Germany alone, with nuclear weapons deployed in various European countries. In other words, the facts speak a good language, and I think that is what will, until proven wrong, will keep convincing the Russian side that this NATO alliance works, because the Americans are still there. Again, on the perception side, I'm less certain that we've done the right thing. Second brief point about our relationship between the United States and her European allies. You know, I've been around for a long time, and I have what our French friends call a déjà vu kind of moment. I was ambassador in the United States in the post 9/11 period, and Germany, among with other European countries, came around after intense debates in those days, supporting the United States in the attempt to get rid of the Taliban, etc., Osama bin Laden, etc., in Afghanistan. So we and other European countries decided to deploy troops to Afghanistan, which was not an easy maneuver. In my own country, Chancellor Schröder at the time survived a vote of confidence with a majority of exactly 2 votes to get the troops to Afghanistan. So it was not so easy to get this done. At exactly that moment, or some months later, the United States didn't tell their allies first, but the allies, including me as a small ambassador in Washington, it began to dawn on me that the United States was now beginning to think about a different objective, namely called Iraq. And before we had finished the mission in Afghanistan, the United States decided to go after Saddam Hussein, and the rest is history, it's well known. In other words, we had a huge problem 20 years ago with agreeing priorities. Our priority was, let's go into Afghanistan. And then the United States came around, which is why I have this déjà vu sense now. I thought we had agreed that the single most worrisome threat to European and transatlantic security was the single-handed attempt by the Russian Federation to change borders in Europe, to invade Ukraine, to take Crimea, and then to occupy major parts of Donbass and keep bombing Ukrainian towns. We thought we had an agreement that that was supposed to be and continues to be our number one priority, at which point President Trump decides that he has now found a new priority called Iran. And in my a humble opinion, we all hope that the Iran expedition, if that's what you want to call it, will lead to the desired result over time, namely helping us to get rid of the Iranian nuclear capabilities, etc., etc., etc. But what is happening at this moment is that our collective resolve to send the right messages to Moscow, end this war because you're not going to win it, I'm not so sure that that message continues to arrive in Moscow, with the message being from the United States that there are now no longer enough, that the supply of additional weapons, ammunition, etc., is no longer there because weapons need to be restored in this other theater of war in the Middle East, etc., etc. In other words, my worry is that our effort to get Russia to end this war is being weakened as we speak, and I would hope that we could reestablish this as a continuing collective priority for the entire alliance. Full stop.
Okay, good. Question number 2. NATO member state leaders have say they have gotten the memo on burden sharing, burden shifting, but they have reacted differently. For the vast majority, it is more spending and improved capabilities. For a few, it is questioning 5% or not treating Russia as the major problem that it is. For others, it's ideas like the European Defense Union or strategic autonomy or other versions of these concepts. The EU Defense Commissioner the other day proposed a treaty to this effect on a European Defense Union, and the issue is getting attention in the European Parliament. Mark Rutte, however, has said that Europe is dreaming if it thinks that it can defend itself without the United States. So what do you all think about the European Defense Union and ideas like this, concepts out there in the public domain? Starting with you, General Eberhard. Is this any kind of an answer to the challenges that the
No, I think it was Robert Kagan who told us that US power allowed Europeans to think that military power wasn't important, and now we realise that it is. But we disinvested in the machinery of warfare so much that we have a long way to go. And so I worry sometimes that we're debating from such a position of weakness that it taints our arguments. And I just step back a bit. Andy Marshall, you remember Andy Marshall was the director of net assessment in the Pentagon for a long time. I think Glenn Howard's here somewhere who worked with him, and he had this great thing, of telling people to remember that seemingly contradictory things can be true simultaneously. And I think in this case, Europe needs to deepen its relationship with the US while simultaneously decoupling. And that decoupling is building our military capabilities. And I think the biggest challenge at the moment is we have a huge bow wave of money, but we're not converting that into military capability as quickly as possible. And the EU Strategic Compass, which I thought was a good document, makes it very clear that European collective defence is NATO's responsibility, and I think that's the right approach.
So deepening and decoupling at the same time.
Yes.
Ambassador.
I think that the request, the desire for a greater assumption of responsibilities on the European side by the American administration is a right desire, is a right request. By the way, is not a request that you can attribute to President Trump, because it comes from previous years, from other administrations of other colors since Obama till now. This is this should and will, in my opinion, sound like an alarm for the European side. We have to take it seriously. We have to take the positive side of this desire, of this request. we can jump perhaps on some sometimes irritual form of the request, but the substance is right, and I do think that the Europeans might have the force, the strength, the capability to concentrate on this request and to do their homework and to reinforce the European defense as the American side rightly requests. This being said, I go further. I add one single remark, that there is, as you probably know, in Europe a debate, should we have a more or less autonomous kind of integrated European defense. Now, to be realistic, if we want to be realistic, we cannot oversee the fact that as things stand now, there is only one practical, viable solution, and that solution consists in the strengthening of the European pillar of the Atlantic Alliance, within the Atlantic Alliance. Why do I say this? Because the Atlantic Alliance already foresees lots of operational coordination criteria, coordination systems, lots of common experience on which to build up even more the European side, the European pillar of the NATO defense. To imagine, theoretically, that we, in a short period of time, could elaborate a strictly European defense is an illusion. Come on, I'm not a military, but I speak under your control. It is an illusion. If we have to be quick and efficient, as we have to, then the main road is the strengthening of the European pillar of the NATO. This might, in my hopeful optimism, might encourage also a better understanding on the two sides of the Atlantic. So that is the way in which, for instance, a country like mine, like Italy, is trying to go ahead.
Man, I dodged a bullet there, because I was going to have to say I agree with the German and not the Italian, and I'm Italian American, so this would be terribly painful for me. But I also lived in Germany, so I love. So, but now I agree with you, so I feel better. But I want to go back to a really important point that you made, and we could debate how Europeans view Trump's messaging on NATO. But you said something I thought even much is really more important, which is how do the Russians see this? And do the Russians really take all this bettering and rhetoric as the sign that NATO is really coming apart? Or do they look at the correlation of forces and say, what has gone well for me lately? And the answer is nothing, right? With NATO rearming, 1,000 miles of more frontier in the north, Ukraine that you can't walk around and attack NATO with. I think all the signs that the correlation of forces is going against the Russians are eminently there. And I'm sorry, but I'm just a simple military guy. If you can't win the war you're fighting, the idea that, oh, I'll just go start another war, that's never worked out well for anybody. So, but you all raise really good issues about what Europe has to do, and certainly that has to happen, but, and if we stop doing the kinds of things you've talked about in terms of building this European pillar, we will have a crisis of credibility down the road. But I would say right now, in terms of conventional deterrence, NATO's actually in pretty decent shape compared to where it was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And when you look at the strategic pillar, because if there's one, we don't talk about this at all, but if there's one thing that is bipartisan in the United States, it is the commitment to rearm the American strategic pillar of deterrence. This is Democrats and Republicans. They don't agree on anything, not even what day of the week it is. But there is bipartisan commitment to the triad, bipartisan commitment to modernization, acceleration of the strategic bomber, serious American commitment, additional commitment in missile defense, much more cooperation with the U.S. in terms of strategic coordination and also helping people build up defense capabilities. So, and I really wonder if Putin looks at that a lot more than the rhetoric. And I actually believe Putin has the same problem as the Iranians, which is they don't really think Trump's going to blink. Putin doesn't really think that Trump's going to hand him Donbass. These are all fictions, and I think they know it's fictions, but they just don't know what else to do. I think that's their thing. And what I love about this from our perspective is, both for the Russians, and I know, you would say, let's focus on Ukraine, but I think what's true for the Russians and the Iranians both is, every day the wars go on for them, they're not better off than they were the day before. And that's going to continue down that path, and in the end, that's going to be put the transatlantic community in a much stronger space than it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Herr Botschafter.
I have a very simple answer to your question. I think this is not an either-or kind of issue. I think we need to do both. There is this nice German word, Doppelstrategie. We used that the way back in, back in the day. Back 40 years ago, Doppelstrategie. We need to keep the alliance together. Hopefully we will be able to do that. We need to try to keep the United States engaged in Europe. Hopefully that will work. We need to keep NATO a credible deterrent from, and I think we agree on that, from the Russian point of view. But at the same time, of course, things are bound to change dramatically in a positive way. Let's just, if I may just use a minute of my time, let's just imagine that we Europeans collectively actually now being committed to 5%, or at least 3.5%, 5% total. If we actually do that over the next period of time, the amount of money spent by the European partners of the United States in NATO will not equal, but will come quite close to the US defense budget. It is now, in the past it's been half or even less than half, right? It will be a huge increase. And if that huge increase is not going to lead to changes in the way we conduct our defense effort, then I have not understand anything. For example, currently, European countries spend approximately 60% of their procurement, expensive weaponry like F-35 fighter planes, etc. They buy that in the United States, right? There is no better alternative. We spend a huge amount of money. Let's assume 5 years from now we spend twice as much, because we go from 2% to 3.5 or 4%. I think it is imperative, and I hope my American friends will understand that no European politician will survive his next election if he cannot demonstrate to his voters, like an American senator who will want to say, I made sure that there's going to be some additional work for people in Tennessee, in my home state. So elected politicians in Europe will say, I need to produce more work, in other words, more defense production in Europe. In other words, over time, as our defense effort increases, the percentage of production in Europe will need to change in favor of Europe, and I hope that my American friends will not fight that, because what it means in nominal terms, of course, the procurement in the United States will continue to rise over the foreseeable future. So I think this is a win-win situation if we handle it politically right. Final word, because I think Doppelstrategie is the right approach. I believe we need to build up, more than we've done in the past, an ability for Europe to be capable of taking military action if and when the United States either asks us to do that, or if the United States isn't willing to participate in this. We have done that occasionally in certain naval activities, right? You remember that. And I think there is no reason to get excited about the future of the transatlantic relationship if the European Union starts thinking about protecting itself not only in civilian terms, but also in defense terms. I think you can do both, protect and continue to strengthen the alliance and make sure that the European countries can defend themselves, not only under the American umbrella, but if the need arises, also collectively in Europe and around our borders.
Yep. Both and in Doppelstrategie. General Eberhard, so the U.S.-Israeli operation against Iran has introduced more strain into the transatlantic relationship. Some NATO member states have supported it quietly, even if it's outside of area operation, but a few denied the United States free use of its military assets located on their territory. Some leaders have publicly criticized President Trump or distanced themselves from this operation. Now, this isn't new. I was at the U.S. Embassy in London in 1986 when a number of NATO allies denied access to the airspace for the Reagan strike against Libya, but Margaret Thatcher didn't block the F-111s. And then I remember Turkey in 2003. But these are different times. Do the Trump critics understand the damage that this does to the perception in Trump world of Europe and NATO allies, even if this is not an area operation, not a NATO operation, and regardless of what people think about the operation itself, and even if they admit to themselves that the world will be better off if this ends well? Have they gotten the message about the use of these assets, as Margaret has said?
I think it comes back to my first point that we are divided sometimes by a common understanding of NATO process and language. NATO, capitals retain decision-making authority. The alliance works on the basis of consensus. There's a very clearly defined NATO area of responsibility. And then to act and almost demand that allies support you without previous discussions in an area outside the NATO area of responsibility isn't the way to gain friends or support. I personally think that the long-term objectives, of the Americans are good. I mean, no one wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but I think it could have been handled in a better way. And that's just a matter of, I think, understanding. But you're right, it's frustrating because it gives the image of an alliance divided, where again, I don't think we are. But if you make life difficult domestically for politicians, they'll have to turn towards their domestic audience.
Yeah. So, Ambassador Van Cese, another question to you specifically. So the relationship that's very strong between President Trump and your Prime Minister has had a very positive impact on the transatlantic relationship, or how the White House looks at the transatlantic relationship. We know all the friction surrounding the Iran operation, but because of the Pope and Sigonella, etc. But did Secretary Rubio's visit last week, how did it go? What inside insights can you share with us? Were these kerfuffles with Sigonella and the Pope, etc., just blips, kerfuffles that are now in the rearview mirror, or is there any more to this? Those kerfuffles.
Yes, thank you. Before answering your nice question, may I go back very shortly to 2 points that Ambassador Ischinger raised that, in my opinion, are very relevant and very interesting. The first point concerns the credibility and the capability of real deterrence by the alliance. And this alliance has been based for 80 years on the principle of credible deterrence. That is why the argument you raised, Wolfgang, the argument of perception, is as important as the substance of our commitments. And I think that this is an element that from all sides of the alliance should be borne in mind very carefully, because much of the functioning of the system of the alliance is based on a credible perception. If any of us threatens this credibility, threatens this capability of real deterrence, well, then we do not serve the purposes of the alliance rightly. The second element, which I liked very much in your remarks, is the asymmetry between the American side and the European side in terms of industrial procurement. And I think that
this phase, this period we are living might and should boost energically the capability of the European side to avoid overlap, to avoid industrial overlaps, to have a stronger coordination. It is amazing that we have, 100 weapon system in comparison with the 3 or 4 weapon system that rightly the American side has. So there is a need, very acute, of quick and much quicker and much more efficient coordination, which we have to deal with. Let me come to the sexiest part of your question, the relations between President Trump and Prime Minister Meloni. They evidently belong to the same political area in general terms. There was a very strong feeling at the beginning of the Trump mandate. Meloni was one of the few European leaders that was invited on a personal basis at the inauguration. Then there has been perhaps some difficulties of communication along the telephone lines or the public communication, and that led to some critical remarks by the American president. Our Prime Minister was relatively moderate in her reply, bearing in mind how deep the relationship with the United States has to be for a country like ours, but not hiding the different approach to a couple of remarks that President Trump made, especially when it came to the criticism of what the Pope had said. This is obvious, this is more than natural. We share the same city with the Pope, so we needed to be obviously in solidarity with the Pope. Also considering the fact that the two remarks, Trump and Pope, were of course on a different level. Trump speaks as the leader of the major power in the world, as the political leader of the major power in the world. Pope Leon speaks in another capacity, in the capacity of the head of a great, common and integrating institution, which is the Catholic Church. So I think after all, the relation is not at all prejudged by this exchange of notes. The Italian side generally appreciated the visit of Mr. Rubio that took place a few days ago to the Pope, but also to the Prime Minister, and will build up in a cooperative way, trying to avoid any useless polemical criticism on both sides.
Jim, I'm with the Pope, man. This is not on the Pope. This is on back to NATO. Some allies are publicly questioning whether the United States would respond to an Article 5 event, like a Russian operation or invasion or whatever, against a NATO member state. And I personally think this speculation is unhelpful. But you deal with a lot of members of Congress and senior administration officials. Will the United States fulfill its obligations as an ally, or will it leave Europeans to handle the situation on their own?
Well, look, I mean, NATO is about the defense of the transatlantic community, and I think that is a consistent vital interest for the members of NATO, including the United States. I often say, people will say, well, America's going to leave Europe, and I go, okay, so America leaves Europe, and Russia and China try to run wild in Europe. Where's the scenario where that's good for the United States? And you would say, well, there's none. Well, I go, well, that's why we're never leaving Europe. And, back to your point about basing, I actually think what this showed was the intense value of Europe as a strategic partner for the United States. We would not have been able to do Epic Fury without the proliferation of basing and logistical support we had in Europe. It would have been a bridge too far. And what the NATO alliance does, as you point, the NATO is there for collective defense. Underneath that is a series of national partners that can make any kind of basing deals they want. But what NATO provides is this community of all kinds of options for the United States. And as we've seen in virtually every conflict where we've had to base operations out of Europe, when somebody says no, several other people say yes. And so when we talk a lot about, Spain and some other countries, we don't talk near as much about Romania and Greece and Croatia and a number of other countries that saved American lives because of the amount of support that we were able to base out of there. So I actually think that the lesson from this is the value of NATO to the U.S. And so I actually think we're going to come out of it in a more positive manner.
I agree. Herr Botschafter, so President Trump's approach to NATO has been a shock to the system. You recently called it der Gau, which is one of those great German phrases that translates into catastrophe, I guess.
So why does everything sound better in German? This is so
because
unfair,
they've got a word for everything. They've got an amazing word. Größter anzunehmender Unfall. You can't work this up. So you've questioned whether the United States is a dependable ally, and there was, of course, a lot of discussion of trust, of the trust issue. However, just as a thought experiment, do you think that Trump has any basis to ask the same question of allies, to question the dependability of NATO member states? Now, of course, every American remembers the support, the amazing support that NATO provided in Afghanistan after 9/11. But we're now, 25 years later. Is this question of dependability and trust also not a two-way street as opposed to a one-way street? Because thus far we've been hearing mostly about the one-way street, which, I understand the arguments, but what about the other side of the coin?
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that. Of course, you can look at this both ways. But let me put it this way. The essence of this alliance, which has a lead nation called the United States of America, and the rest of us, more than 30, are much smaller, certainly in military terms, but also much smaller actors. There is a lead nation, and if this lead nation creates the impression, intentionally or unintentionally, that it's questioning the existence of this alliance, that of course creates huge waves. It is, almost totally irrelevant, excuse me for putting it this way, if one of the minor European NATO members questions the validity of NATO, well, so what? Next question. But if President Trump says, I'm not sure whether I like this NATO, or I can't quote verbatim, but he has in his first term and recently, of course, remember Greenland, many European countries, including our neighbor Denmark, was of course totally shocked by the idea that there would be between two NATO members, the lead nation NATO, the United States, and small Denmark, there could be a conflict of this nature. So, in other words, the reliability, the credibility, the protective role of the United States was questioned, whether we like it or not. And I have no problem with the idea, and of course we can, I'm sure Europeans have been negligent occasionally in making noises which have led, at least for some in the United States, to the assumption that these NATO partners are themselves not really reliable. So, in other words, let me repeat what I said in the beginning. The facts on the ground is what really matters. And the United States is still there. Thank you very much. That's very good. At the perception level, at the level of what has been said by some, we can do better. I would be the first to criticize my own chancellor, who said publicly in front of a group of school children that he he's not so sure that the United States has a good strategy on Iran. Well, I don't think the German Chancellor should say that publicly, even if that's what he thinks, and even if it may be true. But you don't, as the Chancellor of Germany, you don't need to say everything that you think. That's diplomacy. That's part of smart diplomacy. So, in other words, we've all misspoken occasionally, but the central issue, and I think this is where we agree, is to keep sending the message to Moscow that this alliance is not going to go away, and we're not going to allow some revisionist Russian ideology to go on occupying parts of Donbass or the entire Donbass, and then maybe Moldova, and then denying Georgia to Georgia or to other countries in Eastern Europe to become future members of the European Union, for example. How dare Russia to give these kinds of instructions to their neighbors? That's just not okay in the 21st century, and that is why I think it's so important that we, United States and Europeans, respond to these types of Russian attempts with clarity and determination.
General Eberhard, you wanted to say something?
Well, I just wanted, I haven't got a sense of sort of torsionist panic. I think, Trump's unpredictability, of course, is a great strength, but it makes European leaders nervous. I understand that. But you have to remember that NATO did not have a strategy. And in Trump 1, we delivered a very good force employment strategy underpinned with a good family of plans. Then we found we couldn't pay for it. Trump 2 has delivered the leverage to generate the money to pay for the plans that we've agreed to deliver. And so actually, in 50 years' time, when people are writing a history on the alliance, they're going to thank Trump for what he's achieved. But I agree with everything you've said. It's just his unpredictability makes us nervous, but no sense of tortious panic, I think.
Okay. We're only a couple minutes left. I have a lightning round where I'll ask one question of everybody in no more than 2 sentences, please. Okay, what is the one thing that keeps you up these days with regard to the U.S.-European relationship? No more than 2 sentences, please. General.
I'll go first. Nothing.
Okay, Jim.
Okay.
Those are 2 sentences?
We couldn't hear that really.
What keeps you awake?
What keeps you awake as far as the transatlantic relationship right now in the security defense?
As far as the transatlantic relationship.
That is 2 sentences.
One word.
One word.
2 sentences. 1 word.
One word.
Okay.
Methodology is also important as far as perception is concerned, as far as the clearness of the message is concerned, and to methodology belongs also the habit, the use, the value of consultation among allies.
Okay, good.
Let's not forget it.
Okay, that's 4 sentences, right? That's
unpredictability.
Unpredictability. Herr Botschafter.
Very simple. My worry is, can we figure out a way to make this next NATO summit, just a few weeks away in Turkey this time, can we figure out a way to make that as much a success as we managed together, the Trump administration and Europeans, to make the Hague summit last year a success?
Okay.
Turkey will be very, very important. I hope it's going to be a successful summit.
Okay, one last question, lightning round. A number of recent polls have recently suggested that the United States or President Trump is the biggest threat to Europe or to world peace, or at least more of a threat than communist China or Russia. Do you agree? And if so, why? If not, why not? No more than 2 sentences, please.
No, I don't agree.
Okay. Ambassador.
Nor do I.
Yeah,
Look, Trump is not a young man in a hurry. He has a limited time left, and he has a lot of things he really wants to get done, and that makes him even more brusque and irascible than usual. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't like it, but it's not unpredictability. It's a drive of purpose that I think in the end will be better for Europe and the United States.
I think this is ridiculous to compare Trump with the kinds of threats that China or Russia represent. No, let's be relaxed about it.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, these polls keep getting published, and then they get headlines, etc. So we're over our time. Thank you, gentlemen, for a great conversation. Thank you all for joining us.
doamnelor și domnilor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our topic of discussion during this high-level panel is the Russian hybrid warfare in Europe. The Republic of Moldova and Romania have become, in turns, as well as simultaneously, grounds for testing all sorts of hybrid interference, electoral, hybrid warfare, sophisticated warfare, illegal funding of political actors, cyber attacks towards critical infrastructure, as well as the violation of the airspace in order to test the European level of reaction. Europe has resisted strongly thanks to our European partners. Romania, in its turn, has lived equal situations during the previous elections. Romania has responded through the resilience of the institutions and by reconfirming the democratic alliance through vote. For us, the Republic of Moldova, in Romania, we look towards Romania as towards a NATO member state and an EU member state, and for us, Romania remains an anchor and fundamental support for our European strategy and road ahead. We build the European shield to protect our democracy. We have two special guests this evening that not only speak about this topic but also bear the responsibility to supervise the answer to this interference. One more thing, if I'm not mistaken, it will be the first time when the presidents of the lawmakers in the Republic of Moldova and Romania come together to speak about this topic. I'm glad that the forum is the host of such a meeting. Now I'd like to invite for first intervention His Excellency Mr. Mircea Brudan, the President of the Senate of Romania. You have the floor.
Bună seara tuturor.
I believe you had a day filled of interesting discussions. I think it's quite late, so we are trying to be brief. I'd also like to thank my colleague and my friend Igor Grosu for his understanding because he was supposed to be the first to speak as a guest. But as you well know, we have a very complicated situation we are facing today in Romania, so I must go elsewhere as fast as I can. I'm going to be as brief as I can, and I'm going to keep my speech to the point. As already mentioned, it is important that the Black Sea and Balkans Security Forum is at a moment when Bucharest is reaffirming its strategic role. Tomorrow, as you all know, while you will be debating the nuances of the Russian hybrid warfare in Europe, in Cotroceni, we'll have the summit of Bucharest 9B9 and getting together the leaders of the eastern flanks of the northern countries as well as the General Secretary of NATO, Mark Rutte. I think this overlapping is not a coincidence. It is the real proof that Romania is an anchor of stability in the extended region of the Black Sea, and I believe many of you have been speaking about this. The presence of Romania and of its partners in this forum under the high patronage of the President of Romania proves that not only do we analyze the threats, but we also analyze the solutions. The message of the B9 summit is very clear. Unity is our greatest shield, and the decisions made there will finalize the deterrence architecture for the year to come. The panel this evening focuses on the idea that Russian hybrid warfare is not a possibility, but unfortunately a daily reality that we also fight against in Romania. We see how the conventional warfare in Ukraine is doubled by a subtle interference of our society, high-range dissatisfaction. As the President of Romanian Senate, I'd like to tell you that the first level of affair is done through legislation. Russia is trying to fragment European unity. What should be our response? We should protect the electoral processes. They have been mentioned before. We should secure the information space, and we should prove that democracy is more agile than authoritariety. Modern Europe is not only a modern army, but also an intelligent society able to distinguish truth from propaganda. The Republic of Moldova is not just a neighbor. I spoke earlier with the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova about our collaboration. Chișinău is on the front line of this hybrid warfare. They are under political and energy pressures with no precedent. The unity of the path Chișinău is following to become a member of the EU is highly important, and in order not to leave room for instability, the European path followed by the Republic of Moldova should be very clear. The fact that Moldova is at the border with Ukraine turns it into a logistic pillar, and Romania will continue to be the strongest supporter of the integration of the Republic of Moldova into the EU, because the stability of the Republic of Moldova is also equal to our security. Romanian security is supported by two essential pillars: the membership of NATO and the strategic partnership with the US. And our strategic army force is important. We are not just a frontier, but we are a control center, an energy hub given the resources in the Black Sea, and a source of investment in defense. Our commitment to allocate significant resource for defense, important topic for the B9 summit, shows that we understand the world today. Romania is a pillar of security at the Black Sea for the whole world. We are the kilometer zero for the North Atlantic security, and the security issues are interconnected. Stability here influences the economies of the Western countries, the energy independence, and the food supply chains. So we owe it to the future generations to stick together in Europe and in NATO. And the B9 summit, as well as this security forum, proves that we are not alone. Our strength together is not just a theoretical projection. It has geographical coordinates that are precise on the Romanian map. The fact that soldiers in France present in Cincu base, together with the armies from Belgium and other allied countries train alongside Romanian soldiers, turns this center into an interoperability center. Cincu is not just a training camp, it's the real proof of the high-level defense, and the presence of Luxembourg and France at the heart of Transylvania shows a proof of defense that any threat to Romania is a threat to the alliance. This collaboration, as a mere example, shows that we are not alone in front of challenges, but we are a part of a cohesive mechanism, a synergetic mechanism able and ready to answer any threat. So we can turn these challenges into opportunities to build a highly articulated Europe able to design and to project its values strongly. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your attendance, for the topics you've been discussing, for the high quality of the speakers on stage. And I'd like to congratulate the organizers, just like every year, because they have come to surpass themselves time and time again. Good luck in everything you're doing, and see you again soon.
Thank you so much, President Abrudan. And indeed, we understand that you have a very comprehensive agenda today. We will now go on with Mr. Igor Grosu, President of the Moldavian Parliament. I would like to invite you onto the stage. Please tell us some words about Chișinău's experience, about the way in which Moldova is resilient, is resisting. It is a country at the frontier of this hybrid war. We have seen the response of the society, of the Moldovan institutions. Now we would like to hear your opinion, to listen to your opinion. Good evening, everybody. I'm so glad to be back for this event, which has become a tradition, and I'd like to thank the organizers for not having forgotten us. It's good to see familiar faces, new faces as well, a lot of expertise, of know-how. It's a good opportunity for us to speak about our modest experience in terms of how to defend our country, on how to counteract those outer interferences in our domestic political affairs. It is true, last year an electoral cycle was ended. It was a bit more special because instead of having 3 electoral processes, we had 4 electoral cycles, including referendum. I'm telling you this because I want to provide to you, to facilitate to you this image, us being on action all the time in terms of interferences, especially in our electoral affairs. Between the electoral cycles, we were dealing with other topics like refugee crisis, energy crisis, logistics, and some other challenges. We are speaking here about the Russian Federation, which cynically enough has used vulnerabilities, our weak points, but this is also valid for other countries, all countries. Things that we have not done as a country in due time, and what I mean here is a better organization, or a better, that is a fair organization of electoral campaigns. This was a weak point we needed to correct. And everything starts with the financing, how political parties and electoral campaigns are funded. This is Achilles' heel. If you are not looking at this as a state, and if you don't care about the fairness of funding of political parties, of electoral campaigns, then you take the risk to expose your political system, your electoral system, to very cynical interferences. We have learned our lesson from the very time where in the Republic of Moldova oligarchs were dominant, who had unlimited resources. We had to limit ourselves, that is to limit the funding, to impose requirements concerning transparency of the money used for funding, and most importantly, not only to come up with a coherent legislation, fair legislation. More important than that is to in power, that is to build capabilities, that is invest in institutions that monitor these processes. You know, in Romania you have had similar challenges in terms of, and I can tell you that the way in which political parties and electoral campaigns are funded impacts the way in which democracy is working. The party, the political party, as soon as it gains the power, that political party will shape the state institutions. We have succeeded in doing this. Moreover, in terms of illegal funding, and I can tell you that the funding instruments, that is the instruments, the tools for illegal funding is evolving from one electoral cycle to the other, especially now where Russia is disconnected from the SWIFT system. Some more sophisticated funding systems have been developed, and again we have to learn from each other, because things that are used in Moldova are also used in Romania or will be used in Romania. The idea is in what country one or the other system will be first employed. It is very important beyond the behavior of institutions, which has to be aligned. Very important is the people, how they position themselves. If I am now looking back, I can tell you that we have succeeded in attracting, keeping people with us on our side. It has not been easy. Each time we had to communicate proactively to have the civil society on our side, the media, especially the investigation media, which oftentimes is more is smarter or gets there where institutions cannot, and oftentimes they are more credible in terms of conveying messages to the society. So this is a whole range of factors which has helped us a lot. We also got the support of our development partners in a world where crime is transborder, has a transborder character, where state actors also try to intervene, to interfere. Cooperation among states is of utmost importance in order to deter, and we want to thank to our partners, to Romania, to specialized institutions, intelligence institutions that we have worked with and which has enabled us to see something.
It has helped us to preserve our electoral process. The conclusion is simple. At the same time, it's also complicated, so we must remain vigilant. Nothing ends, even at the end of the elections, upon the validation of the results. The interference does not stop there. We are subject to an ongoing cognitive warfare, which of course does not compare to conventional warfare. This cognitive information hybrid warfare has almost completely migrated to social media platforms. Social media has turned into an electoral infrastructure, a permanent infrastructure designed to intoxicate and to misinform. I'm referring to Facebook, to TikTok, to YouTube. And now we are facing a new challenge that small countries such as the Republic of Moldova cannot face or deter these threats by themselves. We are facing the trial to somehow impose some rules to the non-state actors that use these platforms when interfering with our internal political processes. We need to have a common voice, the voice of democratic societies and countries, to protect our citizens, our children. I'm also speaking as a parent because this is a challenge to our educational systems as well. How do we protect our children against all of these elements and dangerous threats? In the entire information space of our countries. I could answer direct questions you might have anyways. The Republic of Moldova, with our modest experience, we are ready to share our experience and knowledge to everyone else, and we'd like to also share from your knowledge and experience. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Please have a seat. I think we've still got about 10 minutes of this panel, so I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity and have a conversation with you, if I may. A message, probably, that maybe the people in Moscow wouldn't be happy to hear. During the past few years, Kremlin has done a lot to strengthen strategic cohesion, to strengthen European cooperation, to determine the Republic of Moldova to settle or deal with several internal vulnerabilities rather than the documents signed in Brussels or in Chisinau. Of course, that is not what Kremlin has expected to see at the end of their activities. Mr. Gross, something that bothers me. We've seen how the Republic of Moldova has been able to deal with the hybrid interference tools that have adapted, have improved in time. But we also know that Russia has been adapting and adjusting their own approach and their own tools. In the past electoral cycle, we've managed to survive because we realized that the response to such threats is unity in action. And the common response of the society, well, the European Union has been thinking and is now working on a shield, a European democratic shield. But in Chisinau, in the law-making seat in Chisinau, what are a few things that you can do so that the response of the Republic of Moldova is not one to be the response to a threat, but however, is an effective move for the next period of time, given that our objectives are very clear, our direction is very clear. Russia, by adapting their own tools, will attempt to change our path, will try to exploit our vulnerabilities. How can we strengthen our country? How can we deal with the existing vulnerabilities so as to also meet our European accession goals? And how can we get rid of all sorts of dependencies or tools that Russia has been trying to use against us? Well, I divide things into, first of all, the citizens. The citizens should be informed from the root source. They should have access to credible information sources. So it's our duty to protect our information space. And we can't do things by half measures. Probably you've heard that the Audiovisual Council has withdrawn the licenses of some broadcasters in Moldova. It wasn't the most pleasant measure. Some observers criticized us for that. I believe that one of the achievements we've had is that we've managed to empower the Audiovisual Council to work professionally, documenting, monitoring their activities and the activities of the broadcasters. We've managed to have an agreement with the management of the Audiovisual Council so as to also work online. It was to be expected that some of the televisions that only did propaganda shows migrated very quickly towards online live TV. So it's more difficult and complicated to be monitored without the proper tools. The Audiovisual Council needed time to adapt. So that would be first. The citizens should be protected. We need to communicate proactively the information towards them. Secondly, the institutions. When I speak about institutions, I speak about all sorts of monitoring and supervision institutions, the media institutions that should be supported, strengthened financially speaking. Justice, the justice system should also very well investigate and document their moves, their measures, and then a very clear role should be that of the Parliament to provide the legal framework and be sensitive to the changes or the recommendations coming from the civil societies, from the actors. We should communicate actively and proactively with our citizens. What's at stake? Or the objective, because you mentioned earlier the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation's aim should not be underestimated. They wanted to undermine the citizens' trust in the institutions. And I'm going to give you a very painful example. False calls with bombs in critical infrastructure of the state. I'm not going to give examples so as not to give any ideas to anyone. When we've got such constant threats used as tools and the state finds that they're false, the state should intervene, and that leads to discomfort, to barriers, to frustrations, fears, justified actually, because an institution stops working. Everyone is asked to clear the premises, the information leads to disinformation, that leads to mistrust. Our function of the institutions, of the society at large, is to develop antibodies, if I may, by behavior, through listening to the information from the source, a credible source of information. And we should not take all sorts of information at the level of the word, such as through Telegram. This level of trust is built in time. We need to educate the public at large to increase the trust that the state will be there next to the citizens, supporting them. Regarding the propaganda or the interference, they will not reach their target. Of course, We've got a lot of challenges ahead of us. So we've managed to develop an institution that attempts to identify and anticipate the new lines of conventional attack, let's say. Because during the electoral campaigns, there are some vectors that are being used during the electoral campaign. Of course, the European integration process has the European states and the NATO member states as being the targets of this propaganda. We need to identify all of these threats timely. We need to communicate with the competent institutions that need to send the information proactively to the citizens. We need to attest the situations. We need to see how high the damage can be. And there's one more message I'd like to convey regarding the role of the church. We have a special experience in this respect. And the role of the church in electoral campaign or during more intense political situations should not be underestimated. We also need to have clear communication and decisive actions when things derail, to be more diplomatic. The church is an institution with a high yield, with a high influence at the level of the society. By that, I mean the entire Romanian space. So the power of the church should not be underestimated. This is also a very sensitive topic that we need to have a look at very carefully.
Thank you for your answer. We still have 5 minutes time, so one more question. You have mentioned already one of the targets for hybrid interferences is deterrence. Undermining trust. In your opinion, because you have full experience derived from your parliamentary activity, so based on your experience, what do you think is not done sufficiently, or what is doing the parliament, or what are state institutions doing in order to demolish fences between institutions, population, and we have seen some efforts for dialogue. But this is only an example. Within the society, there are probably more attempts at separating the population. We have seen the activity of the Commission for European Integration, and this is an example for a constructive dialogue where opposition and the government are speaking about an agenda in a focused way. And a very important role have those who moderate this dialogue. You, as a member of the parliament, how do you improve? How are you trying to improve the situation? And how are you trying to build bridges by demolishing fences? Thank you for this question. I'm ready to build bridges with those who want to build bridges. We, within our parliament, we have members of the parliament in the opposition willing to build bridges. And there are some who only want to demolish things, fences. Usually, it's those members of the parliament who are serving a Russian agenda within the parliament of the Republic of Moldova. And this can be seen when you speak with them about concrete things, where ideology is not important, where you are speaking about down-to-earth things, about logistics, constructions, projects. But there are good examples, and we have shown we are open. We have had blockages which were created by local representatives in Gagauzia. We didn't intervene in order not to be accused of interferences. But the last discussions concerning finding a way to organize elections in the National Assembly, and we have spoken with people from Gagauzia. They understand the reality. They do not always admit into having been bought by the Russian Federation. And the parliament indeed the parliamentary activity is about compromise, about dialogue, about messages, about a conduct, the behavior which we have to convey to the society. Of course, we also have in our parliament members of the parliament that are of a more populistic approach, or who are trying to impose foreign narratives. It's a trend at global level. But I think that what we are calling parliamentary democracy is still less explored by us. Parliamentary democracy, dialogue within the parliament and with other parliaments, and bottom line communication with the citizens. It's our duty to explain to the people why we take another decision, one decision or the other. And of course, we need to counteract those fake news, those narratives that are meant to compromise the electoral process, that are meant to discredit our forces and our parliament and our friends. Thank you so much for this discussion. We are approaching the end of this panel. Before closing, I would like to draw some conclusions. We have talked more about domestic issues, about vulnerabilities, and this is indeed a solution in order to increase resilience to hybrid threats. And beyond all this, the second conclusion, I think, relates to the effort, because the response to the hybrid threat has to involve as many actors as possible at national level. And even more important, what is needed is a coordinated, extended effort. We need this European shield of democracy, where Republic of Moldova is participating, is contributing, and I think this can be also the medium-term solution for dealing with non-conventional threats and delivering the efficient answer to these threats. So once again, thank you for your participation, for your position and contribution, and also I would like to thank the participants for having listened to us.